Okay, we're hot.
We're hot.
Mic's on. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for November 26, 2019. We'll begin with the special order calendar. Continued hearing items, item number 1, 509-37BZ, 20201 Rocky Hill Road, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC, on behalf of the applicant. What you noticed before about the asphalt being is the seal, as you also pointed out. I just wanted to note, and you also brought it up, that we have a little bit of a problem here because we removed the heating oil tank from the back, but they won't let us reinstall the heating oil tank until we get a permit, and the weather's getting really, really cold, and I've been calling, but now I want to bring it up at hearings because if the weather gets too cold, the pipes are going to freeze. So is there a way that we can call DOB quickly to make sure they can get in just that heating oil tank? The curb cuts obviously isn't as big of a problem.
In terms of letting DOB issue a permit?
Yeah, to install the heating oil tank, because they removed it from the
We
back.
can certainly send them an email and something to that effect, right?
Yeah, and then employees won't show up to work too, so,
We
because,
wouldn't
it's
want that,
cold.
Right. Okay. Oh, so that was the heating oil? It's very small.
It was a heating oil tank, yeah. And right now, it's being stored in the trash enclosure, so it's not a eyesore. And they're going to take it out and reinstall it when,
Okay. And they need a permit to do that, okay. Okay.
according to DOB, yeah.
All right, so maybe what you could do is after today, contact Mr. Steinhaus or
Okay. Yep.
Costanza and maybe something.
We can reach out to the Borough Commissioner.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so are there any speakers on this one? Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Hiller.
Good morning. My name is Henry Euler. I'm first vice president of the Auburndale Improvement Association, and I'm representing my civic association today with my testimony. We're very pleased that the building has been painted, that a fence was installed in front of the business to contain the vehicles awaiting service, that no parking on the sidewalk signs have been placed on the new fence, and around the site, that the parking spaces have been striped and barriers placed so that the vehicles do not damage the new fence. Also, the wall on the south side of the business by the adjacent residence that was cracked and leaning has been replaced with a metal fence. That landscaping has been installed on the south and north side of the business, and in general, the business has been spruced up. We're a little bit concerned about the dumpster and waste oil containers on the north side of the business that you would see in photo 1 of the document I provided for you today. But I understand that the permit is needed for that particular fence to go up. That's what I was led to believe.
You're talking about this?
Yes,
This one.
that hasn't been contained yet with the fence.
Okay, so that's the fence that's going to be,
It will, the trash enclosure will be there. They
Okay.
just right now have it because they needed a permit and they needed to enclose the heating oil tank. So they're
Okay.
going to fix all of that up once permits are issued.
okay.
That's good. That's good. Also, there's another enclosure towards the south side. That's in photo number 2. And within that enclosure are some huge barrels and other materials. I don't know what's in the barrels, but I guess we're happy that it's enclosed. The last concern that the Civic had was with the asphalt strip in front of the new fence. That's in photos 3 and 4. One view is looking north, the other view is looking south. We feel that would be much better if it were landscaped with low shrubs or bushes. We're not sure if this strip belongs to the business or not, or whether it's city property. If it's city property, then we would like to see trees planted there. It's always better to plant than to cement and asphalt to encourage absorption of rainwater. Our area has been, there's been a lot of installation of bioswales in our area because of ponding and flooding during heavy storms. So we think that landscaping would look much better there.
So you're talking about this strip?
Yes, that's right.
So I don't remember whose property this is, but the other thing that I do want to say is the applicant has, let me see, how long have we been at this? We've been at this a pretty long time, and it's almost a year that they've been in hearings, right? And they submitted in May of last year, and I think they've been really responsive to
Right.
everything that we suggested, we asked them to do, and landscaping of that strip wasn't one of them.
Okay.
And under sort of undoing everything we've done, when they systematically, each time the Solar Dare comes to a hearing, we hear another progress being made.
Right.
So what I would really recommend is if that's something that you want to actually speak with the property owner and see if you can work something out, but I don't know if that's city property without looking it up.
Right.
So maybe they can't do it. I appreciate the idea, you know, I'm the one who likes to landscape everything, right?
And I would say if this is a city-owned property, it's something maybe you should talk with the community board
Right.
and figure out a way to engage the city and the community board to proceed with that.
Right.
Right. It's just not clear to us, but they did represent to us that when the weather improves, they will, a sealing company will come and repair that
Okay.
section there.
Okay.
They just can't do it now that the weather is
I
dropping
understand.
below 50.
Well, in general, we're very pleased with this particular business and that things have been moving forward. The last paragraph of my statement just includes some conditions we'd like to see in the grant, once it's granted. And I've gone through those before many times, so I'm not going to say them again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Elise.
I'm kind of imagining why would a property owner put a fence something like 6 feet forward of their own property line?
I remember too, we had to remove the sign, or we had
Yeah.
to move the sign. No, I think we removed the sign because it wasn't on our property, but I don't want to speak on
Yeah.
it unless I look at it.
But I mean, since parking is such an important element of this business, you
Yeah.
would think they would put the fence up against their property
To
line.
maximize.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm taking a wild guess at that's city
That
property.
makes sense.
So, okay, so what I would like to do is make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye?
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye?
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
And make a motion to grant on condition, so we went through some of them yesterday, but so the conditions would be, any signage that's later installed needs to comply with C1, because there's actually no signage at the moment on the
Yeah,
site.
because the community board
And,
asked.
sorry?
Sorry, the community board asked to take it down completely, so.
Right. And illuminated signage must not shine on residential property if it's ever installed. That goes for any kind of lighting as well, right? That the seal coat asphalt and blacktop surface throughout the lot to the property line on both the inside and street line side of the fence. So, I mean, sidewalks are the responsibility of a business owner also. Be resurfaced and restriped after that, because the striping was done, but it's going to have to be restriped after it's resurfaced. To maintain the site free of debris and graffiti, maintain fencing and landscaping, no, only cars awaiting service to be parked on the site, no car storage, no cars to be parked on the sidewalk. They're already, and to maintain those signs that say no parking on the sidewalk. All work to be done within the boundaries of the zoning lot, all of their business operations to be retained on the boundaries of the zoning lot. No on-site storage containers are permitted, only the dumpster enclosure as shown on the approved plan, and dumpsters, containers within the enclosed area. Street tree planting to be pursued with Department of Parks. The fuel tank has already been removed, but it will be reinstalled pursuant to permits. And let's see, I'm just looking at the community board 11. Those are all community board recommendations. And then I don't know what Mr. Euler's recommendations are at the back here.
Debt storage of the
Dead storage, we said already.
Sidewalk,
Okay,
five-year term.
okay. So in terms of the term, though, the last term was?
I want to point out that this has never had a term.
Never had a term, okay.
So a 5-year term would be a dramatic change.
Yeah, it would be a shift, right. Yeah, the reason that this came back was for an amendment for the change of use, right? I don't really like the idea of imposing terms on businesses if we can't, but,
I think given the significant progress they have made, 10 years seems reasonable.
yes.
Yeah. Given the significant progress the applicant has made in improving its site and addressing all the concerns that's been raised by the community and the board, I think we can be more lenient with the time, 10 years.
Right, but so at the moment, it doesn't have any term.
But don't we have to give a term? Am I
No.
understanding?
No.
We don't
It's
have
only
to.
if it's pre-61 and has a term.
Okay,
So
so it
this is a
does-
pre-61 variance without a term. So what I would recommend, really, I would recommend no term, because that's how it's existed. But of course, the Civic knows very well, and the community board, that if there's a problem with the site, they can always come to us and request a compliance hearing. And the conditions that we've laid out are the requirements for compliance. Okay?
Thank you.
So on that recommendation, motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application's been granted.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 19497 BZ, 8412 164th Street, Queens. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond on city board member questions?
Good morning, Van Baton from Shell Lavelle PC for the applicant. We attended the review session yesterday. I'd just like to note that when the photos were taken, it was freshly planted, the trees that were freshly planted, and obviously it was a large investment for the applicant, so he wants to take care of the trees. So that's what he'll be doing, and he understands.
Okay.
What
Are
was
there any
discussed
speakers on
yesterday.
this one? No? Okay. So I think we talked about yesterday that we could make everything else a condition. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that wheel stops at the head of the parking spaces be installed that are along the landscaping area, to maintain fencing and landscaping as shown on the plans, in order to retain a dense visual buffer and barrier for the residential neighbors, maintain the trash enclosure, surround with slatting on 4 sides. I noticed there was a way you could look through the trash enclosure to the street. So the slatting should be on 4 sides, and the trash to be installed within the dumpster, to be maintained within the dumpster at all times. Any other comments about that one? Okay, so on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Application's
Thank
been
you.
granted. Item number 3, 298 BZ, 633 3rd Avenue, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker.
Morning. I don't think we had any other issues with this. Are there any speakers on this one? Okay, then, I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
The application's been granted.
Thank you very much.
Item number 4, 24503BZ, 160-11 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens. Hey, Lonnie, how are you? Team? Oh, this one, huh? I don't have you all swearing. You want to raise your right hand so you can start? Raise your right hands. I'm sorry, huh? Sorry, Mary. Do you ever to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, proceed. You can sign in and then proceed.
Morning, Chair and members of the board. Juan Reyes, Safar Shaw Law Firm. So my associate Maria was here yesterday, Office of Assos, and we heard comments. I guess there was some things you wanted to show on the plan, including the trash and parking the rear sign, and then he wanted us to talk about and show more detail about the acoustical fencing. So I have
And landscaping?
and landscaping, yes. So I have, from Bowl Engineering, I have Nicholas Alexandrius here, and he can discuss what we're going to add to the plan. He has the comments as well.
Hello, everyone.
State your name, please.
Nicholas Alexiadis, PE, representing Bowler Engineering and the applicant. So the first comment was to better label the trash enclosure. We have since amended the plans to show call-outs for the trash enclosure on all the sheets. Second comment was to provide a parking in the rear sign, which has since been added to the site plan as you enter from Willets Point Boulevard. The third comment was to further clarify the dimensions of the existing landscape beds, which has been added to the landscape plan.
Others are existing beds?
Some are existing and some are proposed.
Right, so landscape, you have to dimension all the landscaping beds,
Yes?
not just existing, right? And there needs to be details on them, the depth of the beds, the fact that they have curbs, right? They need to be detailed, so when constructed, they're properly constructed.
Okay, so you'd like to see a cross-section of the landscaping beds?
Yes, and it has
Okay.
to have a curb, so that the soil doesn't spill out onto the asphalt.
I'd like to note that there are going to be curbs proposed around all of the landscaping beds.
There are going to be.
There are going to be?
Yeah, so, but it needs to be a detail, so,
Okay.
right? Otherwise, how do we know? Because, for instance, if I look at your, that's the thing about the drawings are obviously drawn to, let's say, McDonald's needs as opposed to our needs.
That's correct.
Right? So there's a lot of focus on the different kinds of signs and things like that, right, that are McDonald's signs. We're not so interested in that, other than that they comply with zoning regulations. What we're interested in is how are you improving the site so it fits within, it's responsive to the needs of the neighborhood, right? So the drawings need to be beefed up so we can read all of that stuff, right?
Okay.
So for what we review, it seems like your layer on your drawings, you've repressed the layer of the information we need so that you can see the information McDonald's needs, right? So
Yeah.
pull the layer forward so we can see it on the next PDF. It's all in gray tone. That's really hard to see on our PDFs, okay?
Is there something in particular you're looking to detail
Well,
out?
it's more or less, you know, for example, I'll just use one example because you have to look at the drawing and see what it is. It's hard to see when you make a PDF. But for example, if you look at the landscaping along the perimeter that's shared with the residential property, which is our concern always, that it's an aggressive commercial use up against a person who's just living in their house, right? The line of landscaping, or let's say the area for the landscaping is grayed out so much that you can't see what it is.
Okay, are you mentioning like the CC where
Yeah.
there's a light pole all the way to the north?
Right, so we
So-
don't know how deep is the landscaping. Well, for instance, you have a fence that's far forward of the property line, or to the whatever direction that is, west, if that's west?
Yes, it's a couple feet west of the property
So
line.
like, why is it west of the property line instead of giving more landscaping?
Well, that's an existing fence condition to remain, to which we're going to be applying the acoustical membrane to.
Right, so there's a question. Since landscaping is part of the goal,
Yes.
and you need a certain width for trees to be able to survive,
Mhm.
shrubs to be able to survive, if you maintain the fence in that position, like, why is it back 2 feet?
That's correct. I mean, for that reason, we were not able to provide the shrubs in that area, but
No,
we...
no, no, you missed my point.
Okay.
Why not just move the fence?
We could move the fence,
Yes,
but
you could.
even with moving the fence, this planting island tapers down at the property corner to ensure an existing 12.5-foot drive aisle against the backside of the trash enclosure and this masonry wall. And if we were to provide plants in that area, it would further infringe upon that drive aisle and make a very tight maneuverability configuration to maintain that cross-access.
So,
So we're providing the acoustical membrane
so
to
listen to
supplement
how
that.
you're speaking.
Okay.
Talking about a residential property owner, right?
Yes.
Whose life is probably diminished by living next door to an active commercial drive, right? The purpose of the acoustical fence and the landscaping is to reduce the impact of this active commercial use. This is McDonald's, right?
Mhm.
I'm not really concerned about the costs. So my question is, or it's not a question, my direction is, move the trash enclosure, relocate the drive that takes you to the back, and increase the size of the landscape area, move your fence, so that you really are protecting this residential property owner with planting and a fence, and an acoustical fence.
The acoustical fence, which we're going to be installing, as illustrated on our sound exhibit, and we have documented with sound studies, which were done by McDonald's, that the decibel level at that back property line does not exceed 24 decibels.
So it's not only decibels, it's
Okay.
also all those cars driving there all the time, they produce fumes. There's a reason for planting. Planting does so many things. It absorbs the sound, it deadens the sound, and it also absorbs fumes. So if you think about, just you imagine yourself living next door to McDonald's. This is obviously a very popular one, right? It's probably not the place you would pick. I'm just guessing, right? So to make life a little bit less disagreeable for that property owner, there are easy things that I'm not saying cost nothing, but easy things to do to adjust this so that you can provide both things instead of only drawing from McDonald's needs. So,
Understood.
okay,
We'll
so
have
you
to
need to
analyze.
widen, and that's why that's not dimensioned. It's not wide enough for plants, so maybe that was almost like lip service showing shrubs there when they're not going to survive because there's no room for them. I mean, you have the same issue a little bit further down where the OH is, right? It's the same, it's too narrow because you're crowding the fence and the curb and nothing in between.
In this area. I mean, we currently have, it appears to be at least 3 feet between the existing fence line and the curb line.
Probably not enough for a plant. I'm told 4 is your minimum
You'd like
to
4?
get your floor. 4 is your minimum front to back, plus there's a depth of 4 feet to have survivable hedges. And these have to grow, these have to be installed at a minimum of 4 feet and must grow to a minimum of 8. 4 feet as in height, right? That's a minimum install height.
Mhm.
And they have to be the type that will grow to a minimum of 8 feet high. So
Okay.
that's much taller than your fence, right?
That's correct.
And so as a result, you have belt and suspenders on the sound and on the pollution.
Well, we would have to relocate this trash enclosure
Yes?
in order to accommodate that and also verify the,
So I think the only thing that I'm understanding, you lose a parking space, but as long as that doesn't make you...
Sorry, if you're going to speak, you have to come closer to the
No, I was
mic.
just talking to the owner, and he was saying, yes, you lose a parking space by doing that, but as long as it doesn't make it non-compliant as far as parking,
Right.
then that shouldn't be an issue.
Because, you know, the other part of the problem is there's this parking area in the rear. We want to make it more obvious that it's located there, right?
That makes
So
sense, yeah.
the extent that, so that moves over the drive to the rear, it makes it more obvious that someone can drive straight through to park.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're providing it, you should use it.
Oh.
Let me just ask the owner, hang on.
It's the owner, you're the owner of McDonald, Representative McDonald's, or the site?
He owns the site.
Oh, so maybe he should come up,
Sure.
Chair, and identify yourself.
So, if
State
we
your
do-
name.
If we, my name is Patrick Miller, I'm the owner of the McDonald's in
Patrick,
Williswood.
sorry?
Miller.
No.
So, the one thing is that, where that fence is in the back, that backs up to his backyard. His house is, the windows and all that is forward of that, so that corner where the light post is, that's in his backyard, is that fence. So I don't know, you know, we're putting there, but the
What
other
do you
side.
do in your backyard?
What do? I
You have a
back up to my
backyard?
neighbor's garage.
No, but when you're sitting in your back, what do you do when you go to your backyard? Barbecue, hang out, sit with your friends, have a drink, read the paper.
I'm actually, my backyard is up to my neighbor's driveway, so yes, we do, but,
Right, so, but you wish you weren't, right?
no, I bought the house like that.
Okay,
I'm gonna live with it.
okay, you're
So-
gonna live with it. But so, so understanding that this use is not a use that's permitted in this district, right? So that's different. If it were a use that were permitted in the district, that's why you come here, because you got a special, you
Right.
got a waiver to be allowed to be in this district, right?
The community signed petitions for when we originally put this in, they wanted it. We serve about 800 cars through the drive-through a day that they want this in there. We are a good neighbor. I donate to the schools. I work with all the residential schools, and I'm able to do that because of the drive-through.
Right. So-
I'm willing to move that garbage compactor. I will lose a spot. We have good signage that shows additional parking in the back. People use it every day.
Good,
It's
okay.
really-
So then we can solve it, right? So
Yep.
let's do that. Okay,
All right.
good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give the
Okay,
chance, the
no, I
owner to
appreciate it. It's
chime
always
in.
great. The owner should come to every hearing on all applications, nothing like an owner. In fact, this is what it's all about, right? It's the owner's property, okay? All right, so what else? Let's see.
I believe your next concern was to show the extent of the acoustical fence, which it's going to be installed for the entire length of the existing fence.
Okay, so you need to clarify that on the drawings. The designation for it is very hard to read. That's true about the drawings in general, again, because everything's so delicately portrayed on the drawings, because it's not important to what McDonald's wants to see, which is the signs. So you need to beef up the area that's going to be that acoustical fence and indicate it very clearly, because otherwise it just looks like fence, because you have an existing fence, right? So now you're going to relocate the fence, so there'll be an indicator fence to be relocated, and then an indicator that on this fence, which is what? What kind of a fence is it?
Currently, it's PVC.
Okay, so whatever the material of the fence is, which should not be chain link, by the way, so it's either PVC or metal picket. Those are your residential choices, okay? And then the acoustical material in front of it.
Okay, we will further clarify that fence.
Okay,
The next concern was to show an elevation showing the propagation of sound horizontally. Could you please clarify what beyond the extent of our sound exhibit would be necessary?
So right now, the BSA drawing 010 shows the plan, so where we kind of see in a horizontal way where, how far the sound is going. But sound doesn't go this way, there's a conical aspect to it also. So we need to understand how far high the sound is going, and in relation to that, the PVC fence or metal picket fence with the acoustical measure that is going to be added and the landscaping buffer, how much of that is going to address the vertical noise projection?
Right, because on your diagram, you show blue, which means that there's some amount of sound that's propagating deep into the residential property. And though arguably, because it's under the 45 dBA and all of that, it's not perceptible, but I can't really say. And that's the reason we want the acoustical fence. We want that to block it off. And your diagram doesn't include the impact of the acoustical fence on that sound
We're
plan.
not sure about this. He didn't mention that the plan doesn't include that, but
Right.
We
don't know.
suspect.
he needs
Right.
to clarify about this. That was one of the
Yes.
questions
That's-
yesterday.
that's a good
I suspect that the color shading you provided does not include the noise reduction due to the acoustical fence.
Well,
Is that
that's
right?
correct, because if we were to show that, there would be no propagation beyond the.
So
Well,
can you
that's
show
what
that?
we-
That's
property line.
That's we need
Okay,
to, that's what
because
we
the
need to
fence
see.
is specified to reduce 28 decibels.
No.
And with the volume controller on this menu board, none of the shadings indicate that the decibel level would be higher than that.
Can you
So
provide a diagram?
theoretically, there should be no propagation
Okay.
with using this material.
Right,
What-
but, sorry, go ahead.
What you're saying is correct, provided that the measurement level or the propagation level, elevation, is less than the height of the fence. And that's why we asked you yesterday for an elevation. Or you could, instead of an elevation, I would say, just put a note on the plan saying that sound propagation is at height of 4 feet, height of fence is 6 feet, done.
Okay.
Right, but that's only if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
Because a speaker, sends sound out, as Commissioner Shanda said, in a cone, right?
Yes.
So that's why I think an elevation would be the most telling, because we see what the cone is and whether it's passing over the 6 feet fence, in which case it's audible from open window condition in the house next door, right? So that's what we're trying to check. Is the fence tall enough to block all of it? Is the cone, bringing it to 9 feet, or is the cone bringing it to 6 feet?
Okay.
Right? That's
Understood.
what we're trying to understand.
Well,
Okay.
you know what, get peace of mind and put the fence in play and give us the noise past the fence. If you put the fence in the view, if you consider that the fence is there, is acting, give us how much noise next to the fence from the other property side, and
What do you, I don't know how, what do you mean?
like modify this plan to say that past this fence, at this side, the noise, considering the fence is in place, is X, and if this X is reasonable, he doesn't need to do anything.
No, but my question is, how does he know what that is without doing a conical study, right? Right, unless, I'm assuming that the speaker specs tell you this information, so it shouldn't be that difficult to do, right? That the speaker specs tell you this kind of propagation and this type of propagation. And so that's something that could easily be shown on a drawing, or give us,
The
on a drawing.
information
I
we
think
have-
just to make,
The information we have regarding this speaker is just a horizontal measurement at, I believe, 4 feet high around the speaker, taken at intervals at various
Right.
distances away. We don't have
but you can get
elevation
that.
data because it is also conical, as you mentioned. So sound travels in a two-directional,
Right.
cone away from the source of the noise. So we could show the impact of the wall on that cone, but as you had mentioned, the evergreen shrubs are to handle the sound above that
Right, but the
membrane.
question is, what's the conical? This is information you can get from the manufacturer. You don't have to.
I'm sorry, which
How
manufacturer?
high?
The manufacturer of your speaker system.
Well, we have the information provided to us. It's a study that was done at 1 foot increments at 4 feet high from the speaker. This is the information that was provided to us in
By
order to
the
provide by the
manufacturer.
manufacturer.
So, right,
You
Which
so,
believe
can
that
be
they'd be
so
submitted.
you
able?
follow up, so you call the manufacturer and you say, I need to know what the measurements are at 6 feet. You gave them to us at 4 feet. What are they at 6 feet? The testing labs have the answers to all of this.
And-
This is not hard.
And what distance would the
Yes,
cone be
and
at
at
6
what
feet?
point, right.
And
You-
you'd find the distance of the
You just need more
cone.
elevations, because 4 feet's too low. Because
Okay.
our fence is only at 6, right?
Right.
If you
Right.
got that same chart for 6 feet, then we'd know what it is at
And there's,
distance
and
X.
and there's a possibility
right?
that the cone is going to be within the
Right.
6 feet of
Right,
the wall.
yeah, if he,
Okay,
if this chart is at
yes.
the fence height, I would be okay with it.
Yeah, so that's a different thing. All right, so
Yeah.
if we had a chart at 6 feet, then we know that it falls off by 6 feet to that point, right? But if it turns out that it's still very high at 6 feet, it means it's gonna be high at 8 feet, right? And then that's,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
Your last concern was showing how the shrubs impact the noise levels. Due to the fact that evergreen shrubs are,
No,
Sorry.
no, that's, I don't think that was really
That was
what
your
it
last
was. It
concern?
was just a conversation where we said the reason for adding the shrubs is it further deadens the sound,
yes.
right? That was just kind of a conversation among us. But, there probably isn't a way without having an acoustical engineer come and do testing to
Yes.
see what the effect of shrubs are. It's just something you know intuitively, right? But the acoustical fence is for when shrubs aren't doing well, there's spaces between the shrubs, et cetera, right? Okay, so you.
So for the conical study that we were mentioning, the shrubs would be acting as a sound barrier, but due to the fact that they're living plants, the measurement of how many decibels a shrub would theoretically reduce is up to interpretation.
Yes,
Um,
so I'm not saying you're doing an analysis on shrubs.
Mhm.
It's just, we just want to see that conical study to see, and then if the acoustical fence is purported to reduce sound by X number of decibels, then we rely on the science. That's,
Is there an acceptable value to which the shrubs would reduce the sound that has been,
no, but we don't have data unless, the only way that we ever know these things is when an engineer actually goes out and does measurements.
okay?
So we're not asking you to go out and do measurements.
The shading you provided is not based on measurements, right? This is just based on input from the manufacturer of the menu board.
That's correct. That's based on
Correct.
technical data provided by the manufacturer of the menu board.
We don't want to complicate this. If I were you, I would go to the manufacturer and say, is this at 4 feet? He would say yes. Say, how about if I go to 6 feet? Because at 4 feet, if you put the fence in play, you're good. But ask him, how about the 6 feet, which is the height of the fence, or whatever the fence is tall? Can you give me a chart similar to this one at
Yeah.
the height of the fence? And he would give it to you. Then put this on the plan, in addition to this, like make it 2 plans. This is 4 feet, this is 6 feet.
Yes.
We look at it, it's good, it's done. You don't need to
Okay.
do anything else.
Okay, yes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. And you are giving us specs on the fence, right? I think that's showing the parking and rear sign on the plans, but now you're going to be modifying the location of the trash enclosure, but then it should be clear that there's a parking and rear sign shown on your drawings, right?
Well, which is currently shown. It's on the Willets Point Boulevard entrance. On the BSA 02.
No, but you actually physically put a sign, somebody did, on the trash enclosure, on the wall there that says parking in rear. That
Okay.
sign is not shown on your drawings.
Okay,
So the goal is what exists needs to be shown on drawings, right?
understood.
Okay. All right, I think that might be it. Are there any other speakers on this? Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you. So we just need to set, how much time do you need to do this?
How much time do you need to revise plans?
2 weeks. 1 week.
So
That's the
maybe,
May third.
maybe 2 weeks just in case, because Thanksgiving, and I don't want to miss a deadline.
Oh, okay.
actual, so I'm trying to understand in terms of the scope of work here, the changes that you're making, right? Can those be done without permits? No? So in terms of landscaping, though, that can be done without permits, that we see all the time. We see planting beds installed all the time. So, because I want to see some of the work done.
If I could just quickly say,
Yes,
we're
say name.
Maria Papasivastos of Seyfarth Shaw. We are moving that entrance on Willets Point Boulevard. So the beds are shifting. So I suppose we could do some plantings along the fence, but just know that when we do construction, that's all going to be moving. And I don't know if plants are impacted by all that.
The idea is not to make you do it twice.
Right.
So, okay. All right. So I guess then we're just at the point of getting revised drawings. Okay, and maybe, I don't know.
Conditions?
Maybe conditions and maybe a submission to just show the work in place or something like that. Yeah, okay, we can talk about that later. All right, so it's okay to have a submission. Yeah, that's fine.
Submission date of December 24th, with a continued hearing on January 14th.
Chair, is it, if, I think we have a meeting of the minds, we want to do what you've asked, we're going to move the trash. These plans are updating plans. We're going to go to the manufacturer and show that the sound, as the engineer has purported, that it should eliminate the sound issue. Is there any way that we can close the hearing and go for a vote, provided that we provide you all these things? Because we're going to provide them, right?
No, we have to have everything in place. What do you mean?
I think he's saying on the adjourn date. On the return date?
On January 14th, you mean, like the closing grant?
Well, I mean, there've been times where you close the hearing and then you leave it open for submissions, but if you prefer to do it that way, that's fine too,
Yeah, I mean, we'd like to see the plans changed.
right?
And then we always have the opportunity of a close and vote on the same day.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Right?
fine. Okay,
So it
that's
doesn't
fine.
mean that it's 2 weeks later or a month later that we vote necessarily if everything's in place.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
so you got the information about the submit date?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board.
New cases, item number 5, 335-59BZ, 3485-95 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn. This case is being postponed due to
Yeah.
lack of notification.
But actually, we learned something kind of fantastic.
Yeah, that they don't need it.
Which is, because there was a rezoning in September, which really, it's too bad the owner didn't know this was happening, like around, sort of behind the scenes, I guess. But anyway, we think that it might be as of right. So the original use was Use Group 16, but that's because, you know, as a variance, and you, I guess, go for the most extreme use. But if no repairs or car preparation is done on site, then it can be a Use Group 9, which is a permitted use in a C24. So I think Carlo let the owner know, the applicant know that they need to look into that, but it's possible that the application no longer is needed, which would be great.
Okay, so do you want to do a postponed date with no hearing notice, or? what do
So
you wanna
let's
do?
give it enough time in advance so that they could always withdraw the application. So, like March, maybe?
And no notice, or I'll do a notice.
Well, they would have to notice because they didn't notice.
Okay, just want to make
Right.
sure.
But that's why, I mean, like, if we put it for sometime in March, where notice wouldn't happen until March, then they have 2 months to figure out whether we're right that it's an as-of-right use, and then they can withdraw.
Okay, so, March 24th.
Yeah. With, yeah.
Okay, item number 6, 389-85BZ, 2090 Bronxdale Avenue, the Bronx. Do affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Yes, I do. Okay. You want to sign in?
Good morning, John Ronan appearing on behalf of the applicant.
You know, it's a community board that.
I reached out to them again yesterday. I haven't heard anything.
I can address that to some degree.
Okay.
I had telephoned them early on to let them know what was taking place and confirm that they were the right community board. And I told them we'd be sending them mailing of everything, and that they would be notifying us if they wanted to have a hearing. So I gave them my own information as well, my cell number and my email address. And then I followed up as we went through the notice of comments response. I can try and contact them again, but as far as I know, they chose not to have a hearing. I thought that they provided a recommendation and just didn't copy us, but
Wait a minute, how could they have provided a recommendation without you appearing before them?
based on the submission.
I don't
I've had that
think
in
community
the
boards
past.
do that.
Well, they could have waived, but
No, they could have waived, but I don't think community boards hold hearings about an application without the
No,
applicant
that's not
present.
that's not what I meant. Based on the submission that they received, we provide them with exact copies of everything that went to the board.
No. So community board won't hold a hearing on an application if nobody from the applicant appears at the community board.
Oh.
So they won't just decide that, they won't consider the application if
I-
nobody shows up.
I will contact them again and find out what their final disposition was on this.
But you never appeared before them.
No, ma'am, I did not.
So it's unlikely that they held a hearing.
yeah, they couldn't give me any information. I called them last week and then yesterday again, we checked.
Okay.
They couldn't give me any information. District manager's supposed to call me back, but I
All
haven't
right.
received
Well,
anything.
so this was filed in February. So, plenty of time to
60
consider
days.
the application.
They have 60 days.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I did view the executive session last evening, and I think I can address all the concerns that were raised. With regard to the planting, it's no problem at all. We can certainly do planting at Grady Avenue and at the identification sign. And we can put in substantial planting. Along Grady, we can do the evergreens that are 4 to 8, 4 feet on time of planting. And we can do some nice evergreen bushes in the area underneath the ID sign. What I would ask is the board mentioned about getting a landscape architect. I don't think it's necessary. If we can just simply put that on our proposed conditions drawing along with the legend of the planting that's going to be done, retaining a landscape architect and then importing his plan onto our plan is just another layer of.
Okay. The reason that I use the word landscape architect is if you ever try to do anything more difficult, say, than arbor vitae, they die. So if it's just a simple, using a standard planting bed detail with a curb, with wheel stops for cars that might stop in front of that, and you plant something simple like the arbor vitae, then you can do this without a landscape architect. It's that when sometimes we see architects who are not unfortunately skilled at all in this subject, being landscape architects, and it doesn't work out well.
I appreciate that, and the board will be satisfied with what goes in.
Okay, so you'll show us a plan though first, we want to see the proposal first,
Oh,
okay?
yes, before we do the planting,
Okay,
and let's talk about the sign for a moment, if we can, the identification sign. The board had asked why that wasn't corrected already, and let me explain why that is. That sign actually was initially approved back in November of 1985 with the drawing that was approved under the special permit at that time. And of course, we picked up that it was greater than 50 square feet instead. To get the new sign we're proposing now, which will bring us into full compliance, it's a specialty item. It's going to be made for us. So I just wanted to be sure that that's the sign that was acceptable to the board before. So if you're good with the sign we're proposing on our drawings now, I'll tell them that they can go ahead and have it made up.
yes, right? As long as it complies with the requirements of the C23, right?
Yes, it'll be below 50 square feet of illuminated sign.
Okay, so then it's fine. Everybody agreed? Order install.
With regard to the term Yes, if the board would be kind enough, I know we set a 15-year term, but 15 from the last expiration date, that would be very fair.
Not 15, 10 from the expiration, from,
Oh,
no,
15
10
Right, so
from
in other
the
words,
decision date.
In effect, we would only get a 10-year grant.
Yes, because I don't want to change the term to 15 years, instead it'll be
Oh,
a
I see what you're
continuing
saying, yes, so it would
10-year
be 10
term.
from the time that you, yes,
10 from the time of the
I
grant.
see what you're saying, yes.
Which works out to almost 15 from the expiration date.
Right,
Good.
right.
Good.
Okay. You had asked about painting the building and painting the canopy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we can do that. I would just ask that it be a condition of the resolution, because it'll probably be done in the springtime.
No, so that's the thing, is planting and all that stuff can't be done until the spring. So we won't decide on this until all the work is in place.
All right, so I can place, I can put it in the response letter and place a note on the drawing that the building and the canopy will be painted.
Right.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the application for the amendment.
Oh,
I s-
before you do that, I just want to go in order. The asphalt of being resurfaced, that's the same issue, right? Because we know that you can't do that when it's less than 50 degrees.
I didn't know, are there asphalting problems at the site? or-
Yeah. It's cracked, right?
Okay.
That's a good thing to do regularly anyway,
Right, I
resurfacing
agree.
the asphalt.
But we're talking about as necessary, not the entire,
No,
You have to
normally
make
they
it
put like a sealer coat on top of it, so the whole thing looks new. And where the installer finds that there's unstable material, that's where they'll patch it. So first they patch, and then they put that sealer coat on top, and then it looks like it's one
okay.
continuous surface.
Okay. Can we talk about the amendment to section? I had, here's what I believe took place. I cited the section of the board's rules of practice and procedure, and in my SOC application, I cited 1-07.3 B3II. I believe that's the correct section.
Yes.
But the section you need for me to change is the one in the latest statement.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it seems like you were following along, and then it got lost in that last
That's
one. Okay.
exactly what happened.
Okay.
The continuous use issue, I believe we're okay with that, because even with the Google, I'm coupling that with the letter we received from the fire department, which we wouldn't have gotten if, permits weren't enforced year for year.
Yeah, no, in this particular case, it's very obvious from the Google imagery that it's there, right? So that was good.
It was just the hardship argument
Yes.
that we were questioning.
Oh, yes, actually,
That's so
that was
cute.
brought to my attention on another case, maybe a year and a half ago. And what I was asked to at the time was, well, what happens to the community if a gas station is lost? And talk about their hardship, which I did.
That's
there's
more of a
different-
philosophical
Yeah,
question.
the owner's perspective is a little different.
Yes.
But I was concerned what the board would really want there, because truthfully, the owner's hardship is his loss of an income stream.
Well, you know. So how long, make it very simple. How long has it been in business? And then to have to abruptly shut down a business that's been operating without issues for X number of decades, I think. Obviously, you can build that up a little more
Well,
dramatically,
This
right?
is, right. This is one of the sites. The owner here is actually, it's a leasing corporation that Getty set up. This is a few years back, in 2003 going forward to I think maybe 2010, Mobile divested itself of many of their service stations. This was one of them. So yeah, I can talk about the cost of acquiring the station and the cost that would be involved in actually having to shut down and go through the processing. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can certainly address that.
And you don't need to spend an enormous amount of time on research, but if you know that information easily, include that. That's great, okay. Okay, and the issue of, there were a lot of miscellaneous signs, so when you do your sign study, you have to actually show them if you're going to keep them, or they have to come down.
Okay. I may make the decision to take some of those down, depending on whether or not they're advertising signs.
Right.
Right, right. I mean, it's kind of the place is scattered with signs for products and things like that.
I had another question, and that was with regards to the air pump and the vacuum machine that is located along the White Plains Road.
Yes, I was about to get to
Okay.
that. Yeah, I think we can, certainly I gotta bring it to the client, but I think they could be relocated back so that they actually are on the side of the building.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
And then I think we had questions about the dumpster enclosure. Said there were, we didn't have photos of the dumpster enclosure or the plantings at the corner near the main sign. So what, you know, when you're providing photos to show ultimately the work installed, you have to be very sure that you take photos of every spot and then key it on a drawing so we can follow it easily. That way we don't say, yes, but what about that one thing we asked about? It's just be very systematic in taking the photos. Okay? Okay, and I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your compliance certification that actually described the things that were not in compliance. You're one of very few applicants who actually does
I heard that and passed it along to Walter Gorman. I told him early on, it should be a one-to-one correspondence between non-compliance and how it's addressed. So, yeah, we'll continue.
Great instruction, that worked great, okay. And I think those were our issues, right? Everybody got, okay. Are there any speakers on this one? Great, so what I'd like you to do is submit the drawings that show what you're going to be providing, right? And with the planting, it should include a detail through the planting bed that shows curbs and the wheel stops shown on the plans. And then, of course, the relocation of the vacuum pump, and whatever other things we talked about. Oh, the signage calculations, to show which signs you're actually retaining and make sure they're all shown on the drawings. You can go ahead and order that sign that will comply, so that maybe by the time you come back, you have a picture of the sign installed, maybe. But what we could do is put on for hearing sooner than later, so we can just review the drawings and then give you time to actually install the work where it will correspond with the spring.
Right, I'd like to do that, but what I like to do when it's possible is, once I know I have the final drawing from the board, I can essentially use that drawing to go out to bid, because I don't have the authority just to say, do this, because usually the people that we're working for have some internal procedure. It's usually that they receive 3 bids before they authorize the work. So, yeah, that's
okay.
a good way to do it.
Okay, so maybe you know, it's just we don't have a lot of hearings left, so this year, and so January is kind of our best shot. Do you have January 14th would be fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Submission date December 24th for a continued hearing on January 14th.
And that way, well, that's just the drawings.
Right.
And then you'll go through the bidding, and then you'll install, et cetera, according to that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Item number 7, 31608BZ, 345, 349 Second Avenue, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay.
morning, Jessica Rubenstein here on behalf of Greenberg Charig. We attended yesterday's review session and we'd like to address the two key points made. The first having to do with updating the site plan and the second having to do with the condition to the approval. So first, the site plan. I'm about to pass out copies of the site plan that the architect updated last night. And I also formally submitted this to submit in case the board likes it today.
This was just to clarify the lines, right?
So the plans have been revised, as Madam Chair just said, to clarify the location of the variance site and the proposed development site.
Yes.
That may-
Someone is buzzing very loudly, okay.
As long as it's not me, I'm okay.
No sound attenuation.
Yeah, so this makes it very clear, thank you, that's
Okay, good. So the second comment was about the condition prohibiting the school and any successor in interest from returning to the BSA for a floor area variance. We think that condition makes sense. The only thing is we would respectfully ask if the board could limit that condition to the school and any affiliate and not include any possible successor in interest. The reasoning.
No. Once the variance travels with the land, right?
Well, that's why
It
we're
runs with the
asking
land.
that the language of the condition just be tweaked so that it only applies to the school and their affiliates. The school has no interest in selling the property, but they are a little nervous that in the event 10 years from now, they sell the property to someone else, that new owner is going to see that condition in the approval and think that the value of the land is diminished because of that condition.
Why would the value of the land be diminished? There's no as-of-right access to additional floor area.
We know. The school just thinks that it will.
Let's say it sells it to another school, and that's, because those are the ones who will make the deference argument, because making a unique physical condition hardship on a site like this will be quite difficult, right? So it's another school or it's a church, house of worship, right? Both of them will come in and say, oh, my program, I need more, right? So it has to apply to all future comers. So, this is the part that oftentimes you have that kind of heart-to-heart conversation with your client about this. We understand that this is a lot of money today, but what about tomorrow, right? And we haven't seen a single shrinking school, right? So that's even a house of worship, they tend not to shrink. Or if they do, they sell it to another one that's decidedly not shrinking, right? So it's sort of, and you don't have to decide this today, but it is something where it requires some soul searching on the part of the board of directors of the school.
So we actually have a representative from the board of directors
okay.
here. And the reason why we were just asking to limit the condition was they just wanted to ask. They felt like it just couldn't hurt to ask if we came.
Yeah.
But if the board is, want to speak?
Do you want to speak? Please
Is it okay if he comes up and just explains his position?
That's all right.
Yeah. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. I'm James Snyder, President of the Board of Trustees of the Learning Springs School.
So I guess Ms. Rubenstein has explained to you what our concerns are. We hear at the board many applications for enlargements of schools. And it's quite unusual for us to hear the idea that a school would want to potentially limit in its future the possibility of enlargement. So we want just to make sure that you've carefully soul searched, that you understand that this is it. You can't come back to us for an increase in floor area, and that means the size of your building is limited to the size of your building, right?
I understand completely your reasoning that you shouldn't be able to sort of double dip on your air rights, right?
Right.
If you're selling air rights, you shouldn't be able to then go back and get more. Our concern is, can I tell you just a second about the school a little bit? So we're a school for children on the autistic spectrum. We're an 853 school. I don't know if you know what that is. It's a Department of Education funded school. We're the last 853 school in Manhattan. It's good and bad. The good news is that most other schools have gone private, and they charge between $70,000 and $90,000 a year per student. The good news about 853 school is all our students come tuition free, right? So we can get people from all over New York City of any race, economic, every background. So we pride ourselves on our diversity. So the problem with that is we need to raise about $1.2 million a year, right, to break even, right? And so, part of the transaction that we're going through now is to help assure our long-term viability. And we don't plan to expand. We don't plan to extend the school. However, in 10 or 15 years, we may say, well, you know what, we'd like to do a high school. We can't do it here, and we want to go somewhere else, right? So it's all about retaining the maximum value in the property for the school's future, which is why we sort of wanted to limit it to the school.
But
You're
that's
getting that value, you're taking that value now.
Yes.
You're cashing out on that value today, something that you would have gained later in 10, 15 years to sell. You're just getting it earlier.
Understand completely.
We just want to ensure that you are equal to everybody around you for whom that rule applies. If you have your development rights and you sell them off now, you don't have them later and you can't claim them with your sale.
Right.
So we want to ensure that you stay even with all of the surrounding properties and make sure that your property does not have an advantage, which could come with a deference argument.
Right.
Not to mention the fact that if another school came back, they would have to address a self-created hardship finding, which they likely would not be able to pass.
And I understand your position, and I actually agree with it. I mean, I've been registered architect in New York for about 35 years.
Okay.
So I have some experience with this. I think the thing that I saw in the writing of the resolution was never, as opposed to, I mean, if somebody came back and asked for a variance, you could always say no, right?
So-
Because the word never is in there. then-
I think we are being a little bit more careful in how we are crafting it.
Okay.
It's asking for we do not believe there should be a variance asked with regards to an increase in floor area. But should you want a variance for height and setback or lot coverage or parking, or if there's any change in the zoning regulation that results in anything other than floor area, those can be considered programmatically, provided programmatically those findings are being justified.
So as Jessica said, we're going to go through with this at any rate.
Okay.
I didn't think it would hurt to ask.
You don't ask, you don't get.
Right. You know, as my wife says, if you don't ask, I can't tell you no. So,
Right.
So we just respectfully
Okay.
like to ask, but we understand
Okay.
your position.
All right, thank you very much.
And
Appreciate it.
certainly it wouldn't bar whoever in the future
Right.
purchases this from getting air rights from somebody else through a
Right.
purchase.
Right.
You'd be free to do that as well as utilize any air rights that may come to you through an upzoning.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, unless, which is something you should just look out for, your zoning lot development agreement prohibits this building from being enlarged because the developer doesn't want their windows blocked or something like that, right?
Believe me, we've been working on this for at least a year. So when you say
Okay.
soul searching and
Yeah.
and negotiations, we've been pretty hard at it. So.
Okay, okay, good to know.
Thank you
All
very
right, thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you very much for coming.
Okay, so I think that covers it. Are there any speakers on this one? Okay, so I think we have everything we need. The site plan was amended, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
And a motion to grant on condition, and the condition, as we've discussed, is that any future applications would not allow for an increase in floor area, which would be viewed as a self-created hardship.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. No increase in floor area under the current regular zoning district. If there's an increase in...
Above
No,
the max.
above
No increase
the
above
allowable
max
max.
allowed.
Yeah,
Right,
that's,
okay.
yeah.
I just wanted
Above whatever the maximum allow is. In an
Right.
R10, if they've used up all their floor area, then
Or,
they
or
come
if
back.
there's a future zoning district that allows something more, just kind of...
Yeah,
making sure.
exactly. Okay, sorry.
Once
Go
again,
ahead.
Chair Promoter,
Yeah, aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This
Thank you.
application granted. Item number 8, 2409BZ, 78-10, 164th Road, Queens.
Good morning, Jordan Most from...
Mr. Most, do you want to come
Oh,
visit me?
sorry.
Hi. I'm insulted, my goodness. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Want to sign in?
Jordan Most, on behalf of the applicant from Brian Cave Lake and Paisner. So we were at yesterday's review session. Happy to run through, so for purposes of some housekeeping items, I guess, with respect to the date of the application.
Yeah.
There was a question, I don't know, should I-
Give it
Yeah,
to Chair.
please. Thanks.
there are a few. Several highlighted items in there.
So you sent it to submit on July 26th?
And if you turn the page, you'll see that hard copies were also stamped on the 26th.
July 26th.
And
Yeah,
for some
okay,
reason,
good.
one of the sheets is somehow dated the 23rd. Again, there must be some stamped irregularities, because that's actually before the notary.
July 26th, 2015 was the magic date, so July
Right.
26th, 2019 is the magic date. So as long as you were in by then, it's fine. Okay.
Also, I guess in terms of housekeeping, I know that I think it was mentioned that the resolution may not have been submitted. I'm pretty sure it was in the electronic copy. Maybe it slid by because of its heading. It said, I think, BSA Board History and Resolution. There was a cover page. It should be in there, the
Oh,
the
it's there.
resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
Apologies.
It's okay.
Often we see it on our PDF as a separate document, so I didn't see it. Okay.
So with respect to some of the questions that were discussed yesterday, with respect to the neighborhood, there has not been any material change, really any changes at all. I sort of did a Google walkthrough. I know we gave you new photographs. I took a look back at old photographs with respect to, the two sets of photographs don't align so well, but we can put together a simple then and now sort of photo array if you want to show that the area has not changed
Okay.
really at all with respect to adjacent properties, 164th Road, et cetera.
So this all fits within the Putnam, the 6 tests under Putnam,
So-
which you're going to need to go through.
Right, so.
Right.
Okay, yeah, sure, I'm happy to, let me jump to that then. So.
Okay.
I guess the Putnam case is, my understanding and my reread of it again, which was really in the context of a vesting, of a particular vesting issue, sets forth a three-part test for the concept of abandonment. Obviously, we're here, it's been 8 years, we haven't gotten in the ground, there've been a number of reasons, which I set forth in the statement, that led to various delays and why this project hasn't moved forward. But with respect to the Putnam test, these 3 concepts are set forth there in a conjunctive manner. They're 1, 2, and 3, so it appears that you need to have tripped sort of all 3 of the tests. One is abandonment, one is that there's been recoupment, and the third is that there's a balancing between public safety, health and welfare, which constitute an overriding overriding benefit to the public to enforce again, in Putnam, because it was a vesting case, to enforce the current zoning as opposed to the old zoning. So I think that's just briefly, it's an important distinction, I guess, between Putnam and this case, is that Putnam involved vesting in the context of a municipal zoning change. So sort of a police power act, I guess, that was done for the public benefit. Does a developer retain their rights to proceed under the old zoning in the face of that? I guess this seems a little different to me because this is a site-specific grant of specific zoning relief in the face of hardship. So they seem a little different. There may be, I don't know if there's a different standard for abandonment in the context of a variance or other types of land use actions. I looked, I didn't quickly see it, at least last night. But I think in this particular case, an abandonment in the Putnam case was at least a 15-year window had passed where abandonment was ascertained, and there was also this sense that many other houses had been built, which effectively, when they looked at the fact that these other houses were not built, constituted their determination by, I guess, the court that recoupment had occurred.
Right.
And thirdly, it was a crazy site with all sorts of drainage problems and sewage problems and water problems that they were able to make a determination that we shouldn't allow this project to go forward because it really is a public benefit to enforce these new rules. We don't want those houses. There's so many problems on this site.
How about we laser this into the abandonment portion first?
So here, okay, so, well, there've been, so I would characterize, well, it's all part of the abandonment test. So I would characterize
that's why the chair mentioned
the first prong is that we haven't abandoned it. We still want to, I'm here because they do want to move forward. It's been 8 years. There've been a number of different delays and problems that slowed things down, equity requirements in the project, partner disputes, administration turnover at the facility, and basically that I would point to are elements of delay, not elements of abandonment.
But at a certain point, I think what Putnam stands for is enough delay is an abandonment.
And I don't necessarily, I don't take issue with that. I guess I would take the point that, the position that we're not there yet,
But
if you will.
But you have let your certificate of need lapse, and you've been using the property in such a way that it is a detriment to the people surrounding, in terms of the additional lots that are coupled with this, that are being used for some kind of storage.
Right, so there are 4 other houses, which, there's no vacant land, I guess, which is
yeah, there's
another-
one open lot.
I don't think there's an open lot.
There's 2 lots?
It may look like there may be a driveway area.
Oh, okay.
I think it's not, I think it's the back, actually, of the facilities lot, which has some depth to it. I'm almost certain I know the spot you're talking about. I think it's on I can never remember, the North
78th
Street,
Road.
because there's 78th Road and, of course, 78th Street, I think.
Avenue, right, is the northern one?
I know, yeah, I know the
Yes.
spot. It's,
Because there were violations issued for
There were-
many of these sites, one of which was
Not-
open storage.
Not many.
Well-
Lot 11 has 2 violations. Lot 11 is an adjacent house, and I believe that's the one on the north side. And it has 2 violations, one of which is for use, which is use-related, because it doesn't have a certificate of occupancy that agrees with the current use, which is mostly for office space, but some materials are stored in the yard. And that's how it's always been, and it's one of the things that's, I guess, an indication of the problem that the facility doesn't have the space on-site space to deal with its capacity needs.
But that was the explanation
Well,
9 years ago, right?
Right.
So, and I think the board kind of held its breath and said, okay, that's one thing, it's totally not allowed, but at least you're going to tear down the buildings and start construction. So it's been 9 years of using houses illegally where violations have been issued against some of them, one of which
Only the one.
reads pretty terribly, right?
I guess, yeah, I see those words too. Obviously.
Yeah, I don't even want to
Yeah,
read
that's
them
okay.
into the record.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. But when you think about it, it's sort of weird words, and clothes are clothes. I understand that it shouldn't be used for storage, but it's...
I'm not sure that clothes are clothes.
Well, all right. I don't think that's really the issue. I know the issue really is that those buildings shouldn't be used for non-residential purposes as long as they don't have certificates of occupancy.
Yeah, if you went in, you got a C of O to use it as a community facility uses, which is permitted in this district in some way or other, not as storage, but as offices or something like that, that'd be different. But for 9 years, they've been illegally used as
because that's always been the vision, I guess, and it remains the vision. So I understand that problem.
What's always been the vision?
To take down those buildings to create an enlarged facility that we wouldn't be having this, obviously, even if we had made enough progress, that we wouldn't be having that discussion, that wouldn't be on the table, because we'd be moving forward with the project. But
I think the problem is that it hasn't happened.
I understand.
And that for this time period, that's what it's been being used as.
Right. Which again is a permitted use in the district. Well, community facility use is a permitted use.
But not storage of stuff.
Well, maybe as accessory, well, again, that violation, we may be able to clear that violation. I think there are two. One that specifically mentions use, which can't really be corrected without either updating the certificate of occupancy or tearing down the building, obviously with an extension from the board. The other one is just the storage of stuff, which theoretically should be able to be corrected or addressed in a way that the violation can be removed and taken off the record.
So I think what I'm a little bit concerned about is, if I were to accept the argument that, yes, there has been, there's not been an abandonment, but there has been reasons for delay. But all these violations that were being cited, why wasn't the applicant taking the necessary measure to correct those, even though it was temporary?
First, I just want to clarify.
Because it's not a very costly issue, it's a very simple thing, because you don't want constantly to get the violation for use.
There's no constant, though. There are only the two violations we're talking about. There are two violations that are open on lot 11. The fees were paid back in 2001, and they haven't been removed of record, and they can't be. One of them certainly can't be removed of record. So this hasn't been we haven't been getting violations upon violations upon violations.
But you may not have received them, but you are in violation, right? So the fact that DOB doesn't keep going back doesn't mean that your constant state isn't violation, right? As far as we know, you continue to use those sites for storage.
And mostly for office. We didn't get cited. Well, we did get cited for use that's contrary.
Yes, so the office use isn't allowed either, because the Cs of O are for houses, right? And so it seems to me, and there was no effort understanding that who knows when this project is actually going to get going, understanding that there was a who knows when. It seems to me that somebody would have said, you know what, why don't we just submit some all-on applications, get these things turned into community facilities, if that's allowed, but then you probably would have code issues to deal with, because this is a e-occupancy in a house, in which case now you have fire requirements, egress requirements, alarm requirements, egress requirements, and things like that. So I'm, again, not that sympathetic to this idea of illegally using these buildings when there is actually a safety issue related to using a house as an office. You don't have required means of egress, you don't have fire, sprinklers, whatever it is you're required to have for an e-occupancy, if that's what it's still called under the current code.
As well as the fact that you claim in your papers that you have such administration turnover that it's not likely that you're going to have somebody who can lead this transition through to legality and then ultimately to building this new nursing home.
And nor are you arguing that there is some sort of timeline that you expect this to happen.
Well,
You haven't
the
even
administrator
gotten
of
the
the...
developer yet.
Well, we actually, I think at the very end of my statement, I mentioned that there have been discussions, and there actually have been more discussions with the developer. I can't talk about who it is, but now they're high-level discussions, and I believe that they're very close to bringing them on, but I think the developer now wants to know what's going to happen here. That before certain things like tens of thousands of dollars are expended on the certificate of need, for instance, Cicero Consulting and Associates, who was involved in this project back in 2010, they've got offices in White Plains and in Albany, and handle this work. They're the people who have been retained again recently to begin the certificate of need process. And a new architect has been brought on also. So both of those, that mini team is a team that's going to proceed with the certificate of need piece of the project. A developer is also being brought in because the operators of the facility and the owners of the facility are not developers. So they're bringing in someone who's got construction development experience and actually specifically nursing care development experience. So these are things that are all now they're beyond in discussion. They've either been retained or high-level discussion, and are all waiting to actually see that the thing moves forward before more money is thrown at those respective
It
tasks
seems like
or-
the cart before a horse phenomenon, right? So way back when, following the grant, there was a certificate of need issued, right? It was actively withdrawn. It didn't lapse, according to what it says on DOH's
Okay.
website. So an active withdrawal says to me, we don't need this thing anymore. We don't really know where we're going. And that was 4 years ago. And so we don't want to keep renewing the certificate of need. And I don't even know whether, as I mentioned, 2009 nursing home standards are likely very different than 2020 nursing home standards. And so what was approved in 2009 may not even be relevant to what the Department of Health considers to be an allowable nursing home. I mean, today maybe you're required to have a certain amount of open space or different sized bedrooms. We see that in hospitals all over the place, right? That they completely changed the regulations in the last 10 years.
DOH has always understood, though, that this project was constrained by site limitations and by the prior BSA approval. And I think DOH has always wanted this project to happen.
Understood,
Yeah.
understood. However, as Chair pointed out, the regulations, if you were to build today, whatever funding that you're seeking, you would have to meet the new requirements, and we don't know what those requirements are. I don't think from your applications it is clear you know what those requirements are, and therefore how that is going to affect the previously approved project. And I think those analysis is very much needed at your end. And I think it will also help you in giving us the assurance that you are serious about this project and you're looking at all the requirements that would be applicable for this project, barring, all the changes that are happening administratively, to kind of say you need this because you're building this project. We don't see that assurance.
Yes.
We don't even have a timeline.
Yeah,
Other than
typically we
we're in
always see-
talks with developers, that's
Right.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what high-level talks means. That
Right.
just means
We
the head
typically-
of the nursing home had a conversation with a developer. I don't know I don't actually know what that means.
We ask for timeline, we ask for deliverables and, where are your financial commitments, what are your administrative requirements that you need to, all of those need to be laid out for you to give us that assurance that this is going to happen with this extension.
And even after that, I would say, even after all these deliverables are here, I wouldn't go with like a long-term extension. I would go with I would call it test period and see if
Yeah, I
they
agree with
have
that.
material progress. We can grant another longer term. Let's say we can do
2 years.
in case we're satisfied, we can do like 6 months or a year to see if they really move forward significantly, and after that, we can move them forward. But before that, I don't think.
Right, because
I
if you
think the
think about
instructions
it,
are clear.
right, the idea of a variance being granted and you're supposed to vest your right to build, right? The idea of a variance being extended indefinitely makes no sense. The conditions under which the variance was granted 10 years ago, 9 years ago, whatever, it's a different thinking, it's a different board, it's a different, the community, there was community opposition to the project, you know, and maybe the community's attitude has changed, or there's reasons why the building should be configured differently than it was approved at today, then. There are a lot of things where sometimes it makes sense to come back for, for a new variance. Sometimes it makes sense because the old one is no longer relevant. And if we're talking, it seems to me that you're 3 years to go before you've actually made a deal, gotten your certificate of need, ready to go. You don't, I mean, the new architect, there's no drawings, right? Why would there be drawings?
They've only been they've been brought on right around
Yeah.
the time we probably filed. I don't think I had new plans then.
Right.
But I'm not sure. that
And
there's
brought
any-
on, what does that mean, right?
Retained.
Retained to do what? Studies?
To revisit, to go meet with the Department of Health in Albany and work through whatever plans. There may be new plans then that I can bring to you that show conformance with new standards or new requirements. at
Well, if
DOH.
there's some money, I think that's part of, when we look at these continuation cases and we see, in fact, we had one recently that we just voted on, where they had made all of these efforts, but the approval process was very slow. It needed many, many government approvals, and they went through, this is the reason it's taken us so long. We needed to get approval from this, that, this, that, this, that, this. And it was like 20 approvals, and each one they had just gotten recently. Now you say, okay, you may not have put one fork in the ground, but at least you went through this very long, quite tortured approval process, which shows an intent to complete. And the idea of us saying, sorry, too late, after they'd gone through that whole approval process, that would have been arguably unfair, right? Here, we don't see one effort made. In fact, we see the opposite. We see withdrawal of the certificate of need, not one application made to DOB.
There may have been reasons, I don't know the reasons for it, but you made.
But you don't know what, we don't know what they are.
Right, but you're making assumptions as well.
Because you didn't give us any
in the absence-
information.
I'll get you information.
We
then.
need,
Right.
so I think the instructions are clear. We need something concrete to entertain this.
Yes.
And I think that might be,
Okay.
that might be helpful for the developer to hear, to move this project on track. Because otherwise, we don't have anything
Right.
to move forward on.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that, I guess that there's a big picture issue here, which is that this is for a variance where there hasn't been physical activity on the site or a number of delays in 8 years, but it's about trying to take a facility that was built in the 1950s and bring it up to or as close to contemporary standards as possible, where we've got between 4 to 6 people sometimes sharing bathrooms in a facility that was state-of-the-art in 1955 or 56, and bringing it to a situation where there's no more than 2 people per room, and I guess to compel, because of, and we will get you as much concrete information as we can, but I don't think it makes sense to start this, to say that this process should start over from the beginning.
I think the board's just concerned that this isn't theoretical, and there's
Right.
actually
Yes.
something
And
happening.
we just need you to fill out all of the information we've asked for. It's not saying that we're not going to give you an extension, but your application is incomplete as to the facts, and we need those facts so we can continue with our review.
Understood.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Yeah.
Good morning, John Daly. I do apologize for not responding to this application earlier.
Okay.
The fire department does have concerns with this application. While we support the construction of it, we do, our concern has to do with fire department access under the current 2014 fire building code. Also, we would like to find out is, will the sprinkler system in the existing building be extended into the new extension? And will the fire alarm system also be extended into the new addition? These are 3 life safety systems that we're very concerned about, and while I understand they recently retained an architect, hopefully we'll get a complete set of plans of what those additions would include.
Okay, so when you say access, you're saying because it needs to comply with 2014 egress and access what do you mean by access?
Well, fire department access for an apparatus, fire truck going
Fire
along
department.
all 3 sides of the building, including 164th Street to the existing building. We would like to review those plans to confirm that our ladder trucks would be able to extend their ladders up to the roof to do roof operations. So that's a major concern.
Okay, so thank you very much. So this has to do with the floor plans, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any other speakers? Okay. So Mr. Most, this actually goes to this issue that we've discussed, which is so you don't get to build the building under the 1968 building code, or no, by that point it was a 2008 building code, right? You have to build it under the 2014 code. That's going to change lots of things, the staircases, the elevators, like all that stuff changed between those 2 codes. And as Chief Daly mentioned, I'm sure there were aspects of fire code that changed. And so the building gets changed just by sort of definition. And we wouldn't be able to allow for an extension just like that.
Right.
Because the building has to be brought up at the very least to those codes, not to mention the certificate of need requirements. So even if you didn't say formally receive a certificate of need while you're in this hearing, right, you would certainly need to meet all current DOH requirements. And then the next part of it is, but if the DOH says, sorry, we don't find the need, then what are we talking about? And they do that with, I know they do that with hospitals, where all of a sudden it's decided that this hospital will close, right?
Right, but I think, but I spoke with the certificate of need consultant, and he indicated that that's not the case, at least that his preliminary discussions with DOH were that they very much wanted this to happen, and they want the facility to be upgraded. So,
well, we need more than,
and I can,
you know,
I'll get you that.
okay. All right, so I think if the owners are serious about proceeding, about getting an extension, and they have to show more than, you know, in some future we imagine,
No, I
right?
understand.
They need to put their money where their mouths are, kind of thing. The architect needs to amend the drawings to comply with all current codes. We need some assurance from Department of Health that this is something that they would allow. I don't know how long a certificate of need application actually takes.
I've been told it's about, I think, 6 to 8 months. 6 to 8 months. They've been told that that's probably how long it would take.
And then you also have to make efforts to do something about these illegally occupied buildings, because we can't allow that to be going on if you're somewhere in the story 4 years out from even putting a shovel in the ground.
Okay.
Right.
It's more towards the safety of the neighborhood.
Yeah, safety of the users of those buildings and the immediate neighbors. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So again, yeah, pretty long. Yeah, and to allow the architect time to do the work, and for us to get assurances, right?
Late January or?
No, it would. I'd say longer. What?
Oh,
yeah, that's
sorry.
right.
If they're updating the plans, they should probably file it as an amendment.
Yes,
I'm
right.
sorry?
So if you're updating the plans, it's a good point, that this should be filed as an amendment. It's going to need to be an amendment in order to proceed anyway, right? So, and the neighbor should be notified of the application, because this was a controversial project. And if there's more information that we can get about the owner's, let's say, behavior in the neighborhood, we need that. Just saying.
From me? I'm not sure what that means.
No. Well, I'm just saying you need to notify the surrounding neighbors. So the way you would
For the next,
notify for the next
hearing.
hearing.
As a,
Yeah.
right, I understand.
Well, one, you have to amend the application to include it as an amendment if you're doing the plans,
What's the radius
correct?
of notice?
And pay a fee, and now you have to pay a notice, then you have to do a notice of
What's the
hearing.
radius
Say,
of
I'm
notice?
sorry, two people, you can't have
I
everybody.
apologize, Madam Chair.
Say what
So
you're,
if we're asking him to do an amendment, he has to amend the application, pay an amendment fee.
Okay.
And now you're notifying the neighbors.
so is it an amendment if you're changing the interior layout, but not necessarily what was the shape? Right? Well,
Yeah, it's just an interior change, you're not changing any of the bulk.
maybe, we don't know,
Well,
because
We
we,
don't know,
We've
because
had
it's,
situations where extensions of time were also approved by a letter of substantial compliance
oh,
contemporaneously.
okay.
So then it's completely up to.
If there are
your
no
architect.
changes to the exterior of the building, but only partitions and interior work, and of course, no, there's never been any change in the number of beds in this facility. I guess, is there a way that, that revised plans could go through a letter of substantial compliance process while I demonstrate to you that there's a need for?
No, I think it's too hard for us to get our heads around this project if we separate it up like that. So whether, you can talk with council and with Carlo about whether it needs to be filed as an amendment, but we definitely need to get the plans amended in terms of compliance with the various codes, because that'll reveal to us whether this is even possible to do under the existing variance, right? If all of a sudden, all the different agencies say, no way, the shape of the building doesn't allow for compliance with code, as many beds as you claim. By the way, your bed count's probably gonna go down because the cores got bigger.
Well, but the building is getting bigger too. I mean,
No, the interior layout of your building, to the extent that it implicates any codes that say you need to redo this whole thing or something like
yeah,
that.
I don't know, to the extent.
The
yeah.
elevator and stair cores are bigger today than they were in 2008. Okay? So that could affect,
It could,
lots
yes.
not to mention ADA access, I think that got more strict. So, yeah, not to mention things I don't know about. Okay. All right. So, yeah, like March. March.
Submission date, February 26th, with a continued hearing on March 17th.
Is there no earlier, do you think?
We're giving you time for some serious drawings.
Right.
Because I don't even know the extent of the architect's engagement. The architect could have been engaged for some minor work, and now what we're asking them to do is actually redesign
Okay.
the building.
226 and 317.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
appeals calendar, continued hearings, item number 9, 2018-129A, 484F, Sharretts Road, Staten Island. No, it's an A case, not yet.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Philip L. Rampula. We watched the review tape yesterday, and I contacted the engineer that did the BPP, and Chair, you were absolutely right. He should have been showing steel face curb on Marjorie Avenue. He made the change so that we have steel face curb both on Marjorie and on Sharretts.
Great, okay.
Would you like to see it, or?
Yeah, please. Did you already submit this?
No, I didn't
Oh.
have a chance.
Might you have a chance later on?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And then the only other comments had to do with the DEP filing.
Right.
So DEP said, we want you to file. The engineer submitted a letter saying that the existing capacity of the septic system will take the addition. But in order to file with DEP, he not only has to take care of the septic capacity, but he also has to take care of the new stormwater falling on the new roof. So that stormwater has to go into dry wells. And that's what we need the percolation test for, is for dry well. I'm sorry I was not clear in my cover letter.
okay.
But
Yeah,
it's
interesting.
percolation test for stormwater for dry wells, which is scheduled to be done in the next week or so.
Okay.
That's why they are asking for the testing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, to
It's not for the
determine
septic.
the number of dry wells, is that what it's for?
Well, what happens is you do a percolation test to reach where perk is, and
Oh.
depending on how many gallons per minute it takes, will dictate the number of dry wells to
Yeah.
hold the rainwater for, I think it's 3 inches in a 24-hour capacity, a 24-hour period, 2 inches in a 24-hour.
It's kind of looking at the capacity of the ground, how much water it can just let it go.
Absorb, Right. yeah.
And hence you determine the size and the number.
Because the dry wells allow it to percolate slower, right? Collects the water while it's waiting to percolate,
Correct.
right? Okay.
So I would
Mhm.
ask that
Mhm.
maybe we could close the hearing and
Yeah. Okay. Are there any speakers on this?
Is this going to be signed and sealed?
Oh, right, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, sorry. Can we have you please submit this?
Yes.
Signed and sealed, look at that face. Okay, signed and sealed. And submit this properly, and then second call this? So that, in other words, can your office send that to submit, signed and sealed? Because otherwise, we don't have a formal submission of the
Yes,
final drawings.
yes, we can
Okay?
do that.
And if we do this second call, then we can decide on it, okay?
Okay.
I didn't mean to close.
Do we have the note of the DUT and the roadway design on the drawings?
So what we have is they added a note that said, what was the note? The note
As a
about,
minimum, all private roadway sections that are part of the project subject application will conform to all applicable requirements of city/state DOT.
that's
But
on,
this is a city builder's paving plan, this isn't a private road builder's paving plan. He's required to file this through DOB and DOT.
DOT. So this is a real, this isn't.
This is not a private
Yeah,
road.
this is a
Okay.
completely different thing, yeah. Because these are CCO streets, right? Is Marjorie a CCO street?
No,
No,
it's a right-of-way.
it's a right-of-way,
Yes.
okay. But the builder's paving plan that you provided
Says it's a right-of-way.
says it's a right-of-way, but it's one that goes to DOT.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason it does is because Sharrett's has a CCO, has frontage
Right.
on Sharrett's. So that's the catch-all. So if they're going to look at Sharrett's, they're also are going to look at Marjorie.
Okay. Okay. All right then. So why don't you come back on second call and get your office to submit that and
Yes.
sign and seal? Okay?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
On the next case, though.
Oh,
Okay, item number 10, 2018-178A, 2 Oak Tree Way, Staten Island.
So Oak Tree Way, we also watched that review session, and my heart sank because my poor client has gone through a lot to try to get this single-family house built. And I fought with city planning, telling them that I have to get city planning done first before I go to the BSA. And they looked at me and said, no. So you were reading part of the email that city planning sent to Tony Matias.
yes.
But you didn't read the second half of the email, and I'd like to read it into the record if that's possible.
I have it now here. I was reading off of her phone, so it was hard to.
Okay, so it's the third and fourth dot. We recommended the applicant file for BSA approvals as decisions on access may affect the site plan, the zoning lot, and the ability of the site to meet the goals of the SNAD. Then the last dot is the last bullet. Notwithstanding confirming legal access, our office has no outstanding concern with the proposed site plan. So I would please ask you to, the only thing I have left is septic. I can't do septic tests till the rainy season. You want me to have full everything. I'd rather have that as a condition of the board.
What, the septic tests? Oh.
Yeah, DEP approval, because DEP
Right.
said submit. For me to submit for DEP, I have to do a septic design and septic percolation test, which can only be done in the rainy season, which is March through May.
Is this a requirement from the DEP?
Yes.
To do it in the rainy season?
Yes.
Okay.
That's interesting.
That's for septic, not for dry wells, not for stormwater. Stormwater I can do 12 months out of the year, but for septic, only the rainy season. Which makes sense, I think.
So one of the reasons, and I really don't feel comfortable about deciding on this now without talking to city planning. One of the reasons that I'm concerned about city planning's very recent behavior, because they didn't used to do this. They used to decide on everything, and then we'd get it, and then we could say, great, city planning reviewed all of these things, now we don't need to worry about it because they have all of those layers of review that we don't have. One of the reasons that I have concern is that we have in our file two completely separate sets of drawings for the shape of Oak Tree Way. We didn't have anything to do with the shape. One of them goes straight along the property line, and one of them does this little gentle curve around it.
The gentle curve is the latest set.
Okay, but so that's the thing is, we don't know that because we haven't talked to city planning about this application. Instead, we have that email that was sent where something was attached. It wasn't done in any formal way, right? So we need something formal from city planning. And at this point, I don't feel comfortable that we have a sign-off effectively from them. And then the other part of it is, as you can see, we never change the shape of the ways, of the routes. It's city planning who asked for that because of the natural area, right? So what if the commissioners, when they're reviewing this, decide that they are uncomfortable with the shape of the way or something else about the natural area that actually affects the roadway, then they're back to us again. This is the part that makes no sense. They're actually the ones who reconfigure the roadways. The only times that we do anything is when the fire department is not satisfied with the size of the turnaround. I note also that in that time period, going from straight to a different shape, the turnaround increased to having a radius of 32.6, and before it was only 32, and I don't know if the fire department is okay with the radius. And so, yeah, I don't feel like we're at the place where we can decide on it yet without talking to city planning further.
So when you say talking to city planning, do you mean an actual city planning natural area approval that's voted by the commission or
It's
a
to
letter?
it's to having a conversation with city planning initially, because I'm not happy at all with them now kicking this can down the road on all of their decisions, where they have 3 different kinds of review, or it goes through significant review, and then the idea of saying we're not going to do anything until BSA decides puts the review on our shoulders, right? Because we don't know upon what they base their decisions, we don't know anything, and they don't give us a sign-off. So we need to have a much deeper conversation with city planning about this.
I would suggest.
Not just this case, but in general, because we've seen it on another case. They did exactly the same thing on another case.
Well, we have a new director. We have meaning we, Staten Island DCP has a new director.
Okay.
They have relatively new staff. I am the chair of the city planning committee for both the AIA and the BIA, and I keep on trying to, lack of a better word, impart to them institutional history on how the process works. And they're doing basically what they think they should be doing.
So we can talk to others in other positions.
Okay.
Okay?
I think Chris Hadwin, the new director, would be the one that staff should reach out to.
Okay. All right. But other than that, with DEP, we can reach out to DEP and just ask them if they're okay with the conditional review, that's a different thing. But I would like to hear from fire department. I don't know whether fire department is invited into city planning reviews. That's the other part of it. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. Yes, our Captain Malloy and former Captain Resner, now Chief Resner, are invited to the city planning reviews. And Captain Malloy just last week did provide me a copy of the approved fire department plan. And going on the board's SharePoint, I was able to compare the plans that were filed with Department of City Planning, and they were same, with the exception of the entry driveway, which our plan had 24, but it's now 28 feet, and then the Oak Tree Way is 20 feet, which was approved by by Captain Malloy of the fire department.
Okay, so maybe, not, do we?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So, okay, so part of it is, what's difficult about this is maybe what we need is a formal letter from fire department with the attached drawing.
Which
that-
I submitted.
Okay, but from fire department with a cover letter from fire department saying this is the,
I can do that today.
yeah, that would be great. So part of our problem is we're getting stuff piecemeal, and it's very hard to figure out what's going on piecemeal.
Okay.
Yeah, we need like formal sign-offs from the agencies. That's what we're used to seeing, right?
In all due respect, I did
Yeah.
submit the fire department letter and the fire department stamp plan
Okay,
in my first submission.
okay. But then the shape of the roadway changed. So then I don't know.
No.
Yes,
Did the
it
shape
did.
of it change or the width change?
Just a
The
curb
width.
cut.
The width, was it a curvy entrance road at that,
Yes,
by
ma'am.
that point?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So the one that was submitted as part of the original application, the width is shown as 28 feet,
Right.
8 inches,
Okay.
and it narrows to 20 feet.
No, the entry.
Entry is
driveway
28,
28 feet on the DCP plan.
Right.
And the fire department was 24, so they widened it, which is great.
okay.
But
I just,
the width of Oak Tree Way on both fire department and DCP is 20 feet,
Right.
which we accepted.
okay, all
And
right.
then what about parking and all that stuff?
And no parking signs are going to be installed. They agreed to do.
Those little squares there, maybe. See those two squares right here? No, here, those little guys.
These guys?
Yeah, look at what the key says those guys mean.
FDNY, no parking
Okay.
anytime, so, and the radius of the
Turnaround,
turnaround, it says R32.
but that's not the most recent then. Then it went up. See, that's our problem. We have everything. We don't know what the last is.
This was submitted, dated, stamped as 6/7/29.
Right, and
In
then
that,
there's a
the
later.
width starts as 28 at the Oak Tree entryway, then it's 20-foot wide, and the radius is 32 feet.
Let me look at it. I'll make sure that CPC agrees with FDNY, which agrees with BSA.
Yes.
If I have to resubmit to FDNY, I will.
Okay,
But I think it's minor cleanup items, but I'll take care of it.
maybe so, but
wanna see
we rely on whatever.
You have it?
Okay. Okay. I asked about, okay, so let's see what we can do. We need time for city planning, but we also have problems with our schedule and certainly in December. What do we have in January? Yeah, that's good.
Submission date, January 8th for continued hearing on January 28th.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be back on second call.
Yes,
To
For the other one.
Just to submit this?
yeah, just to submit that on the prior case.
Okay.
So we should take a 10-minute break?
You don't want to do this last case, Madigan,
No,
because then
let's
we're
just
on
do-
the zoning calendar.
Oh, we are?
We'll feel like we're completing something.
Okay, if that makes you feel better, all right.
Item number 11, no, I'm sorry. Item number 11, new cases, 2019-166A, 8 Madigan Place, Staten Island.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Ron Rosati, representing the applicant. Yesterday, the comments at review session I'd like to address. There was a comment regarding GCL 36, Section 3B, which would allow this home to proceed as of right. That allows a home fronting an unmapped street to proceed as of right if another home was granted a prior GCL approval within the same block and fronting on the same unmapped street. There are only 2 other homes that exist on the same block and fronting on Madigan Place, number 34 and number 42, and those were both constructed in the early 1900s. The home that was referenced yesterday is technically on Lyman Place.
But it's the same, it's
It's
just
a
an L-shaped street that changes its name in between. Why would that make any difference?
I don't know, but I mean, just the reading of the text, it does say the same unmapped street. That is a different name of a street. And I don't necessarily know if that did receive a GCL approval. I'm just going based on the text that it is not the same unmapped street. We could look further into that.
See, I don't think, if you went to DOB, I don't think they would split hairs like that, because it depends on what drawing you look at, whether Lyman Place and Madigan, like where they change names. So you should look at whether this could be done relying on anybody else. I mean, it's kind of crazy. There are many houses here, right?
I believe the architect did look into this prior to filing. We'll double check. But
So if the architect looked into it, then the architect would have records of its search, his or her search, right?
To see if there were any prior GCL approvals.
Right,
for
so
those
why
homes.
don't you provide us with that
We'll
information?
look into that. Once again, I don't know how the buildings department will view it because it is not the same unmapped street. It's a different unmapped street. They're different street names.
But you can also say that access would be provided via Lyman instead of Madigan. That's kind of, doesn't make any difference whether you come in from the left or come in from the right, right?
We'll look into it.
Lyman terminates arguably right in front of the site, right at the driveway.
The driveway of the site is closer to Wilson Terrace.
Yep, but it's right there, right?
It's close, but just the reading of the regulation seems to state that it has
Right,
to be
but
on the
if-
same unmapped street.
If
which
you were
we're not.
using Lyman as your access point, and you had houses on Lyman, because that's a large frontage there on Lyman, right?
But the location of the proposed home is solely on Madigan. It doesn't, I don't believe, we'll double check. We'll look into that. I mean, if we can,
No, it
if
doesn't
the
make
buildings
sense.
department allows it to proceed as of right, we gladly proceed as of right.
Right, okay.
Second comment yesterday was Wilson View Place and why we couldn't front on Wilson View Place. If you look at the survey, the frontage along Wilson View Place, which does have a CCO, is very steep, and there are numerous trees in that area. The site is in the Special Natural Area District, where the Department of City Planning wants as much natural topography preserved. That's why the home is, once again, if you look at the survey, there's areas F and area D, which is the flatter areas fronting on Madigan. So that's where we're proposing the home. Fronting along Wilson Place is also the shallowest portion of the site. It's only 53 feet in depth. It varies, but that depth coupled with the yard requirements would cause the home to be pretty shallow, between 18 and 24 feet in depth compared to the proposed home, which is 25 to 33 feet in depth.
Wait, what's the difference?
We have a rear lot line off of Madigan. You don't have a rear lot line off of Wilson. It's a through lot portion off of Wilson. So when you couple.
No, but that doesn't mean you have to site the house differently. You're just accessing the house differently.
But it's extremely steep off of Wilson.
So it's not about the size of the house, it's about the steepness of the
It's the
slope.
steepness, it's, there are numerous concerns. There's no sewer on Wilson, so we would either have to provide septic or run a sewer down to Madigan Place, which would disrupt the site even more. So all 3 of those conditions led to the location on Madigan Place. And this is before the Department of City Planning, the Special Natural Area District. If they wanted the home to face Madigan, they would have told us that. They haven't yet.
Aren't you just requesting for an access, like a driveway?
Yeah.
Not that we flip the home around. The
No.
driveway could just, I mean, the answer would probably be the slope is the reason
Right.
why we're not gonna pursue a driveway, but
It wasn't clear
not
the
that
driveway.
you recite the house
Right,
and flip it
right.
around and
Okay.
change its shape.
And, or change
I didn't
its
understand it
sewer,
yesterday.
its access to a sewer system. You take it from wherever it is. This is the reason I'm not understanding. I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown. The only question is, why can't you have a driveway that's coming from a CCO street? And that was the question.
Okay, I think the
Right?
answer to that is simple. It would disrupt too much natural topography. There's so much steep slope
Okay.
along Wilson Avenue, all of that is preserved to remain intact. Another comment we heard yesterday, and in the statement of facts and findings that was submitted to the Department of City Planning, which was prepared by the architect, and we were not involved with that. They did cite December 15th, 1961. It's unclear why they cited that. I reached out to him yesterday. He wasn't in the office. His associate didn't know why that was in there. That date has nothing to do with lower density growth management anymore. As you cited yesterday, it's now December 8th, 2005. And even that date is irrelevant to the site, as that is only necessary for undersized lots. This lot is 13,000 square feet and meets the minimum lot area and lot width requirements. So not clear why that's in there. I could ask them to remove it. It has no bearing on this.
Well, so it's probably not a true statement is where I was going with that. So both, whatever it is, whyever it's being represented to city planning, it's probably not a true statement, but then it goes to the question of hardship for us. So, right, we do have a hardship finding
Right.
for the GCL waiver, and when you create the hardship, then what happens, right?
Well,
And-
the GCL there's no self-created hardship threshold in the GCL 36 code,
But-
as far as I know. And the other issue is, which you stated before, the steep slope condition does not allow us, the zoning does not allow us to access off of Wilson View Place, and that's being dictated by the Department of City
No,
Planning.
but if you have an existing lot, and the lot is already accessed from Wilson, and then you subdivide it so you no longer have that access, haven't you created the situation complained of?
You have, but that you're allowed to do that. I mean,
Does
we,
hardship, you're saying hardship isn't an equitable standard?
yes. But there's situations where you have GCL 36 applications where you have a home fronting, it's a deep lot, a home is fronting a city street, and you put a driveway to the back and front homes on that GCL approved driveway. That would be a similar condition, if you want to look at it that way, is where.
Another
there's-
unpopular GCL waiver type.
Although it is unpopular, I mean, it's not exactly this situation, but this is a situation where we have the Department of City Planning and natural features dictating access. Believe me, if we were able to access off of Wilson Place, because it has a CCO, I'm sure the owner would have done that and proceeded with that, so that we wouldn't have to come here.
So I would say that in order to make that point, you would look at the original zoning lot, which was only subdivided last year, as far as I can tell from
I don't-
minimal records.
I don't believe so. The only reason why I'm saying that is because zoning lots in the natural area district cannot just be subdivided. They need to go through city planning for a subdivision approval.
Well, let's just say then the tax lots were subdivided. They were commonly held according to the materials that I'm able to access through ACRIS. And I don't have access to the Staten Island version of ACRIS, which I wish they would use. But sorry.
You could still address it. You could go to the county clerk, and it's a little more complicated of a.
No, that's the thing. I've never succeeded in doing it online. It's just impossible. So every single time you try to see a document, it crashes. I don't know what kind of, Explorer you need or whatever, it just doesn't work. So anyway, and I'm sure there are others who can use it. I've never succeeded in using it. However, it seems pretty clear that those two tax lots were held in common. So if you wanted to really make your argument that this is not a self-created condition, then you would just show that had the tax lots not been subdivided or the ownership not been subdivided, you still wouldn't be able to access the lot from Wilson Terrace because you'd be driving up and then taking a right onto the existing property right over more natural area that city planning would never let you use, that kind of thing.
Okay.
That's how you would show it, because really, that's really the way the the seller should have dealt with it anyway, a cute little cul-de-sac that goes right up from Wilson Terrace, and you hang a right and you're on one house, and hang a left and you're on
But even,
their house.
Question, even if this lot was held in conjunction with an adjoining lot, if this lot is its own zoning lot,
You just said it. You just said it.
no,
wasn't.
I saying it wasn't subdivided recently. You had stated that it was recently
Well,
subdivided.
the statement was held in common, right? And as you know, when we look at regular variances, and we're looking at whether a hardship was created by the property owner, we ask, did you hold the adjoining property in common? Whether or not it was one zoning lot is irrelevant. You used the other property as yours. In this case, it seems as if, based on the survey, that the other property was being used by the former owner. So, therefore, subdividing the ownership and selling off this parcel arguably created the hardship complained of, i.e., I can't get to it anymore.
We'll look further into it. I
Okay.
believe the other lot has a home on it.
It does have a home.
Does have a home. So even.
But
You'd
they
have to
can
make
get
these
to their
also-
home.
You would have to make, give us the dates of the subdivision, what the history of these commonly owned properties, and if, expand on a hardship argument, and perhaps you do come to something.
Okay.
Mhm.
Understood.
Okay.
Regarding the natural area application was filed, according to the architect, on October 8th. Minor comments were received from the Department of City Planning. They're addressing them. And we did receive a letter from DEP yesterday just regarding connection to the sanitary sewer and stormwater disposal. We'll address that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it was only filed yesterday, last month, then the
Formally filed
city-
last month. I mean, they were in discussions with City Planning for months before that.
Okay. All right, so we need to wait for city planning's review, because they may want to recite the house or change the access, or we don't know. Right?
I would just state the GCL 36 approval is for street access.
Yes?
So the house could move on the site to preserve natural features, but we're still going to use Madigan Place to access the site.
But we don't know from where, right?
What do you
City
mean?
planning may say, move the access point.
Well, the curb cut for the house is going to be off Madigan Place.
Mhm.
It's never going to be, the only other option is Wilson View Terrace, and if they say that, then we're not even here.
So just so I understand, you're saying is that DCP will not want you to have access from Wilson Place because of the natural features there.
Correct.
And any access that they would allow because of the natural feature would only be possible through Madigan Place.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible for even though it's in its preliminary review, for city planning to put that in some form of letter saying that, that the natural features driving this site will preclude any possible entrance from the Wilson View Place?
I could ask for that, yes.
Mm-hmm. Something.
Because it only then leaves you with the corner of Lyman and Madigan, and Lyman you cannot, because again, it's part of the natural feature that's extending all the way out.
Correct.
So you need to kind of need to rule that out also with city planning.
Right. Oh, because that gray area
Right.
is also
Right.
natural.
It's really a weird angle you have there, but I think the same thing applies as I'm looking at the contour and the natural features. So in that letter, just spell those things out.
Sure.
So it rules out those two accessways.
Mhm.
It only leaves you with Madigan.
It's not even with Madigan, it only leaves you with a little bit of Madigan,
Right,
arguably,
exactly.
right?
Little bit of Madigan,
So
exactly.
we'd need to clarify what's the little bit, right? And then if you're moving a curb cut from here to here, maybe then that's not a big issue for us, but if it's moving much greater distance, it may affect, I don't know what it'll affect.
Sure.
I
Still.
think you're getting what we are asking.
Yes,
you to.
of course. Yeah,
Right.
we'll try to get a letter from City
And I
Planning.
think from what I vaguely remember from my one special natural area project, that I think these are some very determined decisions that are made very early on.
Yes.
So,
Made early on.
in the review process,
Ah.
it doesn't have to get to the final determination at the higher level. At the very staff level, these gets weeded out.
Yeah, and the whole purpose is to avoid these natural features.
Yeah.
And as you can tell from the
So there's
survey,
some
the placement
basic
of the house.
criteria. There's some very basic criteria, the slope factor, number of trees, all of those. So you're really going through the basic facts. And once you rule those out, it leaves you with very little space to build upon.
Okay. Okay. Chief Daly? Yeah.
Good afternoon, John Daly Fire Department. I was just looking at a Google map of Wilson View Place, and I do have to object in that the fire department will not have an exit out of Wilson View.
Because
We
it
can
doesn't have
enter,
a-
but there's no way for us to get out, to turn around.
So access from Wilson would be bad, in other words?
That's correct, yes. So, I currently have a draft letter to Captain Malloy supporting this application, a letter of no objection. I mean, they are going to provide a sprinkler system, and that there's a fire hydrant on Lyman Place that's 150 feet away, when code requires 250.
150 feet is measured from what?
From the hydrant to the front entry of the premises.
Oh, okay, so you only need to get to the property line.
And that's
there.
correct, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we need, you know what we need, okay. Are there any speakers on this besides fire department? No? Okay. So. Yeah, that's good.
Submission date, January 8th, for a continued hearing on January 28th.
Is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, now we're great.
So I'm gonna take a 10-minute, half an hour, what?
10 minutes? You want to do lunch now, or you want to do 10 minutes?
Can we start? Don't we have to wait until 1?
Oh, we
for the
do have to wait.
zoning?
Oh, are we up to our zoning?
No,
calendar?
we're not.
No, no,
No,
no,
you're
no.
not the new calendar.
No, no, no.
That's what.
10 minutes, and then, is that good? 10 minutes. Okay,
10-minute break.
back at 12:32. 12:35. Okay. What'd you say?
I thought we were really
Did you introduce?
Okay, we're back on the record. We're just gonna do one 1-second call out.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Item number 9, 2018-129A, 484 Sharretts Road, Staten Island. They submitted their builder's pavement plan.
Philip L. Rampula, it's all submitted.
Okay, and everybody, you saw it submitted?
Yep, it's right there.
Okay, sorry, were there any conditions on it? Tell me again the number.
Oh, sorry, 2018-129A. It's item number 9.
I just want to make sure there's no conditions.
Why can't I open it? I have it open.
Yeah, so that we have DEP conditions, right? So, and fire department. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
And it's signed and sealed.
And sign and seal, okay, good. Motion to close?
Sorry. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And the conditions are, which we sort of talked about, but DOB will, or DEP will review the adequacy of the septic system, which is what the perk tests are about. That the general comment that we have in all of our GCLs is that the roadway sections will comply with minimum DOT standards. And then the fire department conditions were, which are shown on the drawings, the addition must be fully sprinklered, Siamese locations must have a hydrant within 100 feet. The access roadway from Sharon's Road must be maintained clear at all times. There are no parking signs
On one side of the
located.
street, yes.
Yeah, right. The 25-foot 10 access roadway traveling east-west along the building frontage, that's where the no parking signs are, has no parking anytime signs. And the 30 by 30 frontage space at the main front entrance must have diagonal striping and state fire zone no standing.
Understood.
Those are all shown on the drawing. And I think that was it, and then compliance with DEP's requirements. Comment letter, there's a letter from whatever date, September 2018, but in general, DEP requirements.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, so on those conditions, a motion to grant?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you all very much. Have a very nice Thanksgiving.
Thank you, you as well.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 12, 4311BZ, 1926 East 21st Street, Brooklyn. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, this is the architect, and that's the owner? Okay, good. Yes. Okay.
In the meantime, good afternoon. Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday and heard your questions. We have a representative from the architect's office here today to explain it to you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done.
Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Hamdan Zindani from Babak and Associates Engineering, and I'm here to explain the measurement that was taken from the grade at elevation 0. The reason behind that was the elevation 0 was assumed, the base plane, because this was done without the survey. We had a property survey when we were retained for the job, and based on our measurements on site, we used 0 as our grade. Once we were provided with the architectural survey that shows the elevations on the grade, which was in this case 20.80, that was the grade number, and everything was adjusted based on that number.
Okay, so if we were to just say you're measuring 21 feet to the perimeter wall height, right?
Right.
So, in other words, there isn't any difference between the drawings where you call grade 0 and where you call grade, whatever it was, 2.8.
20.8.
20.8.
20.8. There's no difference in the height above the sidewalk, in other words, between those two?
No difference.
Okay, that was the critical thing. Okay, great, thank you, that's helpful. So then I don't think we had any other issues, except to say that I just want to remind you that because the existing building was not built according to the approved DOB plans, that you need to correct any discrepancies that might exist between the approved plans and the and the proposals that you submit to DOB going
course,
forward,
yes.
right? Okay. All right, then. Are there any speakers on this? I appreciate you coming.
Thank
I
you so
appreciate
much.
the owner coming. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the standard conditions, which are the removal of more than 50% of the existing walls and joists, as shown on the DOB-approved plans, will void the special permit. And just as the owner is here, the drawings represent the full scope, and the architect, the full scope of what is allowed to be constructed on this site, and nothing should be constructed beyond what the scope is that's shown on those drawings. And if it's discovered, and we've done this quite recently, that more work is being done on the site than is shown on the approved drawings, the permit will be voided, and the site will receive a violation for improper work, okay? We take this very seriously. There are a lot of violations in the community, and we're trying to prevent that from happening in the future. So, and then I just want to reiterate again that the existing building that was not built according to the approved plans, DOB approved plans, drawings going forward with DOB need to clarify what the changes are between the sort of new work and the corrective work and the originally approved drawings. Okay?
So the motion to grant.
Motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application's been
much.
granted.
Thank you.
Item number 13, 268-14BZ, 2310610 Northern Boulevard, Queens. This application's been requested to be withdrawn. Do you want to vote or just withdrawn? That's it?
Oh, yeah, motion to withdraw, right, okay. So a motion to withdraw?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Item number 14, 15715BZ, 3925 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. Lyra? What did
She just walked outside.
I think this one's adjourned, but. 14. Just, yeah, because the other one was adjourned, sorry.
That is correct, for our conversation last week.
15715BZ, 3925 Bedford Avenue.
Right, per our conversation, Lyra Altman from Law School, Lyra J. Altman, per my conversation with Tony Matias, the architect was unable to attend today as he is at the apartment buildings all day long in appointments. So we will have to take an adjournment on that, as I know you would like him here, and he is more than happy to come in the future.
And the
Right,
owner.
so, but,
And the
I-
owner as well. The owner was available today, though, as well.
Okay, so the owner will come as well, but
course.
since there were comments at review session, the drawings need to be corrected.
Right, we did hear your comments, and we are passing those along to the architect as well, and we'll have that taken care of.
Okay, all right, so adjournment.
Submission date, January 15th, for a continued hearing on February 4th.
Thank you very much.
Item number 15, 23115BZ, 5278 Post Road, the Bronx. We have a request to withdraw with.
Without prejudice, okay. So I'd like to make a motion to withdraw the application without prejudice, and I want to just let everyone know that we'll have a full resolution that describes what the board considered and what it stated during the review session yesterday, okay?
Okay.
So a motion to withdraw?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Item number 16, 2018-3BZ, 154-160 West 124th Street, Manhattan. This application is requested to be withdrawn.
Okay, so a motion to withdraw?
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta? Item number 17, 2018-59BZ, 3030 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Sign and then I'll swear you. Have anybody else with you? Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to city board member questions? Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners. Jacqueline Skirnchi of Ackerman LLP. Yesterday, we attended the review session and recognized that the primary concern of the board is the egress through the intervening space, which is currently used as a weight room. I would like to request permission to share photographs of this space that were taken yesterday, which actually the applicant has heard your concerns and moved all of the equipment off of the wall that is where the exit is located, so that there is a clear path with nothing in.
So I know that you're not the person who's promoting this, but whoever is the owner here by any chance? No. Okay. If the person who's promoting this has ever been in a weightlifting, well, they're really not weight rooms. It's labeled as an aerobic room. So an aerobic room means you use balls, steps, little weights. People stand all in a row, either in front of a mirror or not in front of a mirror, and everybody has their little collection of balls, steps, weights, whatever other little contraptions, right? And they hold them in their hands or stand on them, and in a fire, in a panic, they drop them and they run. And so in fact, never mind the panic, at the end of a class, they drop them and they leave and somebody else cleans up, right? And so what you're talking about is in a panic, dropping them and running, and everyone else in the gym who, for whatever reason, can't go through the first means of egress, that's where the fire is, will run and trip over all of the weights, balls, steps, whatever. So that's the reason why you cannot use a room that uses these little objects as the means of egress. So I don't want to see a picture because that's the fact.
That's actually not what the room is used for, and there's equipment in there right now that I would like to share the photos for the record,
Okay.
showing what's actually in this space.
It's labeled as an aerobic room.
It's pretty clear. There's TRX equipment that it's very, it's heavy equipment that cannot be moved. Yeah, it's stationary
All right,
equipment.
let's see. Sounds like the story changed. You know, part of this is, do you have access to the floor plan? Can you see, do you have a floor plan in your folder?
Council, is this the extent of what's going to be in this room? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
yeah. I
believable.
mean, that was taken this morning, actually, at 5 a.m. Because what was there before is that bike, it was on the other wall, and we had that moved over to the other side so that there is this clear path.
Sorry. Hard to believe. Real estate's expensive. You don't put two pieces of equipment that two people can use into a room like this that's 19 feet wide by 30 feet long, that actually shows on the drawings provided by whoever prepared these drawings, little circles indicating the place where you store the balls, and label it aerobic room if now it's got one basically like stair climber and one universal machine. You know, I understand that everyone's trying to get around this, but it's not believable. If you would look at the floor plan, there's a weightlifting area above the men's locker room, and the wall there coincides with the staircase, a fire stair. I mean, not a staircase, sorry, a fire corridor. You could put a door there, and I think you would get legal egress to a fire corridor.
This is technically allowed by code, and we've spoken with the fire department, and there's no objection to the egress as proposed. And if it's a question of updating our plans to show what the existing conditions are, we can do that. But I don't think that's an accurate reflection of what the space is being used as today.
I also believe that we discussed at the last hearing that this isn't just about a code condition and actually has to do with the board's standard notes that they put on the plans, which is for unobstructed egress. And so to the extent that it's not believable that this room is just gonna sit empty, and that potentially medicine balls and barbells would be used in this location, that would not be the sort of unobstructed egress that the board typically expects to see on the board-approved drawings.
Right, so, and to that point, the rest of the drawings show fixed equipment of this type, which was not shown on the drawing, right? So the fixed equipment, you can see exactly where the various universal machines are, other kinds of weightlifting machines, the spinners, the rowing machines, everything is shown very clearly on the drawing that's provided to us. And then there's this room called aerobic room with nothing in it. And then all of a sudden, we get a photograph with two things in it. These are heavy, so I can understand why they didn't bring more things.
Well, that's what the space is being used as for today. So if it's a question of updating the plans to show the fixed equipment, then we can provide that. And
So
I understand
where's the aerobic room going to be now?
there is no,
So
like,
they're not going to
this is
provide
what
classes in this
yes,
place.
with fixed equipment. It's TRX equipment that's in there right now. There, you can see there's a TRX machine for, not machine, it's ropes. It's a standing
all
heavy
alone
equipment.
in this room. So the only way that I would buy this, because I'm relying on the drawings that were given to us and the representation that was given to us at the last hearing, where other counsel from your office got up there and told us what was going on in the room, which was little weights, balls, all of that stuff. So now it's changed. The only way I would buy this is if there was a wall, a knee wall that was installed that gave you a clear line of egress all the way to the back wall. Because to shift the story, it's just not believable anymore.
I don't believe we're shifting the story. I mean, the
No, you are.
equipment has
You have to
been
have
there.
listened to the testimony at the last hearing. The last hearing, we were told what the room was going to be used for. That's how we had this conversation. It was brought up to us by the community board, who expressed concerns about the same thing. And then we said, come to think of it, the community board's right. How is that room being used? And the answer was balls, weights, aerobics, et cetera. And we said no. And the response was, the building code does not require us to not have balls, weights, et cetera. And we said, just as Mr. Steinhaus just said, no, we require a clear area, right?
There is a clear area. I mean, it's pretty clear from the photographs that this is.
I think what
Clear
you're
pathway.
hearing is that and the way I would look at it is that if you're saying this is what the use is actually not aerobics, fine. Revise the plans. Revise the plans, show all the machineries that should be in this room, because real estate is prime. Nobody's going to have such a large empty space with just two machineries. So if this is really going to be used for all the machineries, lay out all the machineries, have a clear path through these, and we have seen,
Okay.
right?
And maybe
Just-
change your statement of
and
facts.
change your statement of facts, because it does say there's an aerobics room. Give us a clear, operational plan and program as to, do you offer any classes? If you do offer classes, it better not be aerobics classes. Maybe these are, bicycling classes and things like that. So you're basically now asking us to ask you this question, where you do need to give us a little bit more operational plan, program plan, so that we see the connection between the space layout and the services this particular facility is providing.
Okay, understood.
And once you do that, I think we can accept. We may be in a position to do that. I'm not saying we
Right.
can. We may be getting in that direction, but you need to give us that. If you're saying this is the actual layout, this is not still the actual layout. You still need to draw out the line where somebody's going to walk through.
Okay.
Right? And if you have a stretching area in here, sometimes gyms do have a stretching area, demarcate that stretching area, so that it's not in the line of path where things would be strewn all over the place. So you do need to then look at the plan and make sure it comports with what you're saying.
Okay.
They
Understood.
don't have any stretching here.
And just be aware
That's it.
that we
No, and
have,
if you do,
we have an officer who can go to the site anytime and look at the conditions. And if the conditions are not compliant with the drawings you submitted, I believe you're leaving the door open to come back. So it's a waste of time. If their intention is to play game here, I would suggest that it's better not.
Yeah, I don't think that's the intent, so. I
And
think-
by the way, installing a door, it's no big thing. You could easily solve this problem by putting a door in another location, which is remote from the front door, and I'm pretty sure that when you do the measurements from the most remote area, you comply with the maximum distance requirements. So installing a door ultimately is cheaper than not having aerobics classes that you arguably charge for, or let's just say, encourage people to come, because a lot of people go to gyms because they have classes. Yeah, right here.
The only difference is
The
this
door
would be-
swings.
There's a steps that's leading up.
This one also has a
Right,
step.
so the step is here. Here there isn't, so one would have to build the stairs to get to this level.
No,
Yeah, I
see,
don't
it has
think
another means of egress.
it's
It
gonna
goes
be
right
cost
out.
prohibitive to
It goes right
redesign
out
the
that's
space,
this door.
the way you're suggesting.
This is at a lower level as this.
No, this
Whereas
is
here it is it's a ramp slopes
all right.
up.
So maybe, okay. So you
So
put steps.
I'm just speaking for myself. I think this is a good time for you to revise the plan to reflect what
Sure.
actually is being used for and correct the narrative accordingly.
Okay.
And provide the revised plan and the layout, possibly, photographically, to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And I was looking at the plan, if you think it's not feasible, show us that. If the alternative that the chair is saying, if it's,
Yeah, I mean, she's asking us to, like,
No.
pretty much do construction within the
It's not-
gym, and it's.
No,
That's
so that's
taking
the thing
space
is,
out.
what I'm saying is you install a door, and maybe there's a requirement to install a little platform with a couple of steps. So it's an illegal occupancy at the moment, right? It's a gym that doesn't have a permit, right? So it went ahead and installed the gym and didn't check on the layout relative to what's required by the BSA. So making that small change, by the way, this was a built-out gym, right? It's got showers and lockers and all of those kinds of things. In order to comply with safety concerns, it's not a lot to be asking if the intention really is to use that room as an aerobics room, which seems to me is consistent with how gyms operate. The idea that you don't have any aerobics classes or yoga classes or anything is probably not true. Almost every gym offers classes, so if ultimately it's going to switch to that, to Commissioner Sheta's point, we can inspect, and if we find that it's being used differently than what the drawings show, and it's material to safety, you don't want to advise your client to do something like that.
Okay,
Okay? All right.
thanks.
Jacqueline, you gotta wait for.
Are there any speakers on this? No? Okay. All right, then, so we need to have another date. There's nobody to speak on this? No representative from the owner here? I'd recommend you bring the owner the next time. Okay.
I mean, the operator of the gym.
Yeah, that's what
The
I mean.
operator of the gym.
Submission date, January 15th, for a continued hearing on February 4th.
Okay.
Just one quick, were these photos submitted into evidence or into the record or no?
Yeah,
They were?
they're
were?
submitted to the record.
The change is, it's a 2.5. It's a few steps.
Item number, I'm sorry, may I go on, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
January.
Item number 18, 2018,
Sorry.
160.
What was the date again?
I'm sorry, February
February
4th was the hearing date. Item number 18, 2018-168BZ, 1769 East 26th Street, Brooklyn. Are you people here? Yeah, okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? So who's Bingen? Please print. No, right here, print.
Good afternoon again. Lyra Altman from the Law Office of Lyra Altman. We did have somebody attend your executive session yesterday and heard your comments. With respect to an inconsistency in the floor areas.
Sorry, could you speak up?
Sorry, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, with respect to an inconsistency in the floor areas, we checked all of the plans. It seems like the inconsistency was on the zoning analysis form. One of the lines was correct. When it was the FA total was correct, the FAR total was FA residential was incorrect. That's now been corrected. We have the revised zoning form for you. With respect to the rear of the building, we have an architect with us today, Mr. Moster, who is the representative of this client. He'll be
And I
happy
just
address
want to
that with you.
add, because it just came in yesterday, we have a newly submitted letter of opposition from a neighbor who's opposed to the building occupying the rear yard and at 3 stories. He provides photos of the rear yard condition to show that the houses line up more or less, and expresses concern about the loss of light caused by this new construction. I don't think this neighbor's aware that we pulled the house back to 27-foot rear yard, but I appreciate the concern about the 3 stories as I've expressed yesterday at the review session.
Also, in response to that, I'd like to just point out that we've heard some comments from the neighbors. We did also submit over 30 support letters from neighbors, including one of them was a neighbor who had previously opposed. When he saw what was actually happening on the site and wasn't just hearing rumor, he actually withdrew his opposition and submitted a support letter for us, and he said that in his letter.
I don't know if we saw those letters.
Those letters were all submitted. I know I did confirm with your office that they were received.
I don't
It's not my
remember
case,
seeing
so,
them.
I didn't see that.
I can tell
Yeah,
you,
they're-
I can
they're
tell you who I
not
spoke with,
in
and I can
our-
resend them to you with pleasure.
We have,
But I did confirm with the front desk that they were received, and again, it's my pleasure to resend them to you, because they were all sent electronically.
168 BZ.
we have 4.
I don't think I looked at
We do have,
They came in batches. They were coming to my office, so I sent them in batches to you as I was receiving them. So I think there were 8 or 9 in one batch, maybe 5 in another batch.
okay.
But they were sent to you. As I received them, they were forwarded to you.
Okay, so I'm finding, of course, maybe arguably it's different when it's your immediate neighbor versus people in the neighborhood, right? So,
Well, some of the immediate
there-
neighbors signed as well, I would point out.
okay, so that's what I mean. I don't know how to tell without really digging in which ones. We have a few.
We do have immediate neighbors. We also have the client here with us today. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to tell you exactly which of his neighbors were supportive. But I would also
No.
point out that in response to some of the comments from the neighbors, what we did was we actually looked at the building, and the height was lowered from 35 feet to 31 feet in an effort to reduce the impact. Another change that was done is that it doesn't go 3 stories in the rear. The building right now is 2 stories, and then it actually has a hip,
This is all.
which wasn't asked for at the last hearing, but was something we thought would be a nice addition for the neighbors. We also removed the balcony in the rear on the second floor, which we thought would be beneficial to the neighbors. Now, with respect to the rear of the attic, I'd like to bring up Mr. Moster to discuss that.
Okay.
We only have 13.
I see 8 so far. 9 maybe. She's in.
Madam Chair, would you like me, while he's speaking with you, would you like me to re-forward all of those support letters to your board right now? Because I can do that. That would be convenient.
I don't know, I see like 10 letters submitted
You know
at
what it
different
is?
times in October.
No, you know what it is? October, if you scroll it, there's like 4 letters. It'll say consent letter, and then if you touch on it, you'll scroll, it's like 4 letters after, there's 4 letters.
Some are larger
Right.
packs, some are smaller
Yeah.
packs.
I get up to about 10 letters. I don't get 30, and I don't know if they're duplicates because that takes time to look at.
That I can tell you, there are no duplicates. I was careful about that as they came in. I was checking them. But I'd be happy to resend them to you if you would like, just to make sure you have them all. Would that be preferable to your board?
Yeah, resend them, I'll
Sure.
double check them against,
send them
maybe
right
they
now.
may went to the case file.
Okay.
No, see, these are, yeah, they're scrolling after, that's what it is. There's more than one in each.
No,
scroll.
I know. I see 4 in a pile, but not
They're
30.
different.
I see
One's
a
an
total
objection,
of
one's a
10.
grant. One's an objection,
Oh.
one's a consent. So they're
Okay.
different,
So they're different. Okay.
yeah.
All right. So Mr. Moster.
Menachem Oster for
Consent.
Gregory Zinkovich.
Mm-hmm.
Objection. Okay.
What I would like to make clear is the space that we're using in the attic. I was advised by Lyra that the board has raised an issue with regards to the rear portion on the attic. But from our perspective, this is a very small space that we're leaving for mechanical use. We need approximately 3 ear handlers over there. If we designate the space, which is right above the cathedral ceiling, which shows a ridge height of approximately 7'8", I think that would be the most ideal space to put those ear handlers. The other spaces,
How big are the air handlers?
air handlers are approximately 3 feet by 3 feet by, they could have 10 feet approximately.
So in that area that you've got behind the bedroom, I don't even know how you get to them according to your drawing. So there's no way to get to them according to your drawing, right?
It's
So-
you could crawl, it's on the 5 feet.
No, you have walls, right? So unless.
Correct.
So you don't show any access to
We
any
ha-
of that in the back?
You're right, we have to show an access door.
Okay, so it looks to me like if you were talking about 3 feet by 3 feet by 10 feet, that area that you have, I don't know why that area is under 5 feet, whereas the other, is that what is going on that you have extra height? That's not shown on your roof plan. Why do you have extra height underneath one portion but not underneath the other portion next to the shower?
Actually, that's an error, because under 5 feet only represents the sides of the building. That portion should be, does have height.
Okay, so what I would like you to do is designate an area between the 5 foot and the ridge height that's big enough for your air handler, and then drop the rest of the roof height down.
Understood, but there's hardly any more space left, because the space behind that is cathedral ceiling for the master bedroom below, and the rest of it is already hipped, which is lower. There's no space below that.
The cathedral ceiling is not taking advantage of all the way up. It's only going to maybe 4 feet above the,
Correct, and
right, so that's all you need.
that space is also is being utilized for the mechanical.
You just said you needed an air handler of 3 feet by 3 feet by 10 feet.
Correct, 3. I need 3 air handlers. One for this floor, one for the floor below, and for the first floor. For the cellar, I'll keep in the cellar.
And the
And-
10-foot dimension is, it's which way? It's 3 feet high by 3 feet long, wide by 10 feet long?
Yes. And they need some
Long air
space.
handlers? Those are very large air handlers. You need so many?
We need 3, yes, sure. For
3
each
that they're 10 feet long?
Let's say they're 8 feet long. Then
Well, what are they? That's the point, right? So what I'm trying to avoid here is the argument is that you're not going to be using that area to the rear of the building for occupancy. Meanwhile, it has the same ceiling height as the front of the building that's going to be used for occupancy. Because the neighbor was very concerned about the height of the building, and I am too, because you've got complying rear yards all around, and I don't see any reason for maintaining the entire roof line all the way to the back, then you could cut the roof back at some earlier point and reduce the apparent mass even more than you did at the rear?
It will make it very difficult because the space over the cathedral ceiling is much higher than the space behind that. So that means, let's say if we do a gable roof and we end it right over there before the cathedral ceiling, then there would be like a large step. Ideal would be if we had a flat ceiling, which wouldn't work over here. Besides for the fact that we need space, we need approximately, I would say, if we have, I would say about 20 square, for 30, 40 square feet for the air handlers to lay, and then we need technicians to be able to get there, ductwork to run, so on and so forth. I don't see that this space is so significant. And then behind that space, we were going to do a gable roof, but we did a hip roof just to compensate, just to give in to what the board has requested. So at this point, the mass of the building is very little towards the back.
Okay, so let's make it simple.
Mhm.
You go from the top of the bedroom at the rear,
yes.
which is not, which is part of the master bedroom I think that's a walk-in closet of all things, right? So,
Bathroom.
no, it's walk-in closet. So this is the other part, that it's both a bedroom, a bathroom and a walk-in closet, right? So it's not like you need great head height there.
No.
Right? So you can start the slope of your roof back there and slope it with a much lower incline than you currently have. Right now, you're at whatever that is. Drop the incline down much more severely, and then by then you'll meet up with your past your cathedral, and then you'll have head height for your mechanical equipment. Okay?
I would gladly do that. Sorry.
Okay, and then correct the representation of the 5-foot ceiling height, because, of course, that's floor
Correct.
area.
Correct.
Right? And correct your floor area.
Correct.
And let me just make sure. And when you correct your floor area, we still need to keep your, let's see, what's the requested floor area? Okay, you're still
0.95.
under,
Yes.
you're proposing
Yeah, less,
.83, right?
correct.
Okay, you're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. 0.83, that's what I have.
No.
And if it's not correct,
We have 0.95.
proposed is
0.95.
0.95, or
0.95.
0.95, okay.
0.95 based on the
Okay.
last.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Mhm.
We had previously
Yes.
had 23,
That was at the
48
beginning.
That was
Mhm.
older, much
Mhm.
older.
Okay. All right, so now you know what to do, okay?
Okay.
And please, Mr. Moster, I beg you, go through your drawings 5 times. And take the drawing, the BSA calculation sheet, and make sure they match identically. And on each drawing, make sure whatever information is on drawing A, it matches the information on drawing D, like when you have a section, the information on the section and the plan that it's taken through, they have to match.
Absolutely.
Okay, please, I beg you. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
100%. We'll do that.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, and then the other thing is, Mr. Moster, on your you have these charts that indicate how much floor area is where. Clarify what you mean by gross versus
Zoning. We
zoning,
clarified.
right?
We sent it to Lyra, and she sent it to the board, but we didn't have, she didn't send the hard copies, but we did.
Okay.
Well, I'll make sure that it's on
Okay.
the next.
And if there's a difference between gross and zoning, then we need to see deductions. If there's no
Clearly.
difference, then that's the
Clearly,
same.
yes.
Okay? Okay, thank you.
Just thinking this through and talking it out, because we had actually discussed this last night as well, other options of what to do. It's not an ideal scenario, and they're going to have to figure out where to put the air handlers, but something else we discussed was potentially trying to do a flat roof in the back. Again, we don't have a place for the air handlers if we do that, which is something to discuss. If we were able to provide this to the board, is that something else that would be amenable to your board?
A flat roof in the back, of course, but
I
so
ask 'cause-
what you might do is, for instance, room for the air handlers, then drop down to flat, then you get a little balcony from the bedrooms.
Well, I asked because those plans were actually drafted last night, and I do have those plans available. If we were to provide those plans to you today, is that something that your board would consider a faster turnaround on this application?
We still have hearing schedule, so that.
I understand, that's why Mr. Cohen would like
So-
me to ask you, so I have to
turn
ask the
around. This
question.
is how you speed up an application. Don't make mistakes and be responsive to our comments, right?
Understood.
This keeps going on and on and on because we find mistakes in every submission. And so that's why I'm begging Mr. Moster
I hear.
to take responsibility for making sure you can't find one mistake. Challenge someone else in your office to find the mistake on your drawings, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hear what you're saying.
Thank you.
I'll steal those back.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Submission date, January 15th, for a continued hearing, February 4th.
Do we need a revised statement of facts or anything?
Everything
We'll
should-
confirm everything. I believe the
Yeah.
statement is accurate, but again, when I see
She's
the
gonna
revised
change.
plans, I'll have to check it again.
There's a speaker.
Oh, there's a speaker. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
We're
Oh,
so
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
So please
Thank
come.
you.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
the neighbor.
speakers. Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. You're opposed.
But that's not the same.
You're the neighbor.
It has a window.
Are you speaking also? Okay, so you're gonna have 3 minutes. Okay.
Oh, she's looking at the door.
3 minutes each,
He's
yes.
on the website photo with all the equipment.
Yeah, yeah, so this is looking this way. That's the, good, okay.
Please state your name for the record and your adjacency to the,
Ray Dobrin, I'm the house behind the premises in question, my backyard, but their backyard. I will have to be very fast because I'm told we only have 3 minutes. Okay, while the current expansion plan does call for moving the back wall back by 3.5 feet, this is a very small concession compared to the vast amount of rear yard that the expansion would be destroying. The new plan would leave 19 feet between the rear of the first.
No. I think you don't have a most recent. We required that they create a rear yard of 27 feet.
This is to the balcony, to the edge of the balcony. That's the 19 feet.
Oh, you're measuring to, there's no more balcony. Now you're
There's a
measuring.
balcony on the first floor. so-
That's a porch, right? The porches
Right.
are at grade, right? So everybody can have porches in their backyard.
Well, it's a balcony. It looks like a balcony on the plan.
It's at the first floor level.
First floor.
Right, okay.
Okay,
so-
just stating the fact, there's at least 19 feet between the rear of that balcony and the property line.
Porch.
Now, remember that in order to grant a special permit, the benefits to the community have to outweigh the disadvantages. There are no benefits to the community from destroying the open air and sunlight-filled space that now constitutes the entire row of backyard spaces on East 26th Street. Okay, I'm going to cut a lot of this out and jump to the point that you discussed. This is old news now, but I went down to BSA records on November 13th, and they copied the entire database of consenting and objecting letters for this house for me. There are 13 letters of consent, not 33. The statement that Lara Altman made said that the consenters include 4 of the 5 houses immediately to the north of the premises and the owners of 4 houses immediately to the south of the premises. In fact, there are only 2 of these 9 houses have consenting letters in the database, 1777 and 1783. Now, obviously, the houses that are adjacent to 1769 will be the most harmed by the proposed expansion. 3 of the 4 houses surrounding 1769 have submitted letters of objection, 1773, 1770, and 1770 East 27th Street. And for the above reasons, I feel that the special permit should be denied.
Thank you. I have a question for you, though. you keep using the word balcony, but it's actually a porch. It's at grade, and then it has a fence around it, right? That's a pretty typical thing to be seeing in this neighborhood, and I believe the photograph that you provided to us, if you're the one who provided it to us, somebody else, anyway, the photograph that one of the neighbors provided to us looks like it was taken from an equivalent porch.
Right.
So I'm not really understanding the objection to a porch,
I'm not
which is
objecting
not
to
the
the porch.
same as a balcony, right?
I'm not objecting to the porch, I'm just objecting to the amount of open space
But-
in the back of that porch.
Right, but the
property
open
is
space
19
is that's the way you use your outdoor space. You put a porch in it, and then
Okay.
you put a deck
Yeah,
chair
I've
on
been- I've
it,
been told
or
that
a
that
barbecue,
doesn't-
or
I've been told
whatever.
that that doesn't count. Maybe for the
Right.
technicalities here, it doesn't count.
block your light
But
either.
what's open, it counts.
But it doesn't block your light, does it?
It doesn't block the light,
Right, okay,
it just takes up space.
just to be clear about
Okay.
that. Okay.
Let me ask you one other question. Are neighbors supposed to be notified of these hearings? Because I haven't been getting any notification.
Only the initial. Only the
No.
initial.
Not subsequent hearings, with the very first hearing, yes, you were supposed to have been
We
notified.
never were. The one to the local board, 15, we were notified. We never got any notifications after that. Did you get any? You didn't get any subsequent notifications after the board, okay?
So the community board has its own methods of advising neighbors, their community board meetings, but our requirement is that everyone within 400-foot radius, is that right?
200, isn't it?
Or 200?
I think it's 200 for larger sites. So
Okay,
400.
400-foot radius is supposed to be notified by mail.
Okay. I would think that they didn't send them out.
So
I certainly didn't get one. Any other people I spoke to didn't get one.
that we can verify. So
What
this
is
was first heard in June of this
that
year. We can verify
Okay.
that notice was sent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Sir,
Next speaker, please.
you sign in. Okay, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
All right, so this is my second time speaking, I'm still nervous.
State your name, please.
Evgeny Appelman. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Cohen on north side, next to the building.
And
So
you
basically-
submitted the materials to us,
Yes,
correct? Okay.
Yes, that's right. So and you're right, I mean, the picture was taken from my exit to the backyard, which is on a level with, I guess, as you said, porch. Porch is gonna be at the same level. So my biggest concern is, I mean, I sent the letter, so you probably read the letter. So, and I sent the pictures, and I made it very clear. So if you see it, so this is how it looks now, nice and open, and this is how it's gonna look when the
So-
building is gonna be there.
So this is the part that I'm confused about, because I don't know where you get that that's the way it's going to look with the dark image. What is
That's
this?
the image I drew.
I know. We're accustomed to seeing those kinds of things done by neighbors, but the question is, what are you basing this on? Where is this
It's
wall?
gonna be 23 feet up. Basically, I measured the distance. This is the garage right here. And if you put those two images together, you will see.
Which is the garage
This is
of
his
them?
garage. This is
Yes.
his garage. And the building is gonna be up to this post. This is my post. So it's gonna go like this, right?
What level is your post at?
This is 23. like,
So the
this
house
is
is,
where the house
no,
is.
so you're not up to date with what we asked them to do, okay? You can go back to the podium. No, you don't, actually. So it's not 23 feet, we told them to move the house back to 27 feet.
Yes, that's right, but it makes 23 feet here, extension, right? So if you measure 23 feet from the existing property, it's gonna be right there by the garage, like this.
No, the house itself is going to be 27 feet back from its property line. I don't know if you're
Yeah, that's right.
misreading.
That's the correct line.
27, not 23.
27, right there, yes. But this extension is 23.
Oh,
This is the extension.
no, but you have to measure from the rear property
So
line
what's
to.
This is the existing house. 23
Okay.
feet from here is gonna be right
But do
here.
you understand that as of right, please go back to the, as of right, they can build 30 feet, okay?
Well-
So without even coming to us, if they had enough floor area, they could have 30 feet.
What I'm saying is, extension of 23 feet or 22 and a half, as on a plan, it's gonna be look like this, for me.
So that's the part I'm not really understanding. So in other words, your rear yard is very deep. You have a 40-foot rear yard or something like that, is that right?
The same as his.
Okay, so he's allowed, without asking us, to have a 30-foot rear yard. So that's just the reality of the zoning in your district.
Well, he can do it, but without the second floor. He can go and do the flat roof on the first floor and occupy this.
He can build up to second floor and even attic with a rear yard of 30 feet as of right. He doesn't have to come to us.
Except to say that he needs
what
the
we
floor
are-
area.
Assuming he has
So
the floor
why
area.
he's here then?
He's here because he needs to have, so it's a little bit complicated. So he's here because they want to move into the rear yard a little bit, so we're allowing them 3 feet more than what is normally allowed. The side yard is narrower than it's allowed to be, and in order to go straight back, that's where they need us, right? Because the side yard is only
Well, my understanding he was
2'10".
rejected with all these plans, so nobody built it like this there. So basically, that's why I took the picture, original picture. Look, nobody has even the bigger lots over there. You see the house in the back? They have 40 feet wide backyard, the lot. And
That's
they
not-
still nobody has it like this. So this is gonna be the only building on a stretch with this huge extension. And I am the only one affected. I mean, I don't know what the other people is gonna say. They're gonna approve or disapprove because probably they don't care, but I do. I don't want this thing to be on my backyard. That's
So
it.
for instance,
This is wrong.
You're
This is not supposed to
adjacent,
be
the
there.
person to immediate rear, is that this neighbor?
Yes, that's
He
right.
has, according to the data we have, a 32-foot deep rear yard, right? That's close to what the maximum allowed is. So that's basically what everyone could have in the neighborhood. As of right, in other words. We don't look at the issue of what you can have as of right, because everyone can do it. What they need is, because their side yard is small, they need the right to extend straight back along that side yard.
Side yard on his right side?
On
The driveway?
Not the driveway side, that one is the right size, but the other side is shallow.
What do you mean, the easement on my side?
Sorry, I'm not sure which is your side versus which is their side.
Mine is the small one, like 3 feet, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
so that's the side that
So he
doesn't
wanna take
comply.
this?
What's your address? What's the address?
1763.
7060, so it's along the 2'10".
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
so his side yard is 2'11" inches.
210, right.
Right? So in order for him to extend his house straight back.
Even
he-
as of right,
Yeah.
up to 30-foot depth.
In order for him to extend his house straight back, he needs to come to us because of the shallow side yard. Normally, that side yard has to be 5 feet.
So he's not taking this 210 on my side of driveway, right?
No, no,
So
no,
just
it's
extending
his
the wall
210.
straight?
He's extending his wall straight from where it is and going back to the point where he's 27 feet away from his rear yard line,
And
rear
you have
lot
to
line.
approve it because it's less than 5 feet, that's why?
Yeah, we have to review it. If it were 5 feet, they could do it without asking us. Whereas the other side is
Okay, I
compliant.
consulted my architect, basically, they said with just simple things, they just can go and do like simple extension like this under whatever, 500 feet, and the sloped roof and stuff like that, that's what I did.
Well, the architect doesn't,
Okay, maybe
maybe
he
it
is
was a
wrong. Okay.
little too simply
Fine.
put.
Anyway, from my side, this is, I mean, if you have to approve it, I object. I don't want this.
Okay,
to
so
be
what I
built-
wanted to say was, because we heard the objections of the neighbors, we reduced the amount of their addition significantly, okay? Their original request was to have a much smaller rear yard and a much taller building. And in response to concerns from the neighbors, we significantly reduced the size of this addition. The idea of these additions is to allow people to have a little bit more room in their house, right? And so, and that's why. But this is actually quite a modest addition to this house after we finished whittling away at it. So we were responding to your concerns. It was a much bigger addition before. And now it's only 2 stories with a very sloped roof line, so you don't even feel the height of the roof. Before it was 3 stories going straight up,
I know.
right?
Regardless, this house doesn't belong there. I mean, if we look at the community, so nobody has the house like this. It just doesn't belong there. They're trying to jam. Look what they do. They're trying to play with the numbers, trying to fix things and whatnot. It doesn't belong there. This is not what they're supposed to be done there. If you want bigger house, I mean, you can find a bigger house for sure, and with the already pre-approved plans and whatnot. But this is not the place for the house like this. End of the story. I don't know. It's just wrong. Nobody has it like this. If you look at the street, all the houses are the same. People do some modest extensions and that's it. I mean, yes, you can go but you have to preserve the things. For me, it's very obtrusive.
Okay.
This is like
Okay,
encroaching.
understood. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Yes, please, please.
Yes. Oh, wait, he has to be sworn in, right?
Yeah, you're the owner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Raise
need
your
to
right
be
hand.
sworn in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, sorry.
State your name, please.
Joseph Cohen. Thank you for hearing me. I heard the neighbors' concerns, and, Lyra, she explained it to me, and I heard they were upset that I was gonna be building, and so I went over to one neighbor, I told him what could it be. He goes, oh, the roof, this. I said, okay, we'll make a new roof. I'll shorten the project. I'll do whatever it takes to get approved. Because at the end of the day, I have a large family. We have 4 kids in one room, and another kid sleeping with us, and it's very, very, very tight. My wife is a cook. We're in a little kitchen, and we just need more space, and that's really what we need. When the neighbors came over to me, because I had my neighbor come over to me, and I respect him fully. I really respect them, and I have nothing bad to say about them. But he came over to me and he said, the whole community objects. When somebody tells me that, the whole community objects, I couldn't believe it. I went door to door for 3 weeks straight, door to door, knocking on doors, and I told them, this is what I want, this is what I need, do you consent or do you object? And every single one of them, and it wasn't 33 forms because I sent Lyra another 2, 35 forms. I sent 35 forms. Every single neighbor, she said 5 and 4, across the street, everybody, every single person. And you know why they also want? Because at the end of the day, they have large families. And everybody in the community is growing and growing and growing. And the houses are so small, you can't do nothing. You can't raise a family. You can't do homework with the kids when you with 4 people, with 4 kids running around and dinner, and it's very tough. It's really very tough. And when I went into the neighborhood, I saw houses. I saw houses 20 feet rear yards. I saw big monstrosities. I see, which I think it beautifies the neighborhood. I don't like that name. I think it beautifies the neighborhood. But at the end of the day, it's really needed. It's really, really needed. And the reason why I every time I told Lyra, do whatever it takes, just get an approval. I'm here for 2 years. I know we started in June, but I'm with the architect before, and we already had 2 children. I already had 2 kids in between. My wife wants her nursery, and again, nursery. I had my Solomon, I had my daughter, and we just want an approval. And every time it's another 2 months or 3 months, and I told her that's why I made concessions. Because I said, I don't care, I just need that extra bedroom. I just need the extra bedroom. I need the extra space. I know in the attic, you're gonna go inside, maybe you can make more space. I'm not making more space. I just need my room, my 2 bedrooms. I had my 4 bedrooms downstairs or whatever it is, my basement, and that's it. And we can have quality living. And when I hear that the neighbors say that everybody's against, it's 100% false.
No, well, so to give them, now I'm in the objection consent rule. I am counting a number of objections. I don't know if it's including these 2 gentlemen because it's a little hard to calculate this without having time. But there are at least 6 letters of objection, right? So to say that everybody's in favor isn't fair. To say that everybody is against isn't fair.
100%.
So there is, in fact, some against and some in favor, right? And so I personally appreciate, because it's quite rare, that a property owner will respond so quickly to our requests for reducing the size of the building. And so I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
It went from having, I think, a 20-foot rear yard or something like that to a 27-foot rear yard, which for me is usually the biggest issue. And the reason we said 27 is because normally the owner asks for a first floor that goes all the way to the 20-foot point. And in this case, it was completely pulled back to 27. So I thought that was a fair compromise.
Thank you.
And this is, I appreciate the neighbors' concerns. I have huge concerns about these special permits. I express this at almost every hearing, which Ms. Altman can attest to very strongly, because I'm always concerned about the loss of the rear yards. I don't really understand why people want to build in their rear yards. And in this case, most of the rear yard is being retained, and the house is only 2 stories because the roof line will be modified,
Thank you.
as Mr. Moster understands, right? So I think in the end, compared to what's allowed to be done under these special permits, this is a very modest addition, and the purpose of these special permits is described by the City Planning Commission as intended to allow families to stay in the neighborhood. That's the concept of benefit to the community. We don't want people moving out of the community and like moving to New Jersey because their house isn't big enough to accommodate their growing families. That's the concept behind it.
It happens to be.
So-
I had a for sale sign. I still have a for sale sign, and because if I just to provide that relief, and I was really looking, going around, because it's very, very, and the problem is everywhere else the houses are a lot of money.
Right.
Around the
So
neighborhood.
I think that was a statement made also. You're intending to stay in this house?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Thank you.
So I do have to say, we don't have conversations with it, please. We don't have conversations like that. Please, sir, you're out of order. But what I do want to say is the communities are mixed about these special permits, and that and one community board actually decided they hated these special permits, and they went to city planning and they said, we want out. So if you believe that the special permit is not the right thing to be in your community, you need to speak to your community board and so on. But that's just the reality of what was permitted to happen in your zoning districts.
All we're asking is for relief.
Thank you.
I just wanted to address a few things that were said with respect to the consent forms. I already resent them all in, just so you know, the batches. One was a batch of 19, one was 5, one was 4, one was 3, and then there were 2 individuals. There were also 2 subsequent that weren't referenced in the letter.
Okay. All
And
right,
so
so
those are
then we have the
35
issue of
notice.
duplicates and so on. I'm wondering if you could go in and, can she void? No, she can't do that. Never mind.
I'd
All
also
right.
like to just show you there was a discussion of proof of notification. I don't have the hard copy with me, but I do have this. And I did, of course, submit it to your board as well, otherwise we wouldn't have had the first hearing. But this is proof that we didn't notify.
Okay, no, I'm sure we wouldn't have had the hearing because I always verify, but you might check whether that address was on your list. the adjacent
I can
addresses.
certainly do that as
Okay.
well, but I just wanted to show you that although I know you don't hold a hearing without it, we do still have
Okay.
it.
We always verify service before we begin a hearing, otherwise we don't proceed with hearings. Okay, all right, any other speakers that we left out? Okay, so then.
Seeing as you've heard from Mr. Cohen, I will ask one time, I think you can hear how desperately he needs this space. Is there any way we can move the hearing earlier than 1:15 and 2:04 for this gentleman?
No.
I had to ask.
Okay, so submission date again of January 15th with a continued hearing February 4th.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
but plenty of time to make sure there isn't one error on the drawings, and that the roof line is corrected as instructed, and as opposed to negotiated the next time. The instruction is the instruction, it's not a recommendation. Okay.
You've seen on this application that Mr. Cohen has been very willing to provide your board with what you've asked.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We really do appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Item number 19, 2018-191BZ, 215 North 10th Street, Brooklyn. Yeah. That's not a happy conversation. Yeah, do you have to sign? Yeah. Okay. Then I'll swear you both in. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? You may want to go out there. You may want to go out there and just check and make sure they're not.
Good afternoon, Benjamin Stark from Slater and Beckerman, PC, for the applicant, 215 N10 Partners, LLC. We had a member of our firm attend yesterday's executive session, and then later in the evening I watched the video. We had a few technical points, and then a question regarding the revised parking accumulation study. So I think I'll just go.
Just 1 second. Carlo, can you calm the crowd down outside
No, I
a little?
sent
Darryl was out there.
Daryl out there to rain order out there.
Do we have a uniformed officer?
Sorry,
The
yeah,
security guards
usually
are
the
out
fire
there, so.
department is there to rescue, you know.
Special permits.
Okay, down to the job. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry, keep
No,
going.
it's okay. I guess maybe I'll start with a general comment. Yes, this case is curious that the parking accumulation study identifies the residential component as perhaps having a slightly higher anticipated demand. That's what it shows. I do want to remind the board that the parking accumulation study was done in a very conservative fashion. First and foremost, the assumed car ownership rate for the residential component assumed an ownership rate of 100%.
Yeah.
That would be 31 spaces for the 31 units. When the auto ownership rate in the surrounding census tracts is only 64%. Yes, these are new condos, it might be higher than 64%, but it is unlikely to be 100%. And the study also assumes, the updated revised study, also assumed that for the medical office component, the entire 37,000 plus square feet of office space would be leased to a single medical office center or multiple medical office tenants. And that is also highly unlikely and absolutely not the intent of the project developer. And even despite these very conservative assumptions, as you can see from the conclusions of the parking accumulation study, it is not anticipated that there will be unmet demand at the project. Putting that aside, let's move on to some of the more technical questions raised at yesterday's executive session. Yes, the zoning analysis it has a reference to a use group 7B that is just a mistake.
Corrected,
And
yeah.
we submitted plans yesterday that corrected that.
I saw those.
The next comment is that the residential gross square footage appeared to have increased since the last submission, although there was no change in the unit count. Again, there appears to be a mistake in the calculation of gross square footages at the ground and cellar level. I noticed that it looked like we were doing a little double counting, some of the space in the parking area and some of the spaces that are identified as residential.
So
This is-
that means you're going to correct those numbers?
Absolutely. So I'll suffice to say, we will be submitting revised plans that correct that error. But as I believe a member of the board noted, it is only the number of residential units that plays into the parking accumulation count for the residential component, not the proposed residential gross square footages. So it kind of doesn't matter either way, but of course we will be submitting revised plans to correct that mistake. The parking consultant, yes, provided an operational plan. We will be submitting a revised operational plan that includes a drawing of the garage and breaking the garage into a series of zones that correspond with the short-term, medium-term, and long-term parking strategy described in the narrative of the operational plan, and also labeling and describing the drive aisle. Before I hand it off to our Joe McKenzie, our environmental consultant, who's going to answer the specific question regarding the assumptions for the medical office part of the parking accumulation study, I wanted to address the comment regarding FDNY review. We will be, so yesterday we received a copy of a submission made to the board by FDNY requesting a letter of no objection. So we, of course, will be submitting our plans to the technical management unit and working towards getting that LNO. But we respectfully request that if the balance of the application has been digested by the board, that we could perhaps move to an approval where the resolution of the board would be subject to and conditioned on the issuance by FDNY of a letter of no objection.
We'll have to see, because I don't know how you fit your parking spaces in if you're relying on a system that fire department isn't happy about, or at least the portion that's overhead, right? So we had this on another application where it's like completely covering the ceiling. There's parking everywhere, right? So it looks like the simpler solution might be that you look at how to accommodate those spaces in some on the floor with stackers, as opposed to overhead where the valets are going, right? I don't know if that would solve the problem, because it seems like this is quite close to the ceiling. Fire department had issues about sprinkler heads and so on, but it seems to me that that's a technical thing that maybe the parking garage company has already dealt with, about how sprinklers and their systems interact. Maybe, yeah, maybe we
FDNY.
go to the fire department, yeah.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. We had spoken earlier prior to the hearing, and while we have conditioned on other applications that they submit to Bureau of Fire Prevention and Tech Management, a lot of these car companies, designers, car stackers, are very now familiar with our requirement. So I feel comfortable that if the board would allow a condition that prior to the installation of any of these parking systems, that they be filed with the Bureau of Fire Prevention Tech Management for approval prior to installation. Failure to do so, of course, we would request a hearing, and of course, we can and we will issue a stop work order if they start installing these stackers.
So I think the issue isn't so much the other stackers. It's
Right.
the ones that are on top of you as the valet parkers park, right?
Right down the center of.
Down that center,
Right.
which I know in another application, the fire department was very opposed, especially because in that application, they were overhead where drivers were coming to drop the cars off,
Right,
right?
right.
So if fire department would always have an issue with the idea of the valet being underneath those elevated systems, then the applicant needs to find new locations for those however many parking spaces,
Well,
right?
Yes, but we are, encountering, and unfortunately, with the building department and the fire department, we are in communication with each other to develop final rules.
Okay.
So on these systems, because the building department has brought that to our attention,
Mhm.
and they're coming up with a method that somehow that the top rack of these stackers can be secured. Once they're up, they'd be locked in some way. So they are in communication with that. So, I mean, the applicant has dealt with our tech management, the designers of this parking system, so they're better aware of what we want than I am, unfortunately.
Right, I just, what I only want to know is, at the moment, the minimum amount of parking is being shown on the drawings, and it's relying on however many spaces that is, like 8 spaces or something,
Right.
overhead on that drive aisle.
Right.
If fire department thinks that, it's 6 spaces, if fire department thinks that ultimately those 6 spaces overhead would probably be okay, given technical modifications, whatever, then we can say, okay, then they're including the 6 spaces overhead, we don't have to think about it anymore. But if fire department ultimately would say, no way, we would never allow that because for whatever firefighting reasons, then we can't include those 6 spaces.
Have to come back here, yes.
Yeah, right.
Just a question I have for Chief Daly. How is that different from, let's say, where we have the stackers? Like, so you have an aisle to maneuver and you have 2 deep stackers?
Yes.
You're going from the front stacker to the back stacker?
Right.
And when you're going from the front stacker, you have cars on top, and in the back also you have cars on top. And how is that different from having cars on top of the area where you will be maneuvering to get into the stacker? Am I making sense?
Yes.
The sort of, you drive from one to the next, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Oftentimes you're driving from one stacker to the other, from front to the back to the back. So sometimes there are 3 deep stackers and you're going under the stackers to get to the
Well, see, now with
furthest away.
these stackers, the way we're having the design is that we require sprinklers over each car,
Okay.
over the hood of the cars. So we do tell them, okay, this is how you're gonna park the car. You may have to back into it, but the trunk is at the rear, and then in the hood of the car is in the front. And right above that hood is a sprinkler head.
Oh, okay.
So once, again, because these garages are unheated, we require what's called a dry valve, dry sprinkler system.
Right.
So once the heat is activated, the head will open over the area where the heat has been detected and start spraying water on it, where hopefully within under 5 minutes, we hope, that responding companies would be at the unit, at the garage, and start working their magic, dousing the flames. So we do take that into consideration, our response time, how they design the sprinkler system, the type of sprinkler system. So while yes, it is a concern that having for firefighters going underneath a car that's been stacked above, we know that we can respond in a certain amount of time frame. Sprinklers are already working on the system, and we do testing every 5 years, and we do require any system installed that they have monthly inspection, yearly inspection performed by an outside vendor, of course. And that are licensed by the New York City Department of Building And certificate of fitnesses are issued by the fire department. Nobody wants to lose their license, so, yes.
Okay,
So I think
okay. So, just before, Chief Daly, just before, so I don't really want them to have to return if it turns out those 6 spaces aren't okay with fire department.
Okay, yeah.
So the question is there any way for you at this stage in the story to determine whether those 6 overhead spaces that are over the drive aisle would be okay in some sort of technically corrected way?
like with sprinkler system and things that.
Well,
you're saying.
and he says bolted, whatever, locked in place, et cetera, or is it kind of the fire department's concern that this idea of drive aisle underneath flammable things and I don't know what,
Right.
is
With
an
this
issue?
particular style, system of parking stackers, I cannot answer that. They would have to file right away if they may comply with your, suggestions that you make.
So if they, I don't know what it takes to file right away. If they filed right away, do you have any idea how long it takes to get at least a cursory review? I'm not saying a final sign-off.
Probably 2 months.
Oh, well, that actually might work. So this is the kind of thing, Mr. Stark. It's kind of, if there was an easy place, you're only talking about a shortfall of 6 spaces. If there was a place to, even if ultimately you decided to put them up in the air, but if temporarily you could locate them at grade in a normal stacker or another one of these stackers, that could speed up the story, right?
Since this is an attended parking, you could put at least 3 of them at grade, show them at grade.
Right, I think so. Well, do we have enough for like staging? Because you're supposed to pull in, they put them in places. You
This
have
is
to have-
not being shown as a staging area.
No, that's in the upper level. Now go down there. That's being shown as the staging area.
I thought this
I
is
know
the-
that the,
This is the drop-off area.
No, that's the drop-off area, but then you have to have room for the guys to put the cars someplace while lots and lots of people are coming. And so what they're saying in their operational plan is initially they have them at grade, then they'll put them right above their heads because those will remain empty most. And you don't have to move anything around in order to get to them. And then they move them to the next tier and the next tier, right? So in terms of enough room for a busy parking garage and the 2 valets to move things in, I think they're supposed to have essentially the 10 reservoir spaces, right? And have room, like, is there any place where they could put the 6 spaces? That's the question.
I understand the inquiry, and I fully agree with the board that if FDNY came back and we couldn't have those 6 spaces there, it kind of
Be a drag.
It's a drag, and if we've already closed and have a resolution, I mean, you'd have potentially have to come and file for an amendment,
Right.
as opposed to even being in substantial compliance. Whereas, like, we go through tech management, and the only issues are, where are the sprinkler head? Those are all things that aren't showing up on the BSA plans anyway. Those are all things that we can work out with FDNY in the DOB set as opposed to with the BSA set. So perhaps I can make a suggestion. It's already Thanksgiving. Soon it will be the holidays. I know that Chief Daly said it could take up to 2 months to get an answer just on the baseline question of those 6 spaces. But perhaps we can schedule a hearing for sometime in December.
Not
or
December. No.
early January, and we can hustle to maybe try to get an answer on that question in particular.
So what I would say is do simultaneous approach. See if your parking specialist can find the location for 6 spaces at grade or in kind of the regular stacker system that's not flying in the air over their heads. see if you can find that, because that could always be like the stopgap measure. And then if you were able to put them overhead, then that's just a letter of substantial compliance. We move them from here to here in case DOB has a problem with that, right? And then and simultaneously, you go to fire department to see whether they can take a look at this between now and it's more likely the end of January that we would come back, right? End of January or beginning of February?
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion? Instead of 6, just 4 spaces? Those 2 spaces that are up against the rear wall?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could leave them there and then just have the 4, have them, ask them to show the
Okay,
4.
if you're okay with the 2, if you think the 2 on the ceiling in the rear are okay,
Yeah, up against the wall, yes.
yeah, okay, then you're just talking about the 4 in front of that, and maybe they could find a location for 2 normal stackers. That's really all you're talking about now, 2 normal stackers someplace else in the garage, and then arguably you'd be done. And if you prefer those flying stackers, that's going to the technical review.
Right, right.
Okay.
I don't know if they can fit them, but obviously we're
Okay,
going to
right,
have that conversation.
that's not your domain.
Right.
Okay, so let's try that, and you could come back at the end of January.
Submission date, January 8th, or
Oh.
Great, let me,
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, you didn't finish this thing, but yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
supposed
Maybe
he's
too
not speaking?
early,
oh, he
January.
is. And we're going to
Yeah,
address.
yeah, we're not done, we're not
Commissioner
done.
Shader's
So,
comments.
yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chief Daly.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it. And we really appreciate FDNY. Thank you. One little question that sort of relates to our environmental consultants' parking accumulation study, but I'll just take this one. There's a comment about maybe confusion over how the parking accumulation study for the medical office component used a 37,000 and change square foot figure when the prior plans had noted 30,000 and change zoning square feet. 2 things. One, it's the gross square footage for the office that figures into that analysis. And 2, yes, that comment of the board was correct, that it is the quote-unquote so-called 4,000 plus or minus square foot office space on the so-called a cellar level that is taking this from 30,000 and change zoning square feet to 37 and change gross square feet. That's where we get that figure. At this time, I'm going to hand it off to Joe McKenzie from Philip Beaven Associates, who's going to respond to Commissioner Shader's questions about the assumptions for the medical office study.
Hello, my name is Joseph McKenzie from Philip Beaven Associates. So Commissioner Sheda had a question about the travel demand assumptions for the medical office scenario. We used he noted that in Appendix 2, which is at the end of the EAS submission, that there was a 44% auto share for modal split auto share for medical office. This was in fact used in 2016 in the 25 Kent EAS, which that was provided as which we did not use to calculate our medical office scenario. We used 25 Kent for the commercial office scenario. Okay. And in the EAS, in attachment D, the parking assessment, we actually provide 2 separate tables that show that the 24% auto share was used for the medical office scenario, and it's just and the notes provide the sources which are provided in Appendix 2, but the 24% auto share is something that we use from DOT. For Brooklyn Transit Zone, which we are in, and these modal shares, I think, were produced internally by DOT last year, so we've been using them only recently, but we have used them in a prior application to this board for another parking reduction where a medical office scenario was assumed.
Okay, so it's DOT that made the adjustment for being in a transit zone.
In a Brooklyn.
specifically a Brooklyn transit zone.
Correct.
Okay. Does that respond to your
That's fine,
question?
yeah.
Okay, great.
Can you provide feedback for that, like?
You mean
table
backup?
Similar to the one that you provided from Western New York? The one with the 44%?
It's actually already been provided and on page D5 of the parking assessment chapter, I believe, if I'm understanding you correctly, where we show the medical office and then it has the modal splits.
You said B5 or D5?
D5.
D5. You don't happen to have that handy in front of you, do you?
I don't know what pages. I do have the parking chapter, but not the entire.
Oh, but you don't have the page you're referring to on D5?
I do, actually.
Maybe you could just show that to Commissioner Sheta,
Sure.
so he doesn't have to keep scrolling.
And this is in the latest submission in the EAS?
Yes, it's in that chapter.
What is the 24 figure? Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay, you found, yeah, good. All right, thank you, appreciate you responding to that. All right then, so I think that's are there any speakers on this? I think that the issue of the overhead parking spots are the only open issue.
Yeah, we received the WRP sign off.
Oh, we did?
yesterday.
Oh, great.
We want to
We're
thank
gonna
the,
update the EAS to create a final EAS.
we want to thank board staff for facilitating the conversations directly between the applicant team and DCP to expedite our revisions to that WRP statement. Thank you.
So you'll update the EAS and turn it around as quickly as you can, but
yeah.
well before this submission date,
Oh, yeah.
right? Okay, good.
Yeah, it's in good shape.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so submission January 8th with a continued hearing January 28th.
8 and 28. Okay, and just for my own memory, I can obviously watch the video, but we're gonna update the operational plan as I said. We're gonna fix some errors in the plan pages. We're gonna submit a fully revised EAS with all its sign-offs, and then we're gonna submit some stuff to FDNY and cross our fingers. So
Yes.
Could you check the square footages in the EAS too?
I noticed that as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. And alternatively, find room for 2 stackers, in which case you might speed up your story.
Thank you so
Right?
much.
Okay, thank you. 2 sets of, 2 stackers
Oh, right,
for
four,
4
four,
spaces,
right,
right?
four,
Has everybody needing lunch break or
No, let's get
lunch
this
break?
last 2.
What?
We have 2 more continues.
Then, okay, but are they short ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Item number 20, 2019-23 BZ 290 Mulberry Street, Manhattan. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond on any board
Yeah,
member
that's what
questions?
we've done. Okay. Yeah,
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker.
great. So are there any speakers on this one? So thank you for responding to the correction requests. And I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, and a motion to grant no conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application
Thank you.
granted. Item number 21, 2019-163BZ, 678 Manhattan Broadway. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Are you filling in for Jay? Okay.
Elise Fuladera on behalf of Jay Goldstein, Law Office of Jay Goldstein. I wanted to say it right because we're a PC and he's not.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so although everything we needed done was done, and so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Granted.
you. 30-minute lunch break. Come back at 2:40.
Okay, come back at 2:40. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the record. public hearing for November 26th, 2019 zoning calendar, new cases. Item number 1, 2019 60BZ, 132-02 89th Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand. Could you read that?
Do you plan to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board members' questions?
Okay, thanks, sorry.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have Mr. Wellner, the owner, so we can talk about all the different uses in the building. And I also have photographs I'm going to hand out. So great.
Thanks. Individuals. Individual sites, these ones.
Thank you. They wanted to be as responsive and quick as possible, so the first few photos are the razor wire removed. So photos 1, 2, 3, 4 are the razor wire removed, and then after that is photographs of the legalization area, the interior, as Commissioner Shetta asked for yesterday. You can see from these photographs, it's not a very noisy facility because all they do is have shoes stored in it. And there's no HVAC system on the roof, so that was a question. Okay. Yep. Let everybody look for a second. Shoes, lots of shoes.
Is it at grade with the adjacent building or?
That was a different, sorry, that was a plan question. I'll get that.
It's not clear from the photos.
If you look at the fifth photo,
Yeah.
the garage door
It's a grade, but we don't know
Yeah,
if
but
it's
it
the
opens
same level as an
Okay,
street.
the building foundation extends to below the frost line? It says frost line. As per the building code, the building rests on the foundation with the finished floor of the building at approximately 6 inches above grade.
So there's a step between this building, this little extension, and the main building.
Mhm.
Correct. Okay.
This is a shoe distributor and not a factory.
If you come, say your name.
Yeah, and state your name.
Ari Wellner, representing the building ownership.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's a shoe warehouse.
Oh, so this, you're not manufacturing anything, you're just
No.
storing and distributing and getting?
Correct.
Okay.
But do you manufacture in another part of the building?
Not shoes, no.
You manufacture other stuff in the other part of the building?
There's a woodworker.
No, but this little extension is for the shoe
Correct.
company. So the shoe company only distributes, it doesn't manufacture?
Correct.
Okay. Nowhere on that site?
Nowhere on that side.
Okay. Okay.
Can you clip those brackets that had the barbed wire?
Oh, the poles? Sure. Absolutely, we can take care of that very quickly.
And the fencing you mentioned yesterday does not belong to them. It's the residential fencing, the one that you asked to be replaced, so they
Yeah.
cannot replace that. And I wanted to point out that when we went to the community board, they actually thanked Mr. Wellner, he came with me, for having such a beautiful site, because the site had been painted. If you don't look at those fences, but just the site, they had painted, resurfaced, they put a security camera there. They used to have a problem with people hanging out. And they put downward lighting, so again, weirdos wouldn't hang out at the site. And he just told me that the tenant across the street actually works. Yeah.
I mean, we have a very, very good relationship with our neighbors, both on the 133rd and 132nd, to the extent that some of them have actually taken suites inside of our building.
So they live across the street.
Yeah, our across the street neighbor is also a tenant.
Ah, okay. Good, okay.
So that's why that fencing wasn't updated. Okay, and then, So I think I know why the numbers question,
Yeah.
the floor area question came up. So I'm assuming what happened is if you look at Building A, it says total floor area 10,891.79 square feet. And that's just the first floor. And then if you look at the summary of floor areas, it says second floor Building A at the bottom of 2 of 8. And that says 5,233.96 square feet. And that's a second floor. So it's not.
Together it's 16,000,
Yeah.
right?
So, and that then adds up to the 26,898.95 square.
But what's the 28,464?
That's actually the existing, I mean, we listed it as proposed, that's post-legalization. Pre-legalization, we didn't include that number, but but we're not increasing any square footage, that's just pre and post legalization.
Okay, so just to clarify, so the pre is 26 what?
26, oh yeah, 898.95.
26,898.95. And the proposed post-legalization is 28,464.95.
Correct.
Normally, we would round that right up to 465.
Just a very accurate group.
Okay. All right. All right, so I think the only issue we did have was with the razor wire, which is under the owner's control, right? Be great if the neighbors would make their fences look better, because they don't really see them. You see them. That's why it looks like it's yours, right?
I mean, if we could do something, we'd be glad to work with them, but
Yeah.
it doesn't belong to us. So.
Right. Yeah, well, maybe talk to them, just because it's, the general character of the neighborhood not looking abandoned and those kinds of things look
I
abandoned.
completely agree. We did everything possible to beautify the building, improve the area, add lighting on the sidewalk so there wouldn't be anybody hanging out over there, which my understanding, the previous owner, there was people hanging out over there. When we added the 24/7 security cameras and the wall hugging lights that just illuminate the sidewalk over there, all of that went away.
Okay. All right, then. Any other comments? Are there any speakers on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, fire department.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. Madam Chair, the Fire Department does object to this application. I just viewed the pictures right now, and I see there's the sprinkler system was extended into that area. The sprinklers have never been tested by the fire department. I have already filed a complaint with the sprinkler standpipe unit to issue test orders to inspect it. I do need proof that how the new sprinkler system, how is it connected to the existing building sprinkler system. I didn't find any plans, application. Here we.
Here's the plan, and then I had my DOB, it has the job number.
But this is not an approved set of plans. I
Oh, yeah.
could not accept that, yeah. Okay, but, well, in addition, I have a problem with the fire department access in that, sorry. Again, I apologize for being unprepared. I had some comments down. But, well, again, I apologize, I don't have my comments. I should have filed it sooner. But I already have scheduled an inspection to be performed tomorrow afternoon over at the site.
Okay.
And I'll be able to, once I view the site, issue my comments to the board and to the applicant.
Okay.
So I guess I request if we could.
Hold off on the decision?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair, okay.
But you'll have comments after tomorrow.
Yes, I'll be there tomorrow afternoon and have comments by Friday.
Okay. I do have a question about the construction of the shed. That
Yeah,
was a
so-
comment, right?
I have an answer. The metal shed is constructed of structural steel tubing with a corrugated metal outer skin and roof, metal stud framing, fiberglass insulation, and finished on the inside with 5/8 gypsum wallboard. The floor is a 6-inch poured concrete slab on grade, and the interior is protected with a fire alarm system, hopefully.
We utilize a third-party company. I'm sorry. We utilize a third-party company, Heads Up Fire and Sprinkler, to do all of our inspections.
Right.
So we would obviously comply with whatever requirements that the FDMY had.
Right. So my concern, was this shed filed with the Department of Buildings? Was this extension, I mean, I know that you're here to legalize it, but what I want to know is, were legalization drawings filed with DOB to show construction method?
Show construction method?
Yeah, because, right, you're showing it as a legalization, so it's,
DOB plans were filed, I mean, we have them here.
Yeah, they're not.
But we have
Yeah.
these stamped versions.
so there's an architect, obviously, who
Yes.
worked on this. Does the architect represent that, and maybe that's because we still have to wait for fire department sign off, that, can we get a letter signed and sealed from the architect that the construction that is existing, if that's what is being relied on, complies with building code? Applicable building code, right?
Yeah. And obviously, that what I just read, was from the architect. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, but the architect could say it's made with, steel tubing with corrugated, but doesn't mean that complies with code. That may be considered a temporary structure, and this is decidedly not a temporary structure. So, in order to make it permanent, you need to have footings, et cetera, so
Which are there.
you have footings. Do you have photographs from when this was created?
We bought the building.
Oh, they bought it like this, but
Yes.
there's no photographs that came with
Right,
the
we bought the
stack of
building in
papers.
2016. This structure was there when we bought it.
Okay,
We're just trying to make it legal.
yeah, understood.
So
Okay.
it's currently used for storage, right?
It's currently, yes, there's storage.
And it was mentioned in the statement of facts that's gonna be used for training people or something like that?
For
For the
training?
rest of the building. I think in your statement, you had stated that,
I was asked to show all tenants in all the buildings, so I had a list of every tenant in the entire building.
In the compound, not just
Yeah.
this
Correct.
building?
In the whole building, yeah.
Yeah, there's like 4 individual
I
structures.
thought they mentioned something about
You're-
they intend to train people from the community to help them get better jobs.
I'll look at that.
I think in your statement, you had mentioned that was the original intention of the owner. You had tried to look for,
Oh, you're referring to the program we have
Yes.
jointly with York?
yes.
Yes, we have a program with York College. It's called Startup New York, where part of the agreement is we bring tech companies, small tech companies into our property. In exchange, they work with York students that, we'll train them and give them opportunities.
Is that the current use of that
No.
space right now?
That's not in that space, that's in the main building 1. On the second floor is where you find some of those companies.
Okay.
I think the confusion here is that it's a large site with a lot of buildings on it that are adjoined,
Correct.
right? And we're only talking about the little extension
Yeah, I thought
piece.
they said they wanna use that specific.
No, okay,
I'll try to
for that.
clarify that, maybe
Mhm.
get to come back.
okay.
It's not a big deal, I just was trying to respond.
Okay. Okay, so I would like a signed and sealed letter from the architect about the construction methods complying with code.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Any other speakers? No? Okay.
Do you think this could be really quick, because we have that in
Really quick is relative because we have December, no hearings available, and then.
I just feel like we were so close.
You were so close, but you have to submit stuff. And fire department has to be satisfied or at least willing to allow conditional allowance, right? Right. You were so close. I appreciate every time you get so close. Okay. 23 and 21, is it 28?
Submission January 8th for a continued hearing January 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 2019-77BZ, 1134 Fulton Street, Brooklyn. That's you. Yeah, he submitted proof of service, and so I asked him to do plans. So we can see the plans, but he has to raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Sure, go
ahead. Proof of service, not DO, but proof of service, proof of hearing, all that, those things were submitted today, but there's a few comments that have to be addressed, so I'm just here to say, like, to potentially close if it's possible and submit all those things for another hearing.
Wait, sorry. We have proof of notice of hearing.
Yeah.
What was missing was proof of service,
Yeah.
right? And the community board
That was-
recommendation.
The community board we haven't heard from.
Yeah.
What about DOI and APA?
DOI is done. And then proof of service of the hearing, I think we did get.
I didn't see proof of service of initial, I kept seeing proof of notice of hearing submitted. I didn't see proof of service. And because we don't have a community board recommendation, then we don't have anything to say, well, it must have been served, right? So, did you submit proof of service?
Not, they said they submitted, well, I talked with the actual Roth Krug.
Right, this is the Roth Krug, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Sorry,
I'm
that's why I'm
sorry,
here.
there you are being asked to do stuff that you can't
And
do.
you
Okay.
need to correct the plans as well, so.
Yeah, we have to come back anyway, no matter what,
Right,
so.
okay. Right, so you're just appearing for another date.
That's
basically.
pretty much, yeah.
Right, okay, so let's just pick a date. Are there any speakers on this one? No, okay.
This is the one where they.
So we'll get proof of
February
service.
4th.
Yeah, but they didn't send.
February 4th,
And with a submission date of January 15th.
submission, January.
What's the hearing date? Sorry.
February 4th.
15th, you said?
Yes.
Right,
Okay.
and just to underscore, please, that they need to listen to the review session and make all the corrections, comments.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, 2019-88BZ, 3157 31st Street, Queens. It's a PCE.
We do have proof of notice of hearing and letter of no objection from fire department.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Frank St. Jacques, Ackerman LLP for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session and submitted the notice of hearing yesterday. I apologize, I thought that had been submitted previously. We'll endeavor to make sure that gets in when it's sent out. I wanted to note that the PCE opened January 19th, 2019. That's noted in the statement of facts. And I believe if there's no other questions, we'll rest on the record.
No, because I think, I just wanted to know if there are any speakers on this, and I see an empty house, basically. No offense to the people who are here, but you're not, neighbors. So it means that we didn't get any letters in opposition and nobody came to oppose based on noise, or for any other reason.
There's
So-
an elevated subway line running along the, just to add to there's an elevated subway line running along 31st Street.
Mhm.
And,
So in other words, you're competing when you're on your treadmill with the subway?
yes.
Okay. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye?
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the kind of typical condition that you might have where noise and vibration might be an issue, that the operator will maintain the PCE levels of noise and vibration so as not to disturb neighbors.
Thank you.
Motion to grant, Chair Promoter,
Aye. Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Item number 4, 2019-159BZ, 249 Church Street, Manhattan.
This one, on the other hand, we have a letter.
Do you affirm to tell the, raise your
Sorry.
hand.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
We do have proof of notice of hearing, and fire department issued a letter of objection, notably.
Frank St. Jacques Ackerman, LLP, for the applicant. Good afternoon again. So I'll just run through the comments quickly. I'm going to leave the fire protection, the FDNY letter for last. With respect to the elevators, there's some question about how the elevators work. Essentially, and I'm happy to show the plan here, essentially the entry is through the main entrance from Leonard Street. At grade, there's an elevator there. It goes up about 2 steps and will take you to the commercial lobby. And then that elevator also goes down to the cellar floor. This is an old building, so there's actually 2 elevators, one that goes from that lobby grade, the street grade, and the cellar, and then another elevator that takes you from the cellar to the subcellar. That first elevator that goes from the cellar, the lobby, and the street grade does not go up any further in the building. So both those elevators are limited to the essentially the ground floor and the cellar and subcellar. So there is full ADA access to the space by way of elevator. There's a comment with respect to the massage room shown in the plans. So we noted this in the statement of facts, but it is a little unusual, so I'll just walk you through. Nova Fitness is a boutique fitness. Essentially the patrons wear suits that provide electrical stimulation to the muscles. As an additional option, patrons after a training session can opt to keep the suit on. It has a massage-like setting, so the electricity replicates a massage. There's no licensed massage professionals in the gym. It's just simply a.
So this is AI massage.
It is. It's tomorrow's technology. So while there is an area that people lay down, there's no massage professionals. If in the future something changes in that regard, obviously those professionals will hold licenses. And then finally, just getting to the FDNY recommendation, we just wanted to note for the record that Building Code Section 907.2 only requires fire alarms for grade A occupancy with an occupant load of 300 or more. The occupancy load shown on the studio is 96 persons. And I just want to add a little bit more about the operations. While the occupancy load shown is for 96 persons, Nova's actual occupancy is typically more like 13 to 15 persons, at a maximum in the studio at one time. Nova has 6 to 8 group classes per day that are capped at 8 people per class, with 1 to 2 instructors per class. In addition, there are about 1 to 3 staff on site, so that's 1 to 2 front desk representatives and a manager. That's how we arrived at the 13 to 15. This sort of small maximum occupancy is a result of their business model, which is to provide small group and one-on-one training sessions. So unlike a traditional gym or fitness studio, all training is by appointment, and part of Nova's appeal is this sort of small boutique, one-on-one training session. So while we recognize the FDNY's concern over a fire alarm, we would just ask that the board consider Building Code 9072's requirement for a fire alarm with an occupant load of 300 or more. That's 3 times the occupant load of the studio here, and about 20 times the actual occupancy.
As you know, we defer to fire department because they're the ones who fight the fires and rescue people. So I defer to Chief Daley on this question, and if further investigation's necessary, so be it. That's my opinion.
Thank you. John Daly, Fire Department.
Mhm.
In this situation, they could only maybe have a maximum of 15 clientele below grade. The majority of their space is below grade. The building itself is fully sprinklered, so this fire alarm system that we recommend that be installed in the cellar and subcellar, it's going to be connected to the sprinkler system. So in the event a sprinkler head in the upper floor is activated, at least the tenants or the client and the tenant themselves would be able to evacuate the building. Again, it's a below-grade use. Their clientele maybe go there once a month, so they will still be unfamiliar of how to exit out of the building.
Plus, they're wearing these funny suits.
I've seen people naked, so it's...
No, naked is easier to climb around on. The funny suits might be harder to climb around with.
Okay.
I don't think we
They
should
do
make a
look
record of that.
Not thin nylon bodysuits.
Oh, do they?
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet, so, but I'll let you know what the response is.
Okay, so the idea is that because the alarm doesn't extend into the cellar and the sprinkler might be activated on an upper floor,
Yes.
that people sub-cellar need to be alerted that there's a fire issue on an upper floor and they need to evacuate.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Right, so basically it's bells, something going off downstairs in the cellar indicating that you
Well,
need to get out.
it'll be
Or an enunciator.
an enunciator with strobe lights.
Okay.
ADA compliant. Not a very elaborate system. It's small. I can't give you a price on it. That
Right.
I don't know, but it's a small system, really.
Okay.
You'll have a manual post station at the first floor exiting out, and you'll have, of course, can't think of the term, I'm sorry, but a connection of water flow detector connected to the sprinkler riser, and of course, horns and speaker strobes. Not speaker strobes, I'm sorry. Strobe lights and, that's it, yeah, just strobe lights, yeah.
Okay.
There's no enunciator, or there's no announcement to be made over the phone. Once the strobe lights go off, everyone out.
So it's a horn and a strobe.
Thank you, yes.
A horn, not an enunciator.
Yes.
Horn. Okay. All right. That does not seem unreasonable, given it's a sub-cellar occupancy, right?
We'll, I guess, what we'll do is just ask the architect and the fire professional. We've been in touch with Captain Daly already to continue that conversation. I will just again note that the building code is silent with respect to below grade spaces. So while the FDNY has made this recommendation, we're just not seeing the statutory requirement for the space.
Seeing a
Making it
firefighter's requirement as part of his department, where they look at these spaces, and the BSA has consistently deferred to the fire department when you're talking about, I mean, if you think about it, people who are in gyms are in sort of compromised positions. They're not in that same level of alert as you might be in a different kind of environment, like an office where, for example, you've gone through fire drills, you know how to get out all the time, and this is, you've got people lying down doing exercises and things like that. It's a different.
And there's also a general duty to secure and safe harbor, and that's something the fire department has.
Yes.
So their recommendations are something we hold in high esteem. Whether or not it's statutory, it's still within their right to
make a recommendation.
And the board, within its right to follow the recommendation of the fire department, and we're not going to have this debate again about whether it's in the code or not, because you're not going to get anywhere.
Understood.
So-
I just wanted to, if you could just clarify for the record,
So to clarify for the record, when fire department makes a recommendation to us that says it's less safe if you don't have the following things, we say make it more safe so that we're not concerned that in the event, a terrible event of a fire, people are at risk. And sometimes we even, as you heard on the prior application, decide that things are not believably safe as far as we're concerned, right? So, anyway.
And it's a terribly small ask.
Huh?
It's a terribly small request, recommendation
Yeah.
for this kind of pushback.
Yes.
To respond to your comment of judiciary of code requirement in Chapter 1 of the New York City Fire Code in 2014 edition, it does authorize the fire commissioner to request additional fire protection systems to be installed while not required by the building code. In this case, being below grade, we are requesting a simple fire alarm system, an elaborate one.
This is in every single code that's written by whoever, yes. Every single code says these requirements are the minimum. The officials have the right to ask for more if they believe it's necessary, so.
Right. Okay,
That's
I
correct.
think we're done with this, okay?
So if we could have, come back in, I guess, would the board be expecting that fire alarm system be designed, approved, and installed prior
So this
to coming
part of
back, or
it,
is
fire department
that?
is extremely accommodating to applicants because with these PCEs, we've had a lot of history, right? So I would suggest that you speak with Chief Daly about what it is they would like to see, and then the fire department gets back to us and tells us whether or not we can proceed, whether we can condition, and so on. But at the moment, because there's not an agreement about how to move forward, until we have that agreement and Chief Daly is persuaded that that's what's going to happen, we can't make a decision here, okay?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what
That's
an
what
appropriate
I'm-
return
that's-
date would be.
That's what I'm that's why I'm saying.
Okay.
The fire department is very accommodating. If, for instance, they see that the plans have been filed, or an inspection has been arranged, or something like that, they say, okay, now we know that this is going forward, and we are going to manage it from here. Therefore, fire department issues a letter of no objection, because we've got it from here. But until we get to a place where fire department feels comfortable that it can issue that, we can't make a decision. So again, please speak to the fire department about what it is they expect to see, and then we can know in terms of the date, we can put it on based on like February or something like that, right? Earlier, I don't know if we have earlier. That's probably, we have a full hearing schedule, so. January 4th?
Yeah, okay. Submission date of January 15th with a continued hearing February 4th.
Which is really the best we can do because December is clogged. Right?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Item number 5, 2019-167BZ, 2467 Jerome Avenue in the Bronx. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to, should know this by heart. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fuladera on behalf of Rothkrug Inspector. A submission was made. Did you get it, Tony?
Yes.
Maybe? Did they get it yet?
No, I
didn't see it.
No.
It was sent to the commission.
So hopefully you could open it, but the proposed plans, zoning computations, and statement of facts were submitted reflecting an addition of 106 square feet to the facility.
But we had a concern about means of egress. That was the issue, and I didn't see anything responding to the proper and adequate egress on anything that was
And the
submitted.
cover letter said, enclosed, please find a revised proposed plan set with updated floor plans and computations indicating the addition of a small area at the
Vincent
southwest
emailed
corner
it.
of the second floor of the facility, including access to an egress stairway.
Vincent emailed it at 12:20.
12:20 today?
Yeah.
Oh,
Here.
well, so how could we have seen it?
Here. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
So my concern was there was only one means of egress. This is really fire department needs to be involved in this, and My concern, there was only one means of egress shown, and, so it looks like there are now two
Just send it
means
to you, John.
shown, but does that go down to the first floor? And we didn't get fire department's opinion on this yet. And the first floor, I don't see where you go. Oh, then you go, no, that's not out. It doesn't show when you get to the first floor, what happens. How do you get out of this building except through the main lobby? Like, I don't know what that thing is in the back.
Existing yard.
Yeah.
So
Is that what it's doing?
Look
It's
on the
going to
southwest-
It's
street?
in the yard,
So the
and then you
southwest
have
corner
to,
of the plan?
Yeah, southwest,
Yeah, but,
southwest corner of the second floor, including access.
oh, exit on grade there, okay.
but then,
Exit on grade, and then what?
then you have to go back to the,
Then do you go back inside the building?
Yeah.
You can't, unless it's a fire corridor.
so here, and then this.
Then back into the building, and that's only allowed if it's a legitimate fire corridor. So I don't know if it's a legitimate fire corridor. I think we need
Yeah,
the
it's
architect to
the-
focus a little
There is
more on
another
this.
door that's leading out this way.
There is another
Yeah.
door that is going.
So the rule is you can exit through a fire corridor, but it has to be a fire corridor, it can't just be a corridor, right?
Yeah, it
Fire
says-
corridors have very specific requirements, no doors can swing into them, have to have minimum ratings of.
Yeah, it
whatever
says
is,
2 hour
3
rated building egress stair enclosure.
What, say again?
It says on BSA 102 on the top, existing 2 HR rated building egress stair enclosure on the top. And
That's what this little note says, existing 2-hour rating egress. Okay. And then you go outside to the outside place, and then you have to come back into the building. That's the part. So I see that you're exiting into the yard. That's a good thing. But then, in order to get to any place else, you have to go back into the building. Once you go back into the building, you must be in a legitimate fire corridor. And the other part that's a little strange, if I've got this right, how are you exiting from the first exit? Are you exiting
Also
through
from
the
the-
entry lobby?
Yeah.
So then you're exiting through the same, two different exits take you to the same way to get to the street. Which I didn't think was allowed. I'd be wrong about that. So you're being asked to handle somebody
Yeah, it
else's
says
project.
exit,
It's
yeah.
not really fair.
Yeah, it says, I mean, if you look at the BSA 100 on the back, it says exit on grade for that small little corridor in the back.
No, we do see
Oh,
that, but if
okay.
you look
But
at,
she said through the building.
No, you have to go back into the building in order to get to the street. So it takes you to this rear yard, right?
Yes.
And then it says, that's nice.
Where
Then
basically
you have
you're
to come
trapped.
back into the building in
if you
order to
look
get
at,
to the street.
if you look at the first floor plan, B101, from the yard, there is a door
Yeah.
that leads you back into the lobby area.
And I think that's the same
Same-
lobby.
yeah.
Where that staircase from the PCE in the front goes. I could be
Yeah.
wrong.
No,
Could be a
it
different
is,
stair.
because it's that elevator connected to that.
Unless it's, yeah, I see, because, go back. Yeah, it's taking you to that staircase, right? The exit diagram is telling you it's taking you to the exact same staircase to get out of the building from the lower right corner. So your egress is, both egresses go through the same lobby. And the way I understand it, you're not allowed to do that. Because what if there's a fire in that lobby? Then there's no way out.
That's a fire stair.
Yeah, I don't know what that is or how you, they're not showing it as a
This is also
egress.
shown as an existing 2-hour fire-rated enclosure.
But they're
along
not
the
showing that
bulkhead
you're
elevator.
getting out that way, which is confusing.
Which is confusing, which can also be used because this is the
Yeah.
staircase. And the other stake is that located all the way to the extreme left. On the ground floor, it seems there is another doorway which doesn't lead to the yard, but it leads to some portion of the building. Because there's another staircase that's leading. So I think a little bit.
I think the response was too quickly done.
Okay.
They need to take more time at it. No, I appreciate trying always, but I think it was too quickly done. And what else? And so fire department, if they have, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this.
John Daly Fire Department. Yes, I did have a chance, and as you had mentioned at the executive session, I only see one means of egress out of the space, so I do have concerns about that. I know this is a new building. Yeah, and so the fire alarms are new. I know they're recently inspected. I don't know the status. The sprinkler system's supposed to be inspected sometime this week, so, or next week.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
But
well,
again,
that's
as you
interesting. You
mentioned-
wouldn't build a new building that doesn't meet code from all the floors, but,
yeah.
I don't know.
Need another
You would hope.
opportunity to.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any speakers on this one? No? All right, so.
Okay. Submission date, January 15th, with a continued hearing on February 4th.
Thank you. Thanks for coming for this.
Item number 6, 2019-184BZ, 45-20 83rd Street and 80-52 42nd Avenue, Queens. This is the Renaissance Charter School. Raise your right hands. Thank you, I can see you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to any board member questions? Good, just sign.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good afternoon. Chair, Commissioners, as the team signs in, to briefly recount, this is an application pursuant to 7319, which is for a special permit for a school located within an M1 district. The school, the Renaissance Charter School 2, is an extension of an existing school, the Renaissance Charter School, located less than a mile away from this current property in Elmhurst, Queens. We had a representative attending the executive session, so we're able to answer the board's questions with specificity. I would note merely to briefly recount the special permit and the relevant findings. With regards to the A finding, we understand that the board was satisfied with the letter provided by the applicant with regards to their diligent search conducted for schools within an as-of-right zoning district within the area. And so the school did conduct a diligent search, looked at a number of properties which were excluded from the consideration pursuant to the size of the space available, the economics, et cetera. And with regards to the B finding, of course, the school exists on a zoning lot which is adjacent to both R6B and an R7A district. So with regards to some of the other background issues, and after that I have members of the team, including the administrators from the school, we have environmental consultants, architects. We'd like to really answer the host of the board's issues and questions today.
Before you go on,
please.
community board.
Oh, please, okay. So we had a land use committee hearing with the community board back in September of 2019. It was a very complete hearing. There were no relevant concerns or issues expressed, but they did ask for additional environmental materials. So we provided them with those materials, including our most recent NOC submission, and have reached out to them several times and have not heard back. So I don't think that there's anything necessarily that the community board has against the application. I just note that we have been making diligent efforts to follow up with them and have not received a response to date.
Okay. Who's the project manager on this?
Jella.
Oh,
I can reach out to her.
okay. Can you reach out? Yeah.
Again, I'll reach out to them again.
Thanks.
And also, I know that the board discussed a rezoning, which is currently taking place. Again, this is a matter of public record right now, that we are currently in the process of potentially rezoning the property pursuant to an application through the Department of City Planning. That application is still in its infancy. While we have had an informational interest meeting with the Queen's Office of DCP, there are still discussions regarding technical aspects of the application, including the choice of the zoning district boundary, as well as certain yard issues for buildings that are presented in advance of a reasonable worst-case scenario. So those are being discussed with DCP right now. So again, as far as the three threshold documents which need approval and sign-off, we haven't even had an opportunity for a sign-off of the reasonable worst case. So we're very young in that process. Yes.
Just regarding the zoning, and that's for the entirety of the site?
It is, correct. We merely seek to take the existing R7A C24 existing on the northern portion of the block and to allow it to encompass the remainder of the site.
C24, you said?
Correct. So with regards to the remaining discussion, I note that that the board had certain questions regarding the applicant's curriculum, particularly study of New York. And so we have the school administrators who are happy to discuss that with some specificity.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stacy Gautier. I'm one of the administrators for Renaissance and Renaissance Charter School 2, and I'm also here with my colleague.
My name is Dan Finelli, and I'm an administrator for the Renaissance Charter School and the Renaissance Charter School 2.
Just by way of background, Renaissance has been around since 1993, and we were a school founded by teachers, New York City public school teachers, and this will lead into the focus on New York City curriculum. Our mission is about developing leaders for the Renaissance of New York. So we consider New York a learning lab. We use New York. We partner with cultural institutions, scientific institutions. We take our children out, and New York has been a really integral part of our science and social studies curriculum for many, many years. So if you have specific questions about how else we use New York, but we are really a part of our own community where we are now, Jackson Heights. We also feel it's very important when a school comes into a community that we're well-liked and we're partners with the community. We've already started to do some outreach in Elmhurst. I'm meeting with the CEC and other community members.
Okay. Don't you think most schools use New York City, like they take them to the museum and, like that? No?
Yes, most schools use it, but I would say, I'm a little prejudiced because it is my school, that we use it a little deeper. We really try to look at problems that New York City has and try to solve those problems. So right now we have some very active fifth graders looking at the situation about sustainability. I'm telling you, they're asking me questions. I don't know if I can get up, but how we use our dishes, how much water our building uses. So it's a little deeper than just going to the museum, although we love to go to the museum, we love to partner. But it really is looking at having kids have their own voice, and little kids have their own voice, and also to help to be really active sort of service to the community. So yes, a lot of schools do this, but we require it. You can't get out of Renaissance without giving service back to the community, whether it's helping to clean a park or going to visit people in a senior home, or just being, again, a person who's community-minded and cares about the space that we live in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I know that the majority of the remaining issues that were raised at the executive session surround environmental issues. I thought maybe we would have Amber from Equity come up.
Hi, Amber Cartalian, Equity Environmental. So I, too, listened to the executive review, and I know that there was some questions around noise, not stationary noise generated from the playground, but noise impact related to the Long Island Railroad on students in the play area. As part of the noise analysis, we did do noise monitoring at 3 locations. 2 were ground level at the 2 street frontages, and then the 3rd was actually an elevated reading on the existing building roof, which is an approximate direct line of sight to the LIRR. And based on that, at its worst case, the L10, which is essentially the sound Yeah, the A-weighted sound level 10% of the time and is used to determine impact thresholds was a 60.5. That is a relatively benign and low noise level, and that's partially due to the fact that this specific rail line is on a berm, and the rail is also, the trains are slow moving. And I've been out at the site multiple times, and it's not something that you would think of when you think you're directly next to a rail. It is low
Oh, so
levels.
the trains are sort of chugging their way out before they decide to really pick up speed, and is that what you mean? Because they're leaving the terminal relatively recently? Is
Yeah,
that-
the speed was low, and then with the berm, it doesn't result in, and the
So
play area
when
is
you
actually.
say berm, you mean the trains are in a depression?
No,
Or
it's like an
they're
elevated, yeah.
They're elevated, but there's a berm that's absorbing the sounds.
Correct, yeah, and also the play area would actually be at a higher elevation away from that rail than what was monitored.
Yeah, but why would that limit this? So when we look at the picture of the berm, the tracks are elevated on top of the berm, right? Doesn't it put the train itself on a level closer to where the outdoor play yards are, the rooftop play yards are? It brings it up in height as opposed to dropping it into a depression. That's why.
The noise, you mean, the noise
Relative
that's.
to noise, yeah.
I don't see a situation where, I mean, the noise, the elevation that the noise monitoring location was located in context of the train, there's not going to be a situation where you see a significant and drastic increase in noise with the play area being slightly higher.
So you
than
monitored on the roof of the building, right?
Correct.
Well, do you know what the height of the roof of the building was relative to grade?
Ken Moraski, project architect with Stephen B. Jacobs Group. To answer the question about the height of the existing building, it's right now at 24 feet above the sidewalk curb level. The adjacent tracks we're estimating is close to the kind of second floor, proposed second floor, which is about 11.3 from the sidewalk.
Oh, that's all? Really?
So,
Okay.
is that?
Oh, I see. Okay, so then, all right, so maybe that's the issue.
And the play area.
Okay, so the proposed play area height's going to be, we're actually removing the existing roof and lowering it to 21 feet. And then the top of the roof, if you look on the sections, is 53 feet, 11 inches, so about 54 feet above.
That's for the roof?
That's for the very top recreation roof, yes. So 21 feet, 54 feet.
For 21, okay. So the point is, from a noise monitoring perspective, you monitored at 24 feet. The tracks are way down at 11, so the sound arguably is like bouncing off the building, effectively, right? The sound, well, I'm not sure exactly how the tracks are, how the train is producing noise. It produces the noise at the track level, at the engine level, produces noise at all kinds, and then there's bounce from the building, right? So are you arguing that the sound is not making it to the new 21-foot level somehow? I mean, that's what I'm not really getting.
That's not what I was stating. I was just stating that to cover all potential noise levels, and this was a complex noise analysis because it considered noise generated by the students on the play area. It considered existing noise levels at 3 different locations, both elevated and ground level, and based on that, we were able to determine the attenuation that would be required at any facade abutting the play area, based on the student noise, or for the building itself, and based on the elevated reading, that the existing ambient noise levels at that approximate elevation, would not be considered above impact thresholds to students occupying that outdoor area.
Because one of the questions that I ask, and I don't know, and DEP hasn't finished its review of this question, but sometimes we just have an acoustical barrier put on the play area, right? That's if the play area is in a line of sight.
Correct.
I don't know if it's in a line of sight without looking
So
at the drawings.
we did analyze that, and we did identify a very small portion of the terrace level, not the rooftop level, where there would be like a 14-foot area of exposure to the adjacent, I believe that's Elmhurst Towers, the
That's
eight-story
with respect to the students' impact on the
correct.
residents. But I'm asking about the railroad's impact on the students in the various play areas.
Isn't the railroad the same noise
Here.
level, like approximately as the playground noise is gonna be, or less?
The railroad is, the rail is slightly lower in elevation than where
And
No,
the
she's
noise
saying
generated
less.
by the
Another-
noise generated by the playground is gonna be.
significantly higher than the noise generated by the rail. In fact, we don't typically see 60.5 dBA. Usually in an urban setting, we fall at around a 70.5, somewhere around there. So these noise levels were low.
Okay, so just to reiterate, because it was a little hard to concentrate here. So what you're saying is the noise generated by the kids in their usual play activity is actually higher than the trains that are typically sort of chugging slowly out of the tracks.
Correct.
So this is the Long Island Railroad, and I go on the Long Island Railroad a lot. There's this interminable 30 minutes where the train travels at what feels like 12 miles an hour. And you're like, seriously? In the planet where there's like rapid, you travel from one side of China to the other in like 4 hours, this is what we're doing? But anyway, so I think maybe that's what this is about, that it's just a very low kind of impact noise. It's not the subway, which is a whole other subject.
Right.
Right.
And we did do, to cover all hours, we did do that elevated reading at for a 24-hour period to make sure that we captured both the lowest noise level to do the playground analysis, because that's a different noise that you use. You actually look at the lowest to see what the increment generated, as well as the highest to determine the impact of the rail.
Right, okay.
So you monitored over 24-hour span. Did you check with Long Island Railroad whether they have like different trains, like free train versus passenger train? I believe the noise level here would be totally different. If you have a passenger.
It's only
There,
passenger.
It's only passenger, and the train, even during the 1-hour locations, because we do counts while we're monitoring at the ground level, the trains were running on a frequent schedule and were captured in those noise monitors.
Okay.
The other thing I just kind of want to get a clarification, the rooftop terrace that's on the 3rd floor, it wraps around. Good portion of the rooftop is between the 8-story building and the school. And there's a small section that is along the frontage of 83rd Street.
Correct.
Are there going to be different programming or of sort, or this is like just a hangout area? Are there?
Which are you looking at? That
I'm
little
looking-
thing on the
yeah,
corner?
yeah.
Oh, that, yeah, okay.
So, I mean, the primary hangout area would be mostly the rooftop areas that is between the school and the 8-story building, which, when you look at this section, that's the recreation, and that's where the LIRR is. So it's kind of
Yeah.
tucked away from the noise receptor, which is LIRR, because you have the most of the school building in between.
No, that's the producer, not the
So-
receptor.
I'm sorry, I meant it's been,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying.
Yes,
Basically from
yes.
the, yeah.
I can't.
But
Noise
then there's
generating.
the portion that continues down, right adjacent to the railroad, right? So if you continue the wrap of that terrace.
Right.
Right, the terrace wraps all the way to the point where it's facing 83rd, all the way down to the corner of the Long Island Railroad. That's why I would wonder why there isn't like an acoustical barrier
Just
right
along-
there
right.
on the Long Island Railroad frontage and the roof where it's an accessible roof.
So there are classrooms that are along the Long Island Railroad. And right about there, the rooftop terrace, the 3rd floor terrace terminates. So would it not make sense to put an acoustical barrier right there where the LIRR and the terrace is?
Based on the noise generated from
Yes,
the
because, so for example, you have a 28 dBA window wall system, right? But when you're standing on the terrace in the open in the same exact spot as where your window wall attenuation is, you have no attenuation. So the question is, why wouldn't up against the railroad tracks you have that attenuation?
Yeah, so it's to explain, most of the requirements for the window wall attenuation in this case were actually because we have to consider the sound generated from students on the outdoor area. This is what DEP asks for. So it's kind of threefold. It's what are the existing noise levels? What is the sound generated by the students? And then what is the sound generated by the students' impact on both the building itself and any adjacent receptors? So we looked at a whole combination, and based on that, okay, here's the building window wall attenuation that's required. Here is the 14-foot area of exposure where we would have a sound attenuating fence to preclude impact on the adjacent residential building. And that was submitted to DEP for review in our latest submission.
So you will have noise attenuated windows in the classrooms that are fronting LIRR?
Yes, the whole building is attenuated.
Okay, so it's not like compartmentalized, like certain frontages will have it, certain frontages
I-
won't. You're basically doing it across.
We certainly could have done it that way by specifying at an elevation of this, above this, the western, it's 28. It's gonna be with newly insulated walls and windows. We are going to commit to the 28.
Yeah.
28 is the noise reduction rating for the proposed windows?
For the window wall, it's the
It's a
entire
combined
structure.
attenuation.
And this is the proposed noise reduction?
It's, it's the required window wall attenuation in combination, so newly insulated exterior walls and windows combined, and that would be the required attenuation for the sides.
Right,
How much-
okay.
How much did you measure, like on the roof of the existing building?
The highest recorded measurement was actually a 60.5 L10, and L10's used to dictate window wall attenuation. That's the noise value, the noise generated essentially 10% of the time.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting, thank you. So the kids are noisier than the Long Island Railroad. All that because they're fighting about how to deal with the Renaissance of New York. Okay, thank you very much, okay. Okay, I don't know, I think there may have been other things, but let's see. Well, we had school safety issues. We also have, obviously, you have to keep responding to DEP for hazmat, air quality, and school safety as this ongoing question. And then I had questions about the bus parking in the second version as opposed to the first version.
On the 83rd Street frontage or the 47th Avenue frontage?
That's a good question because I've looked at the plan again. Sorry, what we call the
Permanent.
second version of the permanent.
Permanent
version,
school,
right?
okay.
So that's,
We finished.
what is that? 82nd Street.
Okay.
Yeah, permanent is 83rd.
Sorry,
83rd, yes.
83rd. What? Sorry, permanent is 83rd, yeah. So did you hear the questions before? Yeah.
I did, but maybe just, if
Okay.
you don't mind.
So normally, when we have the no standing zones that are created in these districts, they're right in front of the school, right? And in this situation, turning radiuses and so on, understood about the fire trucks and so on, it was determined to put the buses in front of a business across the street. And I'm concerned about that. I understand that there were studies done, and that was not a particularly busy business, but that's just because that's the business today. If tomorrow the business turned out to be like that supermarket business, where there's constant pallets loading and unloading, then having the no standing zone because of the buses would interfere with the operation of the business. And that's the thing that's tricky about these M1 district special permits where you have to balance between the needs of the school and the safety of the students and the needs of the business and not have one undo the other. So the question was, why not try to move the bus parking to either along the Long Island Railroad area where no business is, and or in front of the school, and then check the turning radius for trucks, fire department, and so on, and maybe scatter in a different way the parking for the cars, the parent drop-off?
Right, so this is something that had to be considered because for yellow school buses, they have to drop off students on the right-hand side, meaning the only options here for school no standing for buses would realistically be where it's proposed or along Whitney where there's currently paid parking. So I can speak to what I've observed on multiple days out there. And, I didn't just stand out during the peak hours. I was out there all day watching these businesses operate as they stand currently. And I can tell you that where it's being proposed is associated with the frontage of, I believe, 2 restaurants that are relatively small. And the delivery schedules, when you compare it to the morning arrival and school dismissal, they peak at about 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And even then, it's one truck coming with a hand cart.
No, but that's looking at it as an isolated moment in time, which is a problem
Right.
I have with these special permits in any case. But the idea that that's the business, and it's never going to be a different business, and then you're preventing a future business from using its own curbside for its activities.
Understood.
Right? I'm just curious whether there's some way of, because by the way, we've seen so many of these schools where they hardly are dropping kids off on the right side of the street. So I'm wondering if there's some other method of dealing with that so that you're not imposing this project on the nearby businesses.
We could consult with that.
This is under the permanent one or temporary? I'm just
Under the
catching up.
permanent, the temporary has this really great, coincidentally, that's why you might have heard us comment about how great it would be if you combined your temporary solution with your permanent solution. Then you have a great drop-off zone. You could have your lower school in what you're calling the temporary. You build out your permanent, and then you fix up the temporary to the little high level that you want. We just like that. Anyway.
Scott Barone Management. We had considered an option, especially after what you mentioned yesterday. What may make a little bit more sense, and I want to be clear just in case I don't know if you've been to the site or not, the business frontages that we're talking about on the east side of 83rd Street are actually just the rear delivery entrances to a couple of restaurants that are there. The businesses themselves are actually served from the parking lot side.
Right, but those are the delivery, that's the point. Those
Got
are
it.
the delivery entrances.
Right, we shouldn't jam up their deliveries, understood.
Yes.
And even though under the current iteration, we wouldn't, you're right, let's speak to what's in the future. What we had considered as an alternative, and I don't understand how it works with Department of Transportation and eliminating a couple of metered spaces, what we could do is instead of having the school buses drop on the east side of 83rd Street and then coming across one of the 2 crosswalks that we proposed, so we could have them unload on the north side of Whitney, which would still be on the right-hand side drop-off, and the kids would just flow west across that same crosswalk that's there. That wouldn't adversely affect any of the businesses because they don't have any access on that side. They only have their frontage into the parking lot or their rear delivery exits on 83rd Street. There's just a brick wall there. As far as what's the protocol with eliminating paid muni-meter spaces for Department of Transportation, I've got absolutely zero authority. What I would say is that pursuant to DOT school safety request, we've offered and proposed to build an entire new city sidewalk, the entire length on the south side of Whitney. Because one of their concerns was if kids were coming from the other side of the railroad tracks under the train overpass, instead of having to cross over Whitney, to then come down the north side of Whitney and go over the crosswalk. It would be a lot easier if they could just make a left-hand turn onto newly created sidewalk, which we're happy to construct. And we don't need anywhere near, if I'm correct, that 300 linear feet of frontage for private car drop-off. So I don't know if it's the right phrase to use, but it would almost be a wash. So if we were going to eliminate 2 or 3 paid muni meter spaces on the north side to the west of Whitney, we would probably be creating new muni metered paid spaces on the east end, on the south side of Whitney.
Uh-huh. Good. Like that.
Good.
Like solver people.
Try. I'd like to know if I create extra parking spaces beyond that, do we get to share in a piece of the revenue?
Don't speak to us about.
You could ask. Okay.
Okay, so, great, so do those drawings really fast, get DOT to take a look.
Did you submit that option to school safety? Because I know they're reviewing something.
Yeah,
but
they
is
should
that
be
an old
reviewing,
version?
right.
What he was
What,
talking
no,
about?
no, this was as of yesterday, a discussion, so we'll have the architect team mock something up, prepare a memo, and submit for DOT review.
Okay, that's great, okay. All right, let me see, what else? I think that's it, right? Any other open questions from commissioners? Great, are there any speakers on this? Great, okay.
Chair, just as an aside, I think there's some additional elevations that were requested
Yes.
and materials, and we're happy to submit those. We have those prepared. We can submit.
So from the point of view of the architecture, a building is a three-dimensional object. It has elevations on all of its sides, however many there are. Sometimes there are 30 sides to a building. Everyone gets an elevation, right? And tell us the materials. Don't use any exterior insulating foam material, please. Okay.
No EFS.
Never. Okay, good. All right, so what's the timing? Yeah, we don't have a lot, it's DOT that has a lot,
Yeah,
right?
we're still waiting for DOT seeker. They've had it for a long time, so I'm hoping to get it very soon. But then they have to respond.
All right, so I'm just wondering
This is
if we were to
realistic.
put this on, that's very soon. So February 4th, maybe? We're just talking about putting it out for February 4th to allow you enough time to back and forth with DOT and so on?
You're, well, can you give me one moment?
Mm-hmm.
That date works great.
Great, okay.
Submission date, January 15th, for a continued hearing, February 4th.
And when we talk about submissions, because you're dealing with these other agencies, as soon as you have a drawing, make sure they get it, and respond to them as soon as they respond to you.
Absolutely,
okay?
Chair. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you very much for coming, all of you. Thank you.
Item number 7, 2019-27 BZ, 4533 18th Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand, Mr. Klein.
Oh, sorry.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Can't wait.
I know. Stuart Klein, Slowick, on behalf of the applicant. Madam Chair, Commissioners, let me begin by saying I've been practicing before the board in various capacities for 41 years and tried during that time to set a fairly high standard for myself. As noted in the executive hearing yesterday, the application fell far short of that standard, and I understand that you have hundreds of cases to review, and I simply wasted your time, and I apologize for that. I'm fully familiar with the requirements under the Cornell standard and the various and sundry standards required by both the building code and BSA rules and regulations. And I will redo the application myself and submit it to the board so it submits all the requirements pursuant to the programmatic needs section of 7221 as defined by Cornell.
Great. I'd recommend if you're going to have your colleague working on these, you do it together so he or she learns
Fair point.
for the next time.
Fair point, no question.
Okay.
February?
Okay, so, okay, yeah.
And in answer to your question, the old code was 7 feet on the cellar, the 68 code was 7.6, and the 208 code was 8 feet, depending upon which code you're using.
Okay, so maybe.
And as to your question, I apologize, as to your question on the easement, we put in for 45 people because the building department would not approve our secondary means of egress, which went over the contiguous property to a large extent. So we did get their approval to sign an easement with them. It was approved in current form, which has to be
Sorry,
submitted to the
what's
papers
the
to the building
easement for?
department.
It's an egress easement?
What happens is, we need a secondary means of egress if we go over 75. This is a zone which either has an 8-foot or a 0-foot side yard. In order to eliminate the side yard, we're going to have to build a structure between the two buildings, the contiguous building and our building, therefore eliminating the view from the ground to the space, which takes it from being a side yard into not being a side yard, a zero lot line situation. We sought approval from the Borough Commissioner. It went through approximately a year of various and sundry applications, and the Borough Commissioner did sign it off approximately a month ago. So we would be changing the plans to indicate that secondary means of egress through 1.5 feet of our space and the remaining space, a 44-inch fire-resistant encasement through the entire length of the property, of both
Wait a minute, whose property? I'm confused.
Okay. We are 1.5 feet off of our property line.
Yes.
There has to be 8 feet between our building and the next building,
Yes.
per the zoning resolution. The buildings department will allow us to cantilever a cap over the two buildings, and the definition of a side yard is something that's open from the ground to the air. If you
Right.
eliminate the view up to the sky, you eliminate the side yard. The
All
buildings
right.
department has approved it, and we will be increasing the number of people in the synagogue.
So what's that to have to do with the easement?
Well, we need a 44-inch corridor, and part of that 44 inches is going to be on the property next door. So we're going to need an easement, egress easement from them.
Where are you putting the egress on the property next
So
door?
it's going to be on the side of the property, secondary means of egress.
So that you egress to an open area?
To the open area in the back of both buildings, which has been approved by the building department.
Right, because 1.5 feet is not your property that you're still.
No, actually, it's about 2.5 feet is not our property.
So you already built.
It has to be
into that property.
44 inches.
That's what it is.
But how do you defend that programmatically when your congregation's only 45 members at the moment?
Well, no, exactly, we're going to have to expand that number. We couldn't go over 75 without the secondary means of egress. So we always intended to expand that number, but the buildings department took us about a year to get approval for this scheme.
Okay, so just to, it's not an easement to eliminate the side yard. In fact, what it was is you got an interpretation from DOB that as long as you cover the side yard, you don't need an 8-foot side yard. If
It's
2
not a side
inches
yard, yes.
versus 8 feet,
That's correct.
that's your choice, right? Okay, so DOB agrees that you don't have a side yard. Then it agrees on an egress easement where you egress the building at some place and then you cross over onto your neighbor's property.
correct.
And then there's somehow or other 8 feet, but what I keep looking at is the neighbor's property is a building. Are
No,
you-
the neighbor's property is vacant right now. He's going to have
But
to.
no, it's a vacant site or there's
Vacant
no?
site, hasn't been
It's a
built on
vacant
yet.
site.
Yeah, hasn't been
Oh,
built
it's
yet.
been demoed.
Yeah.
So now what that means is,
He has to adjust his building to accommodate us. Mr. Brown is the owner, we've spoken to
what's
him.
the size of that vacant adjacent? Isn't it a
I think it's
standard 20?
22 by 100 or something like that. It's
So-
standard lot size.
So then he's not going to come to us and say, oh, look, I just gave an egress easement and I can't build, and therefore I need a variance, so
Oh, no,
that...
he's beyond the required minimums width.
No, he has a 22-foot wide piece of property.
Mhm.
He's going to give up 4 feet or more.
No, he's only going to give 2.5 feet up from approximately halfway into his property to the end of his property.
Okay, so
Our
you're going to
secondary
show
means
us
of
this
egress.
on
Of
drawings?
course,
Because
yeah.
at the moment,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, great, another variance application of
No, no, no.
self-created hardship.
No, it's not the case. No, it's not the case. We entered into an agreement with him,
But
and we
what
put this by
kind
the
of,
building department.
so is the adjoining property owned by someone affiliated with the synagogue?
They're very good friends, they're not affiliated.
Good friends,
Right.
but it's not owned by the synagogue?
No, it's not. No, absolutely not.
Not owned by somebody who is going to allow the adjoining property to be used as a
Different-
synagogue?
It's somebody who we're going to enter into a contractual relationship via the easement that's approved by the building department, allowing us to use that space, and that space will be used in perpetuity as long as the buildings exist. It's a standard easement application that's in the building department, and we just simply fill in the blanks.
All right, show us the drawings, show us
Yes,
the
certainly.
easement, show us the DOB sign off
Approval,
on
mhm,
this,
yes.
right?
February date, if possible?
Mhm. Wait.
Submission February 5th for a continued hearing February 25th.
Can I have another week if possible? Would that be okay with you?
That's March.
Submission February 12th for a
Fine.
continued hearing March 3rd.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I do
Thank-
wanna
And once again,
remind you-
I apologize. It won't happen again.
Okay, I do want to remind you that there are a lot of fines on this ACB.
Yeah, we're going
violation.
to, thank you for bringing that to my attention. We're going to enter into an agreement with ECB for a payout schedule, which
Okay.
is their standard form.
You have plenty of time to enter into that agreement.
Oh, sure,
Please bring it
absolutely,
with
yeah.
us.
That could be done in a couple of
Okay.
days. That's not a problem.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Item number 8, 2019-194 BZ, 50 Titus Avenue, Staten Island. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you ask me before this board, and you respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Ron Rosati, the applicant. I heard the comments yesterday at the review session, if I may address them. Proof of initial filing, a hard copy was submitted. I apologize for forgetting to submit a digital copy. I did submit that last night.
Got it.
Regarding DEP and the easement, on the survey, it did say it was abandoned, on the survey, the sewer showed that the sewer was abandoned and backfilled. We did reach out to DEP in the spring to investigate that. They got back to us in May. If I could quote the letter, and I will submit this into the record, a CCTV inspection of the above referenced sewer was performed in the presence of a DEP representative. The sanitary sewer observed during the CCTV revealed that the sewer is active.
Oh.
So because of that, we're not going to be able to try to even remove the easement.
So, why does the survey say that?
It's we've seen it on a few of the documents, even DEP documents. That's where the surveyor got it from, but when they went out there, apparently the sewer was still active.
Can you submit your DEP letter to us?
Yes, we will
Okay.
submit that into the record. Also regarding the easement, and it's not recorded in any of the deeds on our lot, and we have the deeds from our lot back to 1931. We looked at the other deeds on the other lots that the easement also runs through. It wasn't on there. It is shown on the damage map and on all the tax maps. The plans, we heard your comments on the plans. Will make the dimensions larger. Actually, the architect was trying to get here. He got caught on the train. He's made these changes already. We'll make the dimensions larger and more legible. The cellar plan was incorrect. We're going to take out the word garage, that there is no garage in the cellar, and the staircase will be added. The staircase is in the portion of the house that is within the area that we're requesting the variance, so it is beneath that cross hatching, but it was added. It might be a little bit difficult to see, but we'll submit the plans. And average home width, I did look at all the homes on Titus Avenue between Newdorp Lane to Ena Street. There's 54 single and two-family homes in the area. It's a mix of detached, semi-detached, and attached. There's a range from 14 feet in width to 46 feet in width, with the average of those 54 homes being 20.85 feet in width. Our site, we're proposing 14 feet 11 inches. We really can't go any wider than that.
Because of the easement.
Correct.
Unfortunately.
And we'd like to maintain that 1 foot side yard just to access that other side. We'll gladly submit that into the record if you'd like that. I'd request that the hearing be closed, the record remain open, and I could submit this on these few documents on Friday.
Let me do that, let's see. Brian, how to cite any, I'm just reading my notes to see if there were any open issues. We don't have any seeker issues on this because it's a one family, right? Does anybody have a problem with just closing?
No, it's fine.
Okay, so then there are no speakers because I see no speakers. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, so you're gonna submit the letter from DEP.
Correct, the revised plans and that average width home study for Titus Avenue.
Right, okay.
And I'll do that this Friday.
Okay.
Okay, what date?
Submission date November 29th with a decision on December 17th.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sure,
Commissioners.
that's Friday, right?
I'm going to do it this Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
Same to you. Madam Chair, applicant is, on the applicant on 2019-60 BZ is wondering if we could recall the case and speak, because the fire department reviewed their plans.
Oh.
If they can change the date, move the date up or something? I don't know.
So move the date up. No,
Is that what you're talking about, you discussed?
Is this the gym?
This is this is the groups, the special
Oh.
permit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just, you're still under oath. Let's go.
2019 what?
2019-60 BZ, 13202 89th Avenue. What do you need?
Elise Fullader from Area Planning PC. We spoke with the fire department and we showed him the approved plans and we're going to submit them tonight. And we're wondering if it's a possibility, since they are approved plans, if we're probably not gonna have to really do anything besides that letter.
They're the approved plans
Do you want
by-
to explain? Because I don't want to explain fire.
John Daly Fire Department. Yet the owners showed me a set of plans that were approved by the Department of Buildings back in 2014 for a new refurbished sprinkler system for buildings 2, 3, and 4. Building 1, where we have a fire department connection, that system remained as is. They informed me that the system is fed by that one fire department connection feeding all 4 buildings, which is typical for a small warehouse building. And they also showed me the sign-off from the Department of Buildings that a hydrostatic pressure test was done. So I'm very comfortable that the system is operational. And I guess the only thing we need to do is, I still do need to go to the site, which I had planned to do with the BSNA's compliance officer tomorrow afternoon, just to take a visual inspection and have a report to the board by this Friday.
I still need the information about the compliance with code
I
of,
can get that to you. It's just a letter that we're going to say the same thing we already said, plus we'll write the Department of Buildings code.
so the reason you're doing this because you want to be heard earlier, is that the issue?
That's the reason we're doing this. It's just a really long wait for.
We put them on January 28th.
That's what we said?
Yeah, submission January 8th.
That's such a long wait. It could be January 14th, I guess. That's really,
Calendar's, calendar is rough.
I know.
What?
She said the calendar's booked, but I said, I know what we're trying.
Yeah, so it's gonna be it's a week difference, which isn't that much, right? And makes it harder on us. January.
And the place is in use already. There's no
Place,
reason
yeah,
for-
there's no difference.
There's no reason to rush.
Right, it's not like,
Well,
yeah,
I want to be careful by not saying rush. I mean, we don't want to have an illegal situation. We
no,
want to
we don't,
legalize.
but I'm also looking at the relative pain of reviewing so many cases, and we don't know whether, in the next 2 hearings, we have something that's truly an emergency that has to go on one of those dates, so that's why I'm reluctant to change it, really. I think we should just leave it alone. Yeah, but I appreciate that you tried to get all the answers. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
This concludes the public hearing for November 26, 2019.